The road surface that is referred to as a zebra crossing. The proper use of using the pedestrian crossing is that you would approach the pedestrian crossing based on the direction that vehicles are coming from. You will look to your right, then to your left, look to your right again, extend your hand to bring the vehicles to a stop, and then you will start to cross the pedestrian crossing as quickly and safely as possible. Bearing in mind, keeping the watch on the vehicles that have come to a stop. Most of these marked pedestrian crossings are often found in school zones, like the one I am standing at by the Yellow Primary School. So slow your speed and give way.
At Rusty Bethel Drive, I'm Paiswell Forbes. This is ZNS.
It's election night. The campaigns are done, the race is over, and the victors will soon be named. Good evening, Bahamas, and welcome to this special edition of the Bahamas Tonight. I'm Makush Lopinder.
And I'm Anthea Ferguson here with Decision 2026, the pre-show, bringing you our election team coverage before the stats, scores, and final results from the polls come in.
That's right, Anthea. It's 5 p.m. and we're down to the wire with only an hour left before the polls are expected to close and the count gets underway.
Makushla, who will win, who will lose, and who will form the next government of the Bahamas? The numbers telling that story will soon start trickling in.
Well, we have team coverage across the country. Our Corval Pyfrom has been following the Prime Minister throughout the day in Cat Island, where supporters, residents, and party officials have been closely watching the day's developments. He joins us now with the latest from the ground. Corval?
With our broadcast now on the air, that means we have less than an hour to go before the polls close at 6. Now, we are here posted at the New Bight International Airport, where we are awaiting the arrival of Prime Minister the Honorable Philip Davis, who, of course, is the Progressive Liberal Party's leader. We have been here all day on Cat Island, and it has, for the most part, been a smooth and orderly process. Now, earlier in the day, we did find that there was an issue at the Arthurstown Comprehensive School, which is polling division number 1. And let me briefly explain to you as best we understand what happened there today. So apparently a 70-year-old male voter presented himself to that polling station along with his voter's card in hand. His voter's card had him listed as polling division 1, but apparently his name did not appear on the register. So the presiding officer refused to allow him to vote. That then led to a back and forth between both the legal teams from the Free National Movement as well as the Progressive Liberal Party. The gentleman was told that he would need to go about an hour and a half's drive away to a more southern part of the island to vote. The matter, we can tell you, though, has been resolved. Unfortunately for that gentleman, he has been allowed to vote. Now, the FNMs also raised some issues that there were people, and these are all alleged issues by the FNM, that there have been people flown in who do not ordinarily reside here on the island of Cat Island, and they were allowed to vote, and they were trying to put a stop to that. So they were pointing out a number of voter registry discrepancies, but again, we were not able to substantiate any of those claims. I did speak today with the FNM's candidate for the area, who, despite all this, remains hopeful, remains confident that he's done pretty well here in this contest. We are expecting the Prime Minister to arrive here. Let me give you a bit about his schedule today. He's been all over the place, apparently. His morning began in Rumkey and San Salvador before then heading back to New Providence, where he visited a number of polling stations there. He has since boarded a plane and is minutes away from arriving here in Cat Island, where he will spend at least a couple of hours. As soon as he arrives, we'll get back to you. But reporting live now from New Bight International Airport, I'm Corval Pyfrom in studio to you.
Well, thanks, Corville. There, Corville Pie Firm is giving us a rundown of what transpired in Cat Island earlier today, and we expect to hear more about how polling turned out across the country later in our newscast.
Well, from Cat Island, we head north as our election coverage continues across the country. We check in now with our Northern Service News Desk for a look at the day's political activity in Grand Bahama, where the opposition leader spent the day.
Thanks, Makushla and Dianthea. Well, 8 constituencies, 26 candidates, including 2 independents in the Northern Bahamas. And tonight, every political hopeful is fighting for one thing, and that's the chance to represent their communities in Parliament. But the 2 watchwords here in the Northern Bahamas are quiet and plainclothes. That sums up most of the constituencies, but all eyes are locked in on one battleground constituency, and that is Marco City. It is the seat held by opposition leader Michael Pintard, and the stakes could not be higher. The big question tonight, though, is will voters return the 2-term MP to office, move ahead with the PLP's Eddie Wan Jr. and his message of progress, or roll the dice on independent candidate Jillian Bartlett and a call for change? Well, our Ricardo Lightborn is live tonight at the FNM headquarters with the latest from Marco City. Ricardo?
Well, let me tell you, quiet, and guess what? No one saying much in terms of that, Shashina. Moving around the polling divisions in the Marco City area, it has been an interesting one because people are not saying anything. But we can tell you that the member of parliament who served over the last 2 terms, who was simply engaged in it, and that is Michael Pintard, was up and about getting a feel for what actually for him has been a run-of-the-mill activity. But let me tell you, this has been a fun day for a lot of the folks who came out, voted early, and they in turn had a wonderful time. What will happen here tonight at the FNM headquarters is going to be a gathering, and then they will turn out and say exactly who won, who lost. But for the most part, it has been a productive day here in Grand Bahama. Let me tell you, it's going to be a wonderful night here. Folks are gathering, folks we haven't seen for a very long time here. We will have it all coming up later on tonight as the numbers roll in.
That's right, Rick. Thank you so much for that report. That's the latest from Marco City, but later on we check in with the remaining constituencies on Grand Bahama and, of course, the Northern Bahamas. But for now, back to you in the nation's capital.
Well, quiet and slow seems to be the theme here across the country, but on the Deputy Prime Minister's campaign trail is our Cleopatra Murphy, who's been in Exuma all day. Exuma residents headed to the polls early today, eager to cast their ballots in a decisive decision that will determine just where the country is headed in the next 5 years.
Healthcare, economic growth, and the need for change were some of the factors driving Exuma voters to the polls on Election Day, with some of those voters sharing why they voted for the candidate and party of their choice.
Well, I gave them a chance, they never get in, so I was giving them a chance. What they plan to do is good for the people, and I know they might win, but still I give them a chance.
For Free National Movement supporter Marsha Monroe Strawn, healthcare is the primary concern, particularly after she says her father died recently and she finds the resources on the island lacking.
Our healthcare system is deplorable because for the past 5 years, our healthcare system was neglected.
On the other hand, Progressive Liberal Party supporter Steve Thompson says he has seen Exuma's economy grow tremendously.
And I think that another 5 years, Exuma will be one of the biggest booming islands, if not the biggest booming island in the Bahamas.
At polling division 13 at the courthouse in Georgetown, approximately 500 persons were set to vote, with Glennie Smith sharing the process had been moving smoothly, slowing just before midday.
I expect, like this afternoon, like before closing time, it's going to be a really bigger crowd, you know, at the very end.
Driven to vote because they see it as an important right, Mike Mintz and Rondon Butler say their votes are determined by what they feel is best for the country.
I don't approach voting from a place of being saying I am PLP or I am FNM. I approach it from the point of view of looking and seeing what the issues are and who is likely to do something about those issues.
You know, I subscribe to no political ideology, philosophy, theology, or doctrine. However, I feel in my vote counts, and I will exercise my my right to vote.
The polls close at 6, and residents say despite different viewpoints, once votes are all counted, at the end of the day, we're all Bahamians. From Georgetown, Exuma, I'm Cleopatra Murphy.
Well, that's a temperature check on Exuma, Cat Island, Grand Bahama. Back here in New Providence, our Desmond Saunders has been following Election Day activity across several key constituencies in the West, including Killarney, St. James, Golden Isles, and Southern Shores. From early morning lines at polling stations to candidates greeting voters and party supporters mobilizing on the ground, Desmond has been tracking the energy and activity shaping today's vote. Desmond, what can you tell us?
Several polling stations, voters describe the process as smoother and more efficient compared to previous elections, with shorter wait times and improved organization by election officials.
I was the first on the line. My name was on the ballot. Smoothly, it went.
The process seems to be moving a bit quicker and more efficient.
Progressive Liberal Party candidate for Southern Shores, Obi Roberts, praised the Parliamentary Registration Department for what he called a much improved voting process.
Rather than that, the time of voting is not too long, maybe 20 minutes, if that. 15, 20 minutes, depending on the line in each polling division. So the adjustments that they made from last week to today, we're seeing the results is moving a lot smoother, and the constituents are a lot happier that they're not standing in lines of over an hour plus.
In Southern Shores, incumbent Member of Parliament Leroy Major, now running as an independent candidate, expressed confidence as voters headed to the polls.
I trust today that I come out victorious. I worked the ground. The people know me. I've done what I had to do, but this is their time now. This is their time to speak, and this is their time for their voice to be heard.
F&M candidate Denali Penn-Mackey also described the voting process as largely problem-free despite minor early challenges.
Very, very, very smooth this morning. We didn't have any issues. However, it was just one of the ballot box that was in the wrong room, but we were able to get that sorted out quickly.
For many younger voters, today also marked their first experience participating in the democratic process. 20-year-old Lawson Major said while he was proud to vote, he believes the country should eventually modernize the system.
Very old. It didn't feel like it should be more new, like online or like online stuff, or more like electronic stuff instead of physically drawing an X on a ballot.
Meanwhile, George Pinder of the Killarney constituency said he hopes the next government focuses more heavily on Bahamian empowerment and ownership.
I hope that they really take Bahamians first. We've been backbenchers for so long in our own country.
Veteran voter Marjorie Stewart reflected on how much Election Day participation has grown over the years.
I think it's different and it's more crowded. We have more people, because when I used to vote inside here, my car could have come down through the corner, but we start from up the hill. I may as well walk from my house. Yeah, so I mean, we have more people here voting now. And this time.
Well, as you can see, a full stream of voters marking their X's, exercising their constitutional rights, shaping the future direction of the country through the democratic process. Desmond Saunders in the Southwestern District for the Bahamas Tonight.
Well, thanks so much for that, Desmond. From voter turnout and activity at the polls to the mood among candidates and supporters, our Lord Island has been following the stories emerging throughout the day in the hotly contested areas of Centerville, Baines and Grantstown, Fort Charlotte, Engliston, Marathon, and St. Barnabas. Lloyd, what can you tell us?
Well, Aranthea, is definitely a busy afternoon here. We're here at the Judith P. Thompson Primary School, which is one of the voting centers throughout the central New Providence zone. Now, this is among several schools we visited earlier today, and we spoke with both voters as well as party volunteers, all sharing a similar sentiment that today's voting exercise was nothing short of impressive. Tell us about what you saw when you arrived this morning.
Well, it was quite dead at 5 a.m. Nobody had arrived just yet. It was dark, but the police officers were in place, so it was quite safe.
Now, we also spoke with Derica Johnson. She's voting here at the University of the Bahamas from the Baines and Grantstown constituency. Tell us about your experience this morning.
Well, when we reached, we had to ask a couple of people where to go, but once we find out where we went, we had a couple of people in front of us, and after that, the process was smooth.
To me, it started very, very early, and it was on time.
For differently abled voter and double amputee 67-year-old Malachi Grant, the process of getting into the voting center and casting his ballot was described as generally smooth. Grant said he was assisted with transportation to the polling station and provided a runner who helped him successfully mark his X. How important was it for you to have that assistance on a day like today?
I think it's very important because if I didn't have that assistance, I wouldn't be able to vote.
Despite the process, one voter also lamenting on comments from an impassioned supporter. Here with me is Catherine Smith, who had an issue while on the line related to persons possibly campaigning.
Yeah, I just thought that it was against the rules because I saw in the newspaper and on the news the guidelines of when you come to vote. So I saw someone that had an attorney on their shirt. I asked, is this allowed? And she said, no, it's absolutely not.
Now, hopefully this is an isolated case and police immediately address the situation as it was reported. Now, all party volunteers are not allowed to campaign in any way within about 100 feet of polling stations, along with other regulations. They were out in full force offering assistance, but also observing boundary adjustments made.
We now have only 10 polling divisions. Before we had 11 polling divisions. During the boundary cut, polling division number 1 was removed, which is Garden Hills.
Here at C.I. Gibson, there are 8 polling stations, and they're all over the campus. And it's not, they're not alphabetically or numerically in sequence, so we have to provide assistance to that.
Well, we have a transport team of 24 persons. 6 is on in vehicles, small cars, and then we have 2 large buses. And what happens is we CB radio, we call everyone who needs transport, we pick them up at a reasonable time.
Now, besides all of that, that's already developed for most of the day. Even now here at the center, there's a steady stream of persons making their way in. You may see some of them right behind me. And this pretty much will continue at least up until 6 p.m. as we've been told. And anyone attempted to get beyond these gates to take part in the voting process today will not be able to do so once they come anytime after 6 p.m. Now, we'll be on the road covering more of these election activities throughout the course of the evening. And we'll be happy to report more to you. Reporting here from the Judith P. Thompson School, Lloyd Allen, back to you guys in studio.
And we're right around that 45-minute mark to go before the polls close and those counts start to roll in. Thanks, Lloyd.
Well, speaking of roll in, we're going to keep it rolling, Ianthea, with our constituency check-in, which continues now with Amajal Knowles, who's been traveling through the southern and southeastern districts. We're talking Pinewood, Seabreeze, Bamboo Town, and Nassau Village, monitoring Election Day activity in those communities. Hamo?
Well, over in the south, several hotly contested races. Those constituencies, Pinewood, Bamboo Town, Nassau Village, South Beach, as well as Seabreeze, with voters turning out as early as 6 a.m. Also on the ground would be incumbent from the Progressive Liberal Party, Miles LaRota, and COI leader Lincoln Bain.
I feel good. Our supporters are here. They're on the line. They're here early to get in the vote. I'm confident we did very well at the advance poll, and this is going to be a continuation.
So far, everything is smooth. It's a very quiet day. Normally, elections are very hype, but the people are very quiet today, and they're just orderly, and they look like they came to do something, and they're going to do it.
Once the gate would open at 8 a.m., among the first in line to vote at his polling station would be Willard Dean.
It is very important that I be here in person to exercise my constitutional right to choose a government who has the interests of the people.
After leaving CV Bethel in the Pinewood constituency, we went over to Prince Will for the Bamboo Town constituency, Bahamas Academy as well, the polling hub for the South Beach constituency, and Cleveland Enos, all seeing relatively moderate lines as well as no major concerns.
For 2 hours, and it has been very smooth. Tremendous improvement since the advancement. Very, very happy and very totally surprised that it is moving so smoothly.
Compared to advanced poll day, this has been night and day. The difference has been a stark one. This is much more organized. As you can see, the voters in their various polling stations are spread out nicely.
As you can see, it's been streamlined. Everybody is in and out. I mean, in under 10 minutes. At the outset, at 8 a.m., we started promptly. there was a little small hue, and then after that, it's just been smooth sailing ever since.
Things has been going reasonably well. We had a considerable number of constituents showed up this morning. The process went somewhat smooth, and we're pleased with the progress that is being made so far.
Voters echoing those sentiments as well.
It was easy. It wasn't no hassle. I had a couple minutes wait, but it was easy.
Actually, what happened was I ended up at CV Battle first, which is really for Pinewood. I'm in Bamboo. Got here, expected to be here for probably an hour or so. The process was smooth. Walked in, I stood in the line for about 20 minutes. And there I am. Stick in my thumb, pull out the plum.
And the last stop would be another hotly contested seat in Seabreeze, where we saw a bit of the most contention. We understand, speaking to candidates and officials, there were several voters who had made the transfer from a previous constituency, but unfortunately weren't on the register.
We've had about 15 persons so far who would have brought a voter's card to us that said Seabreeze. So unfortunately, they had to vote on a yellow ballot simply because they were not on the Seabreeze register. But they were still happy to do that. The lines here have been going all day, very smooth. Everyone's walking in happy, walking out happy.
Oh, everything is running smoothly except for one polling division. We had some hiccups early this morning, but in the last 2 hours, everything been going smoothly.
Lastly, we caught up with a few of the younger voters out this morning, including Shasta Saunders, a medical student in Cuba who flew back home just to take part in today's election.
I felt it was really important for me to come home to vote because the future of my country really matters. And as a young person, especially a woman, seeing how much women is involved and actually dominated, example, having a female speaker of the House and female candidates, I realized it wasn't just important as a young person, it was important as a woman to show up and just support and know that I'm making the right choice, not just for me, but for my country and for future generations.
I just feel like it's your right, you know. You should, as a citizen, try your best to take part in who is responsible for running your country. And so I just felt like it was just my part to play.
Well, first of all, because it's important to exercise your right, but I can say it like, my co-host King Sino said it. He said, if you ain't vote, you can't complain. So it's like, I feel like if you want to actually have a voice, you want to also be able to exercise your right to choose and have a voice for real. So, yeah, I wanted to really show how I have a voice.
For Zenith Network News, I'm Amajal Knowles.
Well, one thing was clear today. Bahamians meant business when casting their ballots. Some standing in line from as early as 6 a.m. to get that done. Young, middle, and those young at heart all prepared to ink their thumbs and cast their vote. Our Jimmy DeSwain visited a number of constituencies, including Garden Hills, Carmichael, Mount Moriah, Golden Gates, and Tall Pines.
They need to get their act together. Should be easier, especially for older people.
Ease of getting to the polls to vote, the concern of Garden Hills constituent Sheila Ballou. She was one of several persons waiting in line outside of the A.F. Adderley Junior School to vote Tuesday morning. For her, standing in line proved a challenge.
I'm 84, and the line is so long I couldn't stand up, so somebody give me a chair, and I thanked them for that.
Ballou was like countless other voters patiently waiting for the polls to open at 8. Some party agents rose to the challenge and assisted by providing wheelchairs to those in need. The only challenge in Garden Hills appeared with a slight delay as polls did not open at exactly 8 a.m., which riled up many in line waiting, including Renee Bullitt Sanders.
Why they have a space over here like this?
By then, the line was wrapped around the school gate extending to the outside. But as soon as police got the green light to open the gates, relieved Bahamians rushed through. Garden Hills incumbent Mario Bolig was optimistic.
I feel great. I feel good. You know, when you, as a person who participates in sporting events, you always have that gut feeling, you know, and when there's a big game on or something like that, you know, so I wake up this morning, I went to bed feeling good, I wake up this morning feeling good, and I'm sure at the end of the day I will be feeling even better.
Free National Movement candidate and former NBA superstar Rick Fox declined an interview, but said this instead.
After the game.
From the A.F. Adderley Junior School, the Zetanas team headed to Carmichael, where a number of candidates are vying.
Voter turnout has been extremely high. We had a large rush of voters at the open of the polls, and I'm very pleased with the flow that has taken place here. Persons are coming in peacefully. We haven't had any incident.
And although a number of the polling stations, and we have 14 polling divisions here, they started a bit late in terms of them counting and making sure everything was in order.
all of the lines were moving very smoothly.
Even independents were confident.
I love the turnout today. The election is running pretty smoothly now.
The final constituency visited was Mount Moriah, where incumbent Mikhail Barnaby is confident of victory. Opponent Marvin Dames countered, saying the case is made for his party's success.
Well, thanks, Jimmy. The hub tonight, though, is the Parliamentary Registration Department, where all official results will be tabulated and verified as they come in across the country. It is here the numbers will be compiled, checked, and released to the public, making it the central point of tonight's election counting process. Posted there is our Leah Cooper. Leah?
Good evening. We're just under an hour before voting closes across the country. Of course, if you're still in line before 6 o'clock by law, you are still eligible to vote. And judging by reports throughout the day, there seems to be a constant flow of individuals coming in to cast their vote at the various polling stations. Once voting closes, though, the tallying will begin. That will take place at the various polling stations, and that information will be relayed here to the Parliamentary Registration Department. Now, we anticipate that voting may be extended to accommodate people that are still on the lines. And just a quick conversation with PRD consultant Jeffrey McPhee, who indicated yesterday that he would have estimated that all the results be in by 9 o'clock. Of course, that time frame is subject to change, but there's a lot to expect here tonight. I anticipate that the energy will intensify as those results roll in. But for now, I'm here covering all of those details and standing by. I'm Leah Cooper reporting live from the Parliamentary Registration Department, sending it back to you at the desk.
Well, thanks, Leo. We can be sure to hear more from you throughout the evening. Coming up, we go to Grand Bahama. There are 5 seats up to play.
And you're watching the Bahamas Tonight, the National Report. More news in a moment.
Imagine a world where every brand knows your name and every store awaits your arrival. Elite shopping, travel where luxury is a lifestyle and every journey feels like home. Dine where every flavor is just for you, every table reserved, and every moment a taste of perfection. Make every big moment even bigger. Experience banking where wealth isn't just managed, it's maximized. Step into a world without limits. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, and everybody watching from Nassau. Tonight, we welcome a star. So please join me in welcoming the barbecue rap star, star of the show!
KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janaes.com.
You spend all that money on your watch.
It's all about the 4th of July. No lie. Tyrus Riley live. The place name, Grace Beer, Marketplace, Turks and Caicos. Oh gosh! Niceness increase. I hear singer Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. 4th of July. The truth, I tell you, no lie. Simple things are the blessing. The place name, Grace Beer, Marketplace, Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. July 4, come to give you some more.
Well, welcome back to the pre-show of our Decision 2026 live coverage. Ianthea, we're now, I'd say, down to
just about half an hour.
Half an hour before the polls close. We've covered New Providence. We now turn our attention to the north, where they're tracking Election Day activity across that portion of the country.
Yes, they have the north on lock. Our teams have been following developments in East Grand Bahama.
Election coverage in the north begins with one of the most closely watched constituencies in the country, and that's Marco City. Vying for the seat are FNM incumbent and opposition leader Michael Pintard, PLP standard bearer Eddie Wan Jr., and Coalition of Independence candidate Jillian Bartlett. Ricardo Lightbourne joins us once again live with the latest on everything that has happened earlier today. Ricardo?
Well, let me tell you, being here in the area referred to as Marco City was an exciting day as far as election 2026. Let me tell you, get up early and vote. That's what everybody was trying to do today, and I watched them. You see.
Exciting for me. Very exciting.
Show us that finger to prove that you vote today.
There you go.
I ain't gonna say no, all I can say is the best man win.
15 polling divisions make up the Marco City constituency. Jack Hayward Senior High School housed the numbers 3, 10, 11, 12, and 14. Very much evident was the orderly manner that the voters entered and exited the polls, making sure that they were part of the electoral process.
Hi, I'm Jada Major.
And this is?
Leslie Pierre.
Okay. Tell me, for you, what was it like going in and going through the process of voting, and how do you feel?
It was calm, it was exciting, it was fun.
Okay, and for you, be a part of this process, what does it mean to you?
It means I have a voice.
And what about you? How did it go today?
It was good. This would be my third time voting. So it was easy. It was a smooth process. It wasn't a long wait or anything. It was good.
The Belinda Wilson Convention Center accommodated polls 2A and B. The efficiency of the voting process was evident, and the voters in Marco City very much so satisfied.
It's nothing like having a voice in the Commonwealth Bahamas.
The family voting together was evident, and a lesson of responsibility being passed on. Quite a number of first-time voters came out today in order to basically express the way forward for them, and for those veterans that came out as well. It was a great day in Marco City. It was great to see also a number of individuals who had not been out last year come out this time and make themselves a part of the election process. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rick. Always good to see the first-time voters. Well, the Pine Ridge constituency emerging as another critical battleground tonight, with over 5,000 registered voters heading to the polls in what many describe as a high-energy and closely watched race. Seeking to retain the seat is PLP incumbent and Minister for Grand Bahama Ginger Moxie, facing FNM candidate Dr. Charlene Reed, Coalition of Independence hopeful Daniel Mitchell, and independent candidate and former MP for the area Frederick McAlpine. Tonight, our Ramiko Knowles joins us live. He's been working the grounds all day. He has an overview of how voting unfolded across this constituency. Ramiko, what can you tell us?
Well, good evening, Shashina. Not much is happening at the Progressive Liberal Party's headquarters. We arrived just a few moments ago, and people are still arriving and obviously setting up for what they're hoping will be a victory rally tonight at this headquarters. But earlier today, I had the opportunity to canvass the Pine Ridge constituency, where there's over 5,000 voters registered. I spoke to a number of them who were out from about 7 o'clock this morning.
I'm not actually doing this for me. I'm doing this for my children and my grandchildren.
After casting their ballots, this couple exited the polling station hand in hand, sharing a proud moment together on Election Day. Tents were positioned throughout several polling stations across the constituency, allowing voters to wait comfortably before heading inside to mark their X. It was also a moment of pride for first-time voters Shania Lang and Loyal McCartney.
I was nervous at first, but when I got in there, it was easy.
I'm very happy that I've been given this opportunity, so it's a very exciting moment.
Here at Jack Hayward Junior High School, where 3 polling divisions are located, the tents are erected, but as you can see, there is no one beneath it. That is an indication of how quickly the process was moving for voters this morning.
I was expecting a lot more people be on the lines, but it wasn't too bad.
Most importantly, it's a quick process. I'm proud of that.
Actually, it was better this time than the last couple of times I did it.
It was good. Knowing my health issue, I go in quick and I'm out.
The climate for candidates appearing just as hot as the temperatures outside, with contenders energized by the early morning voter turnout across the Pine Ridge constituency.
Yes.
The temperature is looking really, really good. Everyone is just excited to get it over with, put in that vote and continue to progress.
The fact that it called for rain, but it's nice and sunny, shows that even the sky knows that it's hot, hot, hot.
Bahamian people will vote for the COI because they have been going through so much, nothing working in this country.
From what I've seen so far, people seem to be enthused. They want to come and cast their vote. And as usual, we're seeing a lot of people in plain clothes, which says that somebody's up to something.
Heading into the 6 o'clock hour, will Pine Ridge be painted red, black, purple, or gold? We'll find out in just a few moments. Live from the Progressive Liberal Party's headquarters in Grand Bahama, I'm Ramiko Knowles. Back to you in studio.
Thanks so much, Ramiko. And of course, one of the only four-way races here on Grand Bahama. We move now to Central Grand Bahama, a constituency long considered an F&M stronghold since its creation in 1992 as the Lokaya constituency. But tonight, the political landscape there appears more unpredictable than ever before. One of the biggest twists in this race is the incumbent, once elected under the F&M banner, now heading into the election as the COI candidate, adding a dramatic new dynamic to an already heated contest. While F&M standard bearer Frazette Gibson is also fighting to reclaim the seat for the party, while PLP candidate Parko Deal has been urging voters to seal the deal with him at the polls. Our Shane Stubbs has more on the mood of voters and the decision facing constituents today in this report.
Decision Day 2026 went off pretty smoothly here in Central Grand Bahama as residents lined up as early as 6 in the morning, eager to cast their ballots and let their voices be heard loud and clear.
I got up early. I tried to be number 1 on the line, but however, I was number 7, and I did what I had to do.
Quick, fast, and easy. Residents across multiple polling divisions experienced a smooth voting process from the moment polls opened earlier this morning. But there was also a strong turnout of first-time voters.
This is my first time voting, so I'm really excited to be able to come and give back to the community in that way.
I always growing up seeing your parents come home with the purple finger, and it's like, well, what's going on? So now I have a purple finger.
I'm just trying to choose the right party for what can help the Bahamas.
Meanwhile, longtime voters reflected on the significance of the moment.
This is our right. We should exercise it.
Are you going to tell us who you voted for, or you keep it to?
No, I keep that to myself.
For me, it's more than just political. It's more than just being an F&M or being a PLP. This is about being Bahamian.
Supporters also remain confident that their party will come out on top.
For the first time since the seat was created, the F&M is getting washed away.
Plain clothes, you voting against the government. And because of that, we got this.
And despite the anticipation, the atmosphere stayed calm as residents quietly cast their ballots and continued about their day. For the candidates, there were no visible nerves, only confidence as they await the results.
I feel good. Everybody is in regular clothing, and so you don't know, it can go anyway, but I'm positive about it all.
Whether they wear colors or not, they're walking around greeting each other in a manner, because we realize that even after this is over, we still have to live in Grand Bahama and the rest of the Bahamas as one. Reception, the reports are positive, the numbers are growing, and so it just feels good.
Now the polls are closed, and only time will tell which one of these 3 candidates will be the voice for Central Grand Bahama residents in the House of Assembly. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Shane Stubbs.
Thanks, Shane. And it's familiar political territory for voters in West Grand Bahama, a constituency that only recently went through a heated by-election in 2023 and is now back in the national spotlight once again. PLP incumbent Kingsley Smith is hoping voters will grant him a second opportunity, but this time for a full 5-year term as he faces off against F&M newcomer Omar Isaacs and Coalition of Independents candidate Tony Stubbs Albury in what is also shaping up to be another closely watched race. Charlie Jones has a wrap-up tonight of how the voting process unfolded in West Grand Bahama.
What started as a chaotic morning in West Grand Bahama quickly transitioned into tranquility on all fronts. Now residents claim they were in line from 5 a.m. waiting to cast their ballots, but those lines dwindled by 10 a.m. PLP incumbent Kingsley Smith Jr. was on the ground with supporters expressing his gratitude and delivering his final message. Meanwhile, COI candidate Tony Stubbs Albury noting she has experienced hiccups leading up to the election, but has ironed out the wrinkles and is looking forward to tonight's results.
You put in the work. Since I've been elected, the past 2 + 5 months, I've been working continuously to work. And even before I came in the by-election, work was already being done on the ground here in West Grand Bahama.
It was a little hiccup, but I know how to smooth it out. So all of that little unpressed is pressed out. The ZNS News team attempted to speak with F&M candidate Omar Isaacs, who advised us that he was attending to constituents at the time. Voters describe operations as running efficiently at all polls in West Grand Bahama.
It is quite quiet, and which is good. That means that we are exercising our right in a peacefully calm manner.
The process is very smooth. You know, the lines are not too long.
The process for me was very easy because when I go in there, I know what I'm going to vote for.
First-time voters Palencia Roll and Monet Cox both sharing why, as Bahamian youth, they felt inclined to exercise their democratic right to vote.
I feel as if, especially the youths, opinions matter when it comes to things being done for our community.
I feel like it was important to vote because I don't want F&M to have no power. I don't want to vote no fire. No fire.
And as for the temperature in West Grand Bahama, this resident says it's hard to tell with the naked eye.
A lot of people are coming out in their plain clothes, so you don't know exactly how they're going to be voting.
Now, the seat is a PLP stronghold, but this election will determine if Kingsley Smith Jr., Tony Stubbs Albury, or Omar Isaacs will reign supreme. Reporting from West Grand Bahama for the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Charlia Jones.
Thanks, Charlie. From West, we now move to East Grand Bahama, the largest voting constituency in the country, with 6,685 registered voters expected to have their say at the polls. Traditionally considered another F&M stronghold on Grand Bahama, tonight's race is shaping up to be a major political test for all three candidates. PLP standard bearer Dr. Monique Pratt says she has the prescription for progress and is hoping to convince voters it's time for a new direction in that constituency. Meanwhile, F&M incumbent Kwesi Thompson, former Minister of State for Finance and former Minister for Grand Bahama, says he is standing firmly on his record of service and leadership. And the COI candidate Dexter Edwards is also making his case to voters, expressing confidence that residents are ready to embrace change. Our Jolanda Thompson-Everest spent the day on the ground speaking with voters, and she has this report on the mood across East Grand Bahama.
It was a steady voter activity across East Grand Bahama as residents made their way to the polls earlier today across various polling divisions.
Exercise your vote.
Across several polling divisions, the atmosphere remained relatively quiet, with organized lines and a steady, orderly flow to the voting process.
I'm here at polling division 8. I'm feeling pretty good about everything. Seems to be going very smoothly. I see a lot of constituents out today in plain clothes, but I see a lot of my constituents I'm able to identify, and I feel pretty good today so far. Everything's going pretty smooth.
We visited all of the polling stations that are in the Freeport area. And we are liking what we're seeing. Folks have coming out. They came out very early. They were lined up from 7 o'clock, and they've come out in no colors.
At polling division 6, residents, including the Colby family, their son who cast his ballot for the first time, said the process ran efficiently and without issue.
The sun was cooperating with us this morning, thank God, and the breeze was blowing, and they were calling us on each line in batches of either 6, 4, or 3. It went smoothly for me.
The line was a little long. We waited over an hour, but I think the process itself was smooth.
It was a new experience for me. I was happy to see many people out there, but not much people my age. I only saw about like 2 people. I wish it was more, but it was a new experience, and it was a fun experience. I'd do it again.
Earlier in McLeanstown at polling division 8, several residents spoke with our news team about their experience at the polls. Voters described the process as organized and steady, moving at a comfortable pace, with some also revealing which candidates they supported.
So far this morning, it's been a good turnout so far. Nice and quiet.
Easton needs a lot of things. Very, very transitional. They need people who can be there. Like, if you look around, Easton is very dead, and they need someone who can
at least bring life to the area.
And as polls closed across East Grand Bahama this evening, residents throughout the constituency reflected on a day marked by steady voter participation, community engagement, and a shared commitment to taking part in the democratic process. For the Bahamas Tonight, the Northern Edition, I'm Jolanda Thompson, Everest.
We move further north now. It's a brand new constituency, and tonight, history is on the line as three candidates battle for the opportunity to become the newly elected representative for Bimini and the Berry Islands. Voters across the island chain turned out today to make their voices heard in what many are calling a landmark moment in politics, with residents hoping and hopeful that they will help to shape the future of this newly created seat. Our Shalia Roll is live in Bimini tonight following the voting process, and she's gauging the mood on the ground. Shalia, what can you tell us?
Sheena, voters in Bimini turned out steadily today for the 2026 general election, describing the voting process as smooth and easy. This election marks the first time that Bimini and Berry Island was joined in one constituency since boundary changes. Four candidates are going head-to-head to see who will be the next sitting member of parliament for the Bimini and the Berry Islands.
Voter's card number 178555.
Throughout the day, voters were seen proudly displaying fingers dipped in ink after casting their ballots, while party supporters gathered under tents near polling divisions and at party headquarters showing support for their candidates.
Choose progress. We work for you.
Candidates were visible on the ground throughout the day, visiting polling stations, greeting residents, and encouraging supporters to vote. Randy Roll, candidate for the PLP, and Carlton Boleg, standard bearer for the Free National Movement, both expressing optimism about securing victory in the general election.
It's long anticipated, and I'm excited to be able to finally represent the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands after the day, and once I'm successful, that I hope that I am.
Well, I'm going to come out with a good positive part of things that are going to look very good for the people of Bimini and Berry Islands.
As for the voting process, voters described it as smooth and easy, with many saying there was little to no waiting time at the polls.
Proud to exercise my civic duty and to vote him, and hopefully it'll be another 5 years for him.
It was very smooth, very fast, and very efficient.
No noise, no commotion, or anything like that. People just anticipating coming to vote this morning.
It's always good to be a part of the democratic process and being a Bahamian and exercising your rights to vote.
Now, Sheena, the polls are about to close, and the attention will go to the counting process to see who will be the next sitting member of parliament for Bimini and the Berry Islands. Will it be PLP candidate Randy Roll, standard bearer for the FNM Carlton Boleg, COI candidate Hiram Roll, or Paul Roll, an independent candidate? Well, that remains to be seen. Coming to you live from Bimini for the Bahamas Tonight, I'm Shalia Roll. Back to you.
We will hear more from you later on in our broadcast. But now we move to Abaco. Two critical seats are up for grabs tonight: North Abaco and Central and South Abaco, with both constituencies expected to play a major role in shaping the outcome of the general election. Now, as you may recall, back in 2017, the Free National Movement swept both seats. But by 2021, the Progressive Liberal Party had flipped the political landscape, capturing both constituencies in a major upset. Let's fast forward now to 2026. And the big question remains, will Abaco stay with the PLP, return to the FNM, or chart an entirely different course? Our Matthew Martin-Boro has more tonight on voter turnout and the atmosphere across Abaco.
The two constituencies for Abaco are ones for the history books, with the two contesting seats combining for a total of 7,751 registered voters. We first made our stop here to the Central and South Abaco constituency with a voter count of just over 3,000. We spoke with some of the voters, and they said the voting process itself was fairly seamless.
It wasn't hectic. As a family island, I think it was smooth sailing for everyone. There's no complaints or anything.
I used my purple card, and I carried my passport just in case it was a problem. Oh, it was very smooth.
The voting process was wonderful, very well done.
efficient.
We also spoke with some of the candidates for the constituency as they prepared for the big day.
The way that the city has embraced this campaign, has embraced my wife and I, has, said to us, we want you to continue the servant leadership that you'd have been doing over the past 10 years.
Just completely positive. I'm glad to see that so many persons have actually come out to take part in the voting process.
We then pivoted to the larger North Abaco constituency polling divisions, which hosts 4,456 registered voters. Speaking with them, they not only praised the voting process and how smooth it was, but also they were not shy to let their choices be known.
It was great. It went smooth, very smooth. The lines are pretty long because there's a lot of people, but it went well. They're doing a great job.
Beautiful. I'm a senior, and they had the senior line here, and I went in in about 5 minutes.
No trouble here in Abaco. Thank God for that.
The presiding officers are very confident, very credible. The integrity is there throughout the process.
Coalition, who else should it be for? This one on lock, 2 straight for 88.
So straight in the middle.
As for this constituency's candidates, as the day progressed, they remained confident that they will come out with the win.
Thank you, Matthew. And that's the way it was in the northern Bahamas today. It was described as smooth, quiet, and lots of plainclothes. But when we come back, we'll be joined by our guest panelists in the north, PLP Representative Kirk Russell, former MP for West End in Bimini, David Wallace, and COI Representative Harold Roberts. But until then, we send it to a break. We invite you to stay tuned, though, to Decision Day 2026. Stay with us.
This portion of the news is brought to you by Folk Hall Smart Pass, the smart way to pay at the pump.
5 cars, catch the keys, don't blink, take these.
Island Luck is giving away 5 brand new cars. Earn 10 reward points for a chance to enter and win. Enter weekly from Monday 12 a.m. to Sunday 2 p.m. Winners are announced Sundays at 3 p.m. on 103.5 The Beat and Island Luck Socials. 5 cars, 5 weeks. The more you play, the better your chances. Visit islandluck.com for more information. Catch the keys only at Island Luck. Must be 18 and over. Island Luck reminds you that it's only a game, so please game responsibly.
Take your business to the next level by joining the Tourism Development Corporation's Tourism Business and Products Registry. This registry will act as a hub for all Bahamian tourism-related ventures across the blue, green, and orange economies, ensuring that our entrepreneurs get the support, access, and connections they need to help develop a stronger business and ultimately a stronger industry. Join now at tdcbahamas.com.
I Want You With Love, the new fragrance by Jimmy Choo.
Available at Lorix Duty Free, Bay and Parliament, Old Fort Bay, Marathon Mall and Palmdale.
Ready to insure your ride? Our new website is ready for you. Visit jsjohnson.com. Select coverages, go to Motor, and click Get a Quote. We've made it easier than ever to request a quote online. Fill in all the required fields. When you're done, hit Submit. You'll receive a response via email within 24 hours. Visit jsjohnson.com today.
Welcome back. While many third parties during our country's political history came, saw, and, well, at this point, never conquered, they continue to be encouraging and galvanizing growing support.
That's right. Tonight, our Carla Palmer gives us an historical look at third-party evolution in the Bahamas.
History has shown that every election cycle since 1956, a new third party has been emerging in the Bahamas. The first on the scene was the Bahamas Democratic League, BDL, led by the late Sir Etienne Depuch. Others followed, including the late Sir Randall Fox's United Labour Party in 1962, the National Democratic Party, NDP, led by Sir Orwell Turnquist, John McCartney's Vanguard National Socialist Party, the Workers' Party, led by the late Rodney Moncur in 1982. History also shows that the Free National Movement was also relegated to a third party following the 1977 general elections, in which the PLP won by a landslide. At that time, the Bahamas Democratic Party, BDP, under the leadership of the late J. Henry Boswick, gained a total of 6 seats to the FNM's 2 seats. The late Sir Cecil Wallace Whitfield was leader of the FNM at that time.
So the BDP actually became the official opposition, and FNM was reduced to third-party status.
By 2002, 3 third parties had emerged. The Bahamas Democratic Party, BDP, led by Cassius Stewart, the Bahamas Constitutional Party, led by Ali McIntosh, and the Coalition for Democratic Reform, CDR, led by the late Dr. Bernard Nottage. All of these parties, except the BCP, have since been dissolved. Fast forward to 2012, residents felt the gallant effort of the Democratic National Alliance, DNA, initially led by Branville McCartney. Like a steamroller, the DNA was pressing through, but its engine blew. The DNA is credited, however, as the most successful third party in the country's history in terms of the popular vote, with 13,225, despite not winning a single seat in that year's general election.
At that time, it was a new direction, per se. And that was the whole impetus, because we did not see a long-term plan, and we at the time etched out a 40-year plan, a long-term national development plan for the country, which wasn't resonating from either the major political parties. There was a 5-year agenda and back and forth, and we wanted more.
Now, the Coalition of Independents, COI, led by Lincoln Bain, is the latest third party. In the 2021 general election, the COI garnered 8,338 votes, but no seats. What will happen in this general election is a matter of wait and see. For Decision 2026, I'm Carla Palmer.
It is now 5:57 p.m. We have 3 minutes to go before these polls close and those votes be counted.
And I can tell you our coverage will continue at the top of the hour for Decision 2026. Be sure to stay with us.
Bang ding. Ding bang ding. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Ding bang ding. Ding bang ding. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Ding bang ding. Ding bang ding. Ding bang ding. Ding ding dong.
Come and visit us at Shop Smart, 'cause everything is here.
Yes, we have it all for you. Toys, clothing, office supplies, appliances, custom cut blinds, bedding, drapes, and rugs. Come and visit us on Mackey Street, 2 blocks down from Wolf Road. Call us at 698-1052.
Shop Smart, and Shop Smart, and Shop Smart. Oh, everything is here.
Can I get 3 flavors in one pizza?
In here, at Little Caesars.
Ahoy! Then I'll take it for a great price.
It's not madness, it's Little Caesars.
Pizza.
3 flavors, 1 happy you for just $11 VAT inclusive. Now available at all 5 of our locations. Little Caesars Oaksfield, Carmichael Road, East Street Pineapple Plaza, Charles Saunders Highway, and 1 East Plaza. It's not madness, it's Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Introducing the Focal Smart Pass app that helps you to fuel up faster. Here's how it works. Download the app on the App Store or get it on Google Play and create your profile with payment details. Visit your nearest Shell station. Open the app, scan the pump's QR code, select your payment amount, and begin fueling. Say goodbye to cash and cards because the Focal Smart Pass offers secure and convenient payment options right at your fingertips. Download Focal Smart Pass now and fuel up faster today.
Heaven, I'm in heaven.
And my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. Out together, dancing cheek to cheek.
I'm Jordan, by the way. Tom.
You spend all that money on your watch.
It's all about the 4th of July. No lie. Tyrus Riley live. The place name, Grace Beer Marketplace, Turks and Caicos. Oh gosh! Niceness increase. I hear singer Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. 4th of July. The truth, I tell you no lie. Simple things are the blessing. The place name, Grace Beer Marketplace, Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. July 4th. Come to give you some more.
Hello? Hi, this is Roger from Fidelity Bank. We've detected a possible breach on your account, so we've placed a temporary hold on pending transactions.
Huh?
Please check your email and give me your one-time password to confirm.
Ain't nothing happening. Whoa. Remember, Fidelity will never ask for your account details. If in doubt, contact us first. Fidelity Bank, protecting what matters most.
Fidelity, we're good for you.
The week moves fast. Move smart with KFC. Monday, start with crunchy deals. Tuesday, you already know it's crazy. Wednesday, keep it under $10. Thursday, the Kentucky Crunch for $7.50. Friday, the meal deal for $9.85. Saturday night, we got you covered. And Sunday, no stove today. The fill-up box feeds the family. Outsmart the week with KFC.
Make your company representative stand out through an embroidery design on your uniforms from Janae's Uniform Center, Chesapeake Road. Janae's utilizes the latest state-of-the-art embroidery technology to monogram large and small quantities of shirts, caps, bags, and other articles. If you don't already have a digitized logo, Janae's can design and digitize your idea and bring it to life. Then install the logo of your choice from their large selections of 27 stock colors of golf shirts in cotton or dry fit, caps, or workwear. Call 394-8385 or 6 or visit www.janaes.com.
Only at Popeyes can you get the amazing deal of 5 pieces of chicken for $10 at all Popeyes locations. Visit us every day, any day, and get your 5 for $10 only at Popeyes.
Y'all again?
Monday, Popeyes. Tuesday, Popeyes. Wednesday, Popeyes. Thursday, Popeyes. Friday, Popeyes. Saturday, Popeyes.
Girl, what we getting for lunch today? Popeyes again?
Every single day, give me Popeyes.
Take your business to the next level by joining the Tourism Development Corporation's Tourism Business and Products Registry. This registry will act as a hub for all Bahamian tourism-related ventures across the blue, green, and orange economies, ensuring that our entrepreneurs get the support, access, and connections they need to help develop a stronger business and ultimately a stronger industry. Join now at tdcbahamas.com.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak. Out together, dancing cheek to cheek.
I'm Jordan, by the way. Tom.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to Decision 2026. All advances Decision 2026. Auditions have closed after 4 years, 8 months, and 4 days. The governing Progressive Liberal Party is seeking to do what hasn't been done in nearly 3 decades. The only question is, will the Bahamian electorate rehire or fire? Will it renew or reset? Good evening, everyone. I'm Lakusha Lapinder, and welcome to our live coverage of 2026 general election, a high-stakes race that ends with a nation deciding the winner.
And I'm Thea Ferguson. This election is certainly one to watch. We're talking a record-breaking 209,000+ eligible voters, 140 candidates, 41 constituencies, but yet one government to form. We're down to the wire with now polls are closed now. The polls are closed and the counts are about to get underway.
Now, of course, it all comes down to what's been promised against what's been delivered. And for some of the voters out there, it's who's doing the talking. You have the Progressive Liberal Party eager to secure a second consecutive term. After a sweeping victory in 2021, its main challenger, the Free National Movement, determined to return to office with Michael Pintard as its leader. And then you have the Coalition of Independents, who will tonight find out if there is indeed a shift for something other than the two political giants. Rounding out the candidates, the independents.
And Makushla, no one goes into war preparing to lose or expecting to lose the battle, right? But it's pretty safe to say that there will be casualties on all sides. But tonight, the magic number is 21. 21 seats to form the next government.
Now, joining us on the broadcast tonight, former cabinet minister Loretta Butler Turner, and a former political leader himself, Cassius Stewart. With the polls now closed across the country, attention shifts to the country's counting process and the careful tabulation of results that will determine the outcome of today's vote. The movement marked by anticipation in communities nationwide as officials begin the task of verifying and processing ballots from each constituency. We now take this time to analyze what has unfolded throughout the day and what may lie ahead as we await the results, Anthea.
Kushla, it's going to be a long night, you think, or a short night?
I think we're in for the long haul. So I think it's going to be quite a night. Nearly 210,000 voters. I think it's going to take some time for us to, or maybe not, for the winner to be declared. Well, the earliest, I think, is about, 11 o'clock.
Okay, we'll see. Well, you've already introduced your side of your panelists, and I'm going to now introduce mine. Joining me, I have representatives from the major political parties. Welcome, Devard Francis, representing the Progressive Liberal Party. We have Theola Edgecombe of the Coalition of Independents, and Reese Chipman representing the Free National Movement. With the polls now closed, each party now turns its attention to the counting process. As officials begin tabulating ballots from across the country, it's a critical moment for all three camps as they watch and wait for the first indications of how the electorate has responded at the ballot box. You guys ready for tonight?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, I can see you're ready, Devard. I can see you're ready. Well, Makushla, it's going to be a long night, short night. We'll see how that plays out.
I think what we should first do is get predictions out the way. I like to see how everyone's
who wins and loses.
Thinking. Of course, the PLP is going to come in saying that they're going to win. That's your side of things. But let me go to my two panelists tonight. Loretta, Cassius, what are your makings of how tonight's gonna shape up? PLP, FNM, or COI is gonna take this one?
I believe that tonight is going to be a nail-biter. Just from observations during the course of the day, I truly believe that people have kept their votes close to their chest. Obviously, it's been a heated battle between the two major parties, and I believe that we're going to see a very, very closely contested, even as the results are coming in. I think there are going to be some spoilers in the mix. Certainly the COI will demonstrate, as you said, whether or not they're going to spoil or whether they're going to be successful in any seats. So we have to see how the trend begins.
Cassius.
Well, Makushla, going out to vote today, it was so quiet that we don't know what was going on, and driving in the streets is like a holiday. And so I think the Bahamian people, though, I think they are mostly concerned about whether or not you're going to perform and be Daryl and I guarantee it's going to be Rodney. So I think that's what they ask me all day. But I think it's going to be difficult to predict right now because the last time we saw something quiet like this, there was a shift. I ain't gonna say where the shift was, but there was a shift. But more, like I said, if both political parties did what they needed to do, if the governing party presented their message and the people bought their message, then they have nothing to worry about. If the opposition party was able to gain political capital and presented a message that people bought into, then that is to be seen. And so the polls are closed now, they're counting the ballots now, and we'll see who has no votes.
We're not going to get any performances in the person of Darrell Miller or Rodney Montgomery.
You too.
But I'll tell you, I'm inclined to agree wholeheartedly with Loretta. I think it's not going to be a landslide victory. I think it's going to be a razor-thin margin that we're coming out with. But of course, we'll see how the numbers stack up throughout the night.
Yes.
Anthea?
Cassius, I don't know if either of those shoes can be filled. we reference them, we reverence them, and we thank them for all they've done in teaching us through that platform. So thank you so much for just mentioning their names tonight.
Yes.
But Devard, I'm going to toss it to you first. As Cassius said, it's a quiet day. The people said there are a lot of plain clothes on the lines today. What do you think this means for how tonight will pan out?
Well, firstly, I am very pleased that the Bahamian public, in that from what I've seen and from the numbers that came in, this appears to be the largest voter turnout in the history since 1967. And so I am happy that persons are exercising that democratic and constitutional right that they have to come out and vote. Obviously, I am of the opinion that the Progressive Liberal Party will win this election. I am of the opinion that it was a very the campaigns were awesome on both sides between the Progressive Liberal Party and the Free National Movement, but I am ready to predict that the Progressive Liberal Party will be the next government at 10 o'clock tonight.
10 o'clock for you?
Yes.
All right, all right. Mr. Chipman, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Do you think the Free National Movement will introduce us to the country's 6th Prime Minister tonight?
Yes, well, absolutely. I think we will see a new Prime Minister by 10 o'clock tonight. You said the magic number is 21. We will have more than that. Yes, the seats will be nail-biter seats. However, you know, when I look, I'm very, very encouraged by a young, new leader of a different generation. I'm encouraged by the new young voters. I'm encouraged by the female representation that the Free National Movement has brought forward. And so with us having a new generation of leadership in terms of our Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, and of course one representing Grand Bahama, there is no way we can't be successful tonight. And so I'm looking forward to it. And I think more of us, and when I say more of us, I'm talking about more FNMs would have gone out to vote this time than we would have in 2021. And so I'm looking forward to the count, and I'm looking for the next Prime Minister of the Bahamas being the Honorable Michael Clifton Pintard.
I want to get Ms. Theola Edgecombe in here from the COI. We talked about casualties earlier. Is the COI going to deliver those casualties tonight? Maybe some upsets?
I'm sure we will. I am sure we will. I am here. I listened to my two colleagues next to me, and they don't seem to even recognize that the COI is in this race, but I want you to know we are in the race, and I'm sure we will be taking some seats home from who, I don't know. If not, maybe the majority. Who knows? God might smile on us.
Well, we have our predictions tonight, Makushla.
That's right. We'll see how they shape up. But for now, we're going to toss it to our Jiminita Swain, who's out in the field. Jimmy?
Good evening, ladies, and good evening, Bahamas. We're coming to you live from the Marathon constituency. In fact, just a few moments ago, polls closed here at the C.I. Gibson School. Listen to me, police made it clear that the last persons who were in, that was it. That was the cutoff point. Right now, what I can tell you, what is expected to take place here now that the polls have closed, and I believe that the final voters are out, but we'll see. Basically, the ballots will be counted on site. Now, the presiding officer is the person that will commence the count. When the count is completed, Form Q will be completed by that officer, which is a form for the election results. The form will indicate how many votes each candidate would have received. Now, the candidates will also get a copy of that form, and the presiding officer can also sell the form to agents at a cost of $1.50. Now, whilst we're here, we are awaiting the arrival of Commissioner of Police Shanta Knowles. She has been making security checks in the east, and we expect her here any moment now to continue with those checks. A few minutes just before the polls closed, we saw some of the candidates going in, including Lisa Raming, the incumbent for the Marathon constituency. Like I say, not much activity here. We saw a few voters trying to catch the last few minutes before the polls closed. But again, like they say, the count is about to start. Back to you in the studio.
Well, thanks, Jim and Nita. From there, we go back to Cat Island, where we have our Corval Pyfram and his cameraman, Victor. We do apologize for the technical difficulties there. Loretta, Cassius, we've heard a lot from the other panelists in terms of who's predicted to win. I want to hear about the losses. How do you think things would square up in terms of, you and I have agreed this will not be another landslide victory for whomever becomes the government. So how do you think the losses will square up? PLP, FNM, COI?
Well, rather than talking about that at this moment, I just wanted to think about those areas that I think are going to be very pivotal to winning this election. We want to look at Grand Bahama, which has 5 seats, and the northern Bahamas, I think. Grand Bahama has fondly been called FNM country. I think when those results start to come in, it's going to clearly demonstrate whether the government's message has resonated or whether the Free National Movement will still have a stronghold there. And of course, you want to look at those 2 constituencies that have been newly established, St. James and also Bimini. I think those are going to be very pivotal when you're looking at how the end result will be. New Providence obviously has the largest concentration of voters and constituencies. But if it's broken into quadrants and you're looking at the southern corridor, you're looking at the central, you're looking at the east, and you're looking at the west, I think there again, you're going to start to see a trend. So I would like to see really what is going to start transpiring in northern Bahamas, especially because when you look at what the Free National Movement has now, they have 4 seats there in Grand Bahama, and basically 3 seats, I'm sorry. Will they retain those, or will they get more? I think that'll give us an indication of how the voting is going to go.
So for you, you feel that if they were to win, and the FNM is counting on winning all 5 of those seats in Grand Bahama, this would be a clear indication of how the entire voter results will pour in for
Grand Bahama, in my opinion, is like a litmus test. Because one of the reasons I say that, it has had a lot of economic downs in recent years. It's had a lot of challenges with natural disasters and everything, Abaco included as well. And I think that if you see that the governing Progressive Liberal Party gains ground in those areas, then I think that means you can probably see that translated elsewhere. The FNM, on the other hand, has said the PLP has not done what it promised to do in Grand Bahama. For example, the Arlukaya Resort, which has not materialized in their words. So all of that, I believe that the economic impact of how people feel, even though you have the carnival development there and a lot more people have gone back to work, I think it's going to boil down to economics. also, the government has just acquired the Grand Bahama Power Company.
We're just going to stick a pin there in terms of how the votes will stack up there. We're going to toss it now to our Desmond Saunders, who's standing there at the H.O.Nash.
Hi, Anthea. I'm here at the H.O.Nash school, and I can tell you that activity has dwindled a bit, and this is one of several polling stations in the Western District. But earlier today, there was a full stream of voters eager to participate in today's electoral process.
Well, Cassius, what's your view on what's happening in terms of what we should keep an eye on? I know Loretta focuses more on the 5 seats in Grand Bahama, which is critical, 5 seats on one island. I understand that back here in New Providence, it's that southern corridor that we should also keep an eye on, that southern corridor that holds 7 constituencies. And so that actually is the ruling hand in New Providence.
Well, when you look at talking about the retention of seat or losing seats, every politician life is a balance sheet. You either have capital or you have debt. And it is easy to predict who is going to win, because when you have somebody who does not live up to their promise, their reputational debt is really high and voices their capital. So if these guys are delivering, they're building a political capital. And so if they build up more political capital and reputational debt, then we can predict that they'll win. However, what we've been doing over the last several elections is that we've been not using individual candidates, but we've been just opposing it against a political party. So don't look at the candidates, just look at the party as a whole. Does this party have more political capital than that political party? And so, because you could look at some of the newcomers, they have no political capital, but they're going on the strength of the political party. And that being said, though, we all say look at Brave Davis versus Michael Pintack, who has more capital and who has more debt, and people vote based on that. And so you can look at this scientifically from the days of ancient Egypt to now, and it's all been the same. It plays out. Who has more political capital versus reputational debt? However, now there's something called counterfeit political capital. There are people who promise things that cannot be delivered, and it backfires. But also there's people who promise things that can be delivered. And so in the scientific approach to politics and assessing elections, it's simple. Who has more political capital versus reputational debt?
But we're going to go deep into that political capital versus reputational debt. I hear DeVard grunting over there. I know he's eager to get into this conversation over here. So, DeVard, you can have
any thoughts there about that?
No, I fully subscribe to what Cassius has said when it comes to political capital versus reputational debt. And it is my view that when we look at the two parties, I believe that the present Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Brave Edward Davis, he has, in fact, maximized his political capital. He has delivered on his message. He had promised new airports. He has delivered new airports. He had promised miles and miles of roads that was to be paved. He's delivered that. He's promised new hospital. He has delivered that. He has delivered, and he has maximized on his political capital. I also want to speak, though, that there are some representatives that has been exceptionally well, and Anthea Kush, I want to really focus on the female candidates from the Progressive Liberal Party.
Can I stick a pin right there for you? Because we got to go deep into that, because we have a deep bench of women running this year.
Absolutely.
Before we get into that, we just want to toss it now back to Cat Island, where our Corville Pyfrom is going live.
Here at the New Bight International Airport on Cat Island, Prime Minister Davis and Mrs. Davis have just landed here. The Prime Minister now greeting a few people in the airport. We are hoping, fingers are crossed, that we will be able to get a word in with Mr. Davis. He, of course, is also seeking re-election as the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador. He spent most of the day on the ground in San Salvador first, then Rumkey, then back to New Providence, where he visited a number of polling stations before finally making his way here to Cat Island. The process here has run smoothly all day. And I should also tell you, we've seen a number of the residents walking around the island, out and about in their Choose Progress shirts. So I'm sure to Mr. Davis that will be comforting news. His son, Christopher, told us earlier that, his father felt pretty confident today, assured that today that the tide would go in his favor. Mr. Davis now, and Mrs. Davis now here in New Bight, Cat Island, again, greeting supporters. They both appear to be, both Mr. Davis and Mrs. Davis both appear to be pretty upbeat, so I don't know if they're going to share with us any of what they're hearing so far today. Sir, how are you doing? How do you feel?
I'm feeling extremely well and confident. I think the Bahamian people has chosen progress, which I'm grateful. But, let us wait for the counts.
What gives you that confidence, sir?
Well, just seeing the turnout of PLPs at the polls, it looks as though our people turned up and was voting and they're anxious to vote. And if that is the case, I think the result.
How confident are you that you could possibly make history today? We haven't seen a consecutive government since 1997. How confident are you?
As I said, I'm very confident.
Prime Minister, the voters, we're hearing from voters that today the process went smoothly, seamlessly, as opposed to what we saw on advanced polling.
First of all, the advanced poll was just an expression of what our democratic process. It is that Bahamians were anxious to vote. They came out in droves as in the advanced poll, and I don't think the exuberance that we saw. They call it chaos and confusion, but I think it's more passion and commitment and the desire to vote.
How many seats do you predict you'll get?
I'll not tell you that now.
You won't tell me?
Because what I saw, it might be a shock.
Better than last time?
I'll say no more than that.
Good shock or bad shock? Mrs. Davis, did he tell you?
No, he didn't, but I'm estimating too.
So there you have it. The Prime Minister is now here on Cat Island. And you heard it from him himself. He seems very confident. He's upbeat. He says that, when these results are counted, we may be surprised. So I guess stay tuned to be continued. The polls, of course, remain open until 6 p.m. The Prime Minister, we suspect, will be on the ground here in Cat Island for about an hour or so before probably making his way back to New Providence. And he seems, like I said, he seems poised for victory. He seems confident. He's hearing something that I guess that he's been privy to. And so he has an air of confidence about him today. And he seems very relaxed. He's smiling. He looks well rested, in fact, for somebody who's had such a long day. But this is the very latest here on Cat Island. So let's go back to studio with you. We'll follow the Prime Minister and have more for you coming up throughout our broadcast.
Well, he said he's confident.
We're doing very well.
It's done, he said.
And that's remarkable for a man who just came off a very vigorous campaign, a late one last night, headed to Cat Island today, expected to fly back to Nassau tonight. So I don't know if any young people could withstand or have that much energy. But right now we're going to toss it to our Jiminita Swain, who's back here in the capital at H.O. Nash.
Now, as we indicated, we were awaiting the arrival of Commissioner of Police Shanta Knowles. She and her senior command are here. Good afternoon to you, Commissioner.
Very pleasant good afternoon.
Now, tell us, we know that you came from the east. What are your checks going to look like this evening now that polls have closed?
So we've been on the road all day. We've started all the way out to the western part of the island, Adelaide and the St. Paul's area, and we've worked our way to the east. Everything has been wonderful today. Our officers showed up, they showed out, they policed this election. I'm very much pleased with their performance, but I'm also pleased with the way the Bahamian people conducted themselves today. And so we will be on the ground until the last the last nail knock tonight. We are en route to police headquarters now to make sure that headquarters is ready for the ballot boxes that are expected to start coming in very shortly.
Well, there you have it. Commissioner Felice Chantineau is giving us an update of what's going to take place. Again, the ballot boxes, once the final counts are done, will be transported to police headquarters. As she indicated, she'll make sure that all of the necessary checks are in place. We will continue to follow the developments with the commissioner. Back to you in studio, guys.
Oh, you're watching Decision 2026 on the ZNS News Network. Stay with us. There's more to come after this.
Bing. Bing bang ding. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Ding bang ding. Bing bang ding. Ding ding dong. Bang bang bang. Ding bang ding. Bing bang ding. Ding bang ding. Ding ding dong. Get to glow, keeping you in the know, keeping you in the know. God, that's good enough to eat, and it's good to grow. It's good enough to eat, and it's good to grow.
Yesterday, an important investment in Grand Bahamas agricultural and public markets infrastructure was marked by Minister Jomo Campbell, who officially rededicated the Grand Bahama Department of Agriculture building, which also serves as the Animal Control Unit and Public Markets Unit on West Mall Drive in Freeport, Grand Bahama. This investment aids in improving services and modernizing agricultural infrastructure across the island. The upgraded facility is expected to better support farmers, vendors, animal control operations, and the wider Grand Bahama community. Minister Jomo Campbell shares more about the significance of this rededication.
This rededication represents progress in motion. It represents investment in infrastructure, investment in people, and investment in a sector that is critical to our national development. In case you haven't noticed, agriculture is no longer a side conversation in our country. It has now become central to our economic resilience, to our sustainability, and dare I say, to our national identity. Our approach as a ministry has been strategic, modern, and national in its scope, no longer being Nassau-centric. That is why we continue investing in facilities, strengthening extension services, improving enforcement operations, supporting farmers, fishermen, modernizing markets, and creating pathways for young Bahamians to enter this sector with pride.
Keeping you in the know with Good to Grow, I'm Keith Bryan Jr.
Welcome back to Decision 2026 here on the ZNS Network. We have our first results now rolling in from the Mical constituency. That's polling division number 2, where we have Ronell Ambrista for the PLP with 24 votes, James Leo Ferguson for the FNM with 12 votes, Kate Williamson, the independent there, with 2 votes. And of course, we know the COI does not have a representative in that race. I'm sure our panelists have much to say about these first numbers rolling in. But before that, we're going to toss it now to our LaDawn Davis, who is at CV Bethel School. All right, so before we go to LaDawn, panelists, we got the numbers are rolling in now, but let's talk a little bit about Mical. I know we have North Luther coming in, but what do you think about Mical, how it's shaping up so far? Still very early, but we have North Luther now on the screen, where we're seeing Sylvanus Petty there for the PLP with 45 votes, Mackey there with 31 for the FNM, and the COI's Mitchell with 4 votes. Early numbers. Reese, Mr. Shipman, your thoughts?
Well, we expect to see, like we said earlier, a close race, if not in all of the constituencies. However, I think at the end of the the night, you would see that the FNM would be victorious in those seats. So, you know, so we're patiently waiting. You know, I believe that the Bahamian people will choose the Bahamas. That's what they will choose at the end of the day. And that is what we're looking forward to.
And Ms. Edgecombe, as mentioned, you know, your candidate from MyCal did not nominate on that day. The seat here, you know, you're not even up for grabs for that. What does this do for the COI?
Well, it does diminish the number of seats to, you know, contend or contest, but we're still very hopeful. Yeah.
Devard?
Well, I expect MyCal to be a very close race. I expect Mr. Leo Ferguson to give Ms. Ronellen Brister a good push. We're still in the embryonic stages of the results, and so I don't want to be presumptuous, but I'm of the view, that's only one of 12 polling divisions.
And we got Cat Island now.
Okay.
We just saw the Prime Minister there, polling division number 9. We see Prime Minister Davis there with 36 votes. Mike Holmes with the FNM, 2 votes. McKay for the COI, 0 votes. So the numbers are rolling in, and they are rolling in quickly. So far, we do have these numbers here from MyCal. We have numbers in from Cat Island, and you were just going to say?
Well, like I said, my good friend Reese had said that persons are choosing the Bahamas, but even beyond the Bahamas, it seems as if the early voters are choosing progress. And so we are, like I said, we're still in the embryonic stages of the results that's coming in, and we know that they're drizzling in, but I'm very confident in seeing Cat Island, and I expect my Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Brave Edward Davis, and I expect him to do very well and to be the victor in Cat Island.
We have some more results coming in, this time from MyCal. And MyCal has the PLPs and Brister with 24 votes, Ferguson with 12, and Kate Williamson with 2, and that's just 2 of 12 votes in. Again, the PLP with 24, leading there by 12 over the FNM's Leo Ferguson with 12, and Kate Williamson with 2. That's MyCal, and we always knew that MyCal would be one of those constituencies that would come in early, that along with Bimini, and that's due to the fact that they have the smaller number of voters. Now, when those numbers start to roll in constituencies in terms of Grand Bahama and here in New Providence, those are heavier numbers. But again, we have 2 of 12 polling divisions already coming in from the MyCal constituency. And earlier, before we went to break, we were talking about the voting process.
And the efficiency.
The efficiency of the voting process. And I think a lot of us, if not all of us here tonight, were a bit on edge, having seen how things played out in the advance poll. I suspected that there would be some tit for tat, belly for fat, as you call it, at the polls today. But I'll tell you my experience. I went out, 2 minutes. From home to the polling site, I'll give it a complete 10 minutes. So it was a complete turnaround. The brushstrokes painted an entirely different picture than what we saw during the advance poll. And especially in the face of all the challenges we heard arising day by day, bit by bit. Do you agree?
I totally concur, and I think we should commend the Parliamentary Registration Department for actually getting it right today, because I do not believe that any of the candidates or any of the voters felt that they were delayed in any which way. My longest time was the fact that I got to the polls before it opened. That was my longest
waiting time.
Once I got inside, it was a very smooth transition. I believe also we need to pay credit to the poll workers who did such an efficient job. And obviously you see MyCal and Cat Island coming in very efficiently. Those are small numbers, but it goes to show that this system is working, and it's working efficiently. And I believe that the larger constituencies are still counting their first ones. So we're going to see these smaller number constituencies rolling in quite rapidly. Commendations definitely to the Parliamentary Registration Department.
I think before you comment, Cassius, I think speaking about without commendation, I'm going to give a shameless plug here to the marathon poll workers who did a phenomenal job this morning, and I understand that continued on throughout the day.
Perfect. Well, Makashila, listen, I voted in under 2 minutes, so it's very efficient. So to the Parliamentary Registration Department, hats off. But I think, you know, the people from Eleuthera called me who are watching us. It's with a whole group of them, about 50 of them sitting down watching us right now. They want us to say, in Cat Island, Davis, 36 votes. The COI, 0
So they want
votes.
more
They want
gump and gumption.
Of course.
So we're going to assign that actually.
Yeah, let him do that.
He can be the sit-in, he can be the
I'll be the down because they want to be the down. Yes.
Night wears on.
Yes.
You know, maybe he has
But
the night.
it's like I said, it was a very, very good experience. It was smooth, it was quiet, and I think it blew everyone, all of us.
I think so.
All of the candidates, no matter which side you were on, no one had complaints. The poll workers, everything was smooth. We were in and out, and it was good. And then we all figured out, was there an election? Because in no noise.
Very quiet. Very quiet.
Very quiet on
we
the
used
road.
the noise, and
Yeah.
I've been in this from Loretta and I was fighting in 2020.
In 2021, absolutely.
That's a fun fact for us.
And so, but it's
We
been
were
a lot.
opponents.
Yes, we in the 2002 election.
2002 election.
And you beat me.
I did.
Yes, yes.
We have new numbers now. New numbers coming in again here out of Cat Island, polling division number 11 now coming in. And we see Prime Minister Davis there now with 87.1% of the votes with 135 votes. We have Mike Holmes of the FNM with 18 votes and Donna McKay of the COI with 2 votes. I mean, Devard.
Well, I think Reese will agree with me that Cat Island is in, that's no surprise.
Yes.
No.
That the
Definitely
Prime
a PLP
Minister,
stronghold.
It is a PLP stronghold. It's no surprise that Mr. Davis is faring so well in Cat Island, and we expect a victory from Cat Island, and we expect him to do very well in Cat Island. I am very, and I am overzealous and extremely vivacious in seeing Michael.
Just one more adjective. Give us one more.
Excited. And seeing what Michael will manifest. But like I said, there's no surprise with Cat Island. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, it should not be a surprise for any prime minister who is the member of parliament for a particular area to show the voters that they would have done what they should have done. Now, it is a surprise to me, because I believe after all of these years of representation, Cat Island should be farther along. And so I am surprised. You know, I would think that Cat Island would have shown this Prime Minister that there is more that should have been done, and there's more that he could have done while he was the PM. So that's just my take on it.
Well, our new numbers also coming in from Mangrove Key, South and Central, Andros with Julian Gibson securing 74 votes rather for the FNM. Leon Lundy, 56 votes. Carlton Clare from the COI, 4 votes. So Julian Gibson again, 74 votes, and that's 45.4% of the total number of votes already received for that particular constituency. Leon Lundy, 85. I think this is
That's
another.
just jumped again,
It's another polling division where we see that Julian Gibson has gained another 109 votes, or 53.96% in that polling division. Leon Lundy, 85. Carlton Clare there from the COI, another 8. He's picked up another 8 in that constituency.
I want to ask Ms. Edgecombe, how are you feeling about how your candidates are performing so far?
Cat Island, I'm not surprised at all. And of course, Michael, we didn't make candidacy there. And the Eleuthera, I'm not surprised with the Out Islands. I'm more expectant with Grand Bahama and Nassau.
And Nassau to see what they do. Okay. All right, I want to ask a quick question, though, to all of you, because we know we're tabulating the scores, you know, anxiously waiting for the numbers to come in. But what's happening in your camps right now? Give us an inside peek as to what's happening in your camp. Mr. Chipman?
Well, right now, we're, you know, in our camp, we're all excited, and we're just patiently waiting for the numbers to roll out. We know that we have the advantage. We know that we have the numbers, and so we're just waiting for the numbers to roll out. But of course, there's anxiety. We're conscious of the fact that we have to have that level of patience. But we're excited. We're very excited about this new Prime Minister.
Speaking of numbers, that sounds means more numbers are in. Makusha, you want to take North Eleuthera?
North Eleuthera is in with Sylvanus Petty, 167, and he's the incumbent there for the PLP with 31.75% of the votes. Natasha Mitchell from the COI picked up 24 votes, and Ricky Mackey 335 votes, and that's the North Eleuthera constituency. That's 335 votes rather, translates into 63.69% for Ricky Mackey. And that's again in North Eleuthera. We also they're coming in very, very quickly.
They are.
Yeah. Very quickly, very early. Yeah. So we go to Michael Iantia?
Yes, so we see Ronelle Ambrista here for the PLP, 51 votes. Of course, she led the charge here in our first numbers to come out. But we also see James Leo Ferguson for the Free National Movement, 53 votes, and Kate Williamson, an independent candidate, with 7 votes here. So Ronelle, of course, she started off in the lead. Numbers are still coming in, as we say. Ferguson now has taken that lead, so we'll definitely wait to see how this goes as more numbers from other polling divisions come in. Gerard.
But what is interesting about this, I do not want to negate the fact that the COI obviously is the spoiler in this. You're seeing how close some of these results are. Yes. And you're seeing the differential or the variance that the COI is creating there. So that's why I said, we have to watch this during the course of the night, because you're going to have some closely contested polls where the COI will disrupt.
Well, we'll go right now to the PLP headquarters where we'll hear from Latre Ramming.
Stand by. Well, Preston Move already here at the Progressive Liberal Party headquarters on Farrington Road. I can tell you a number of party supporters are gathering here in large numbers for what's expected to be a celebration for the PLP, and they expect to win at the polls this evening. I have joining me the communications lead of the Progressive Liberal Party's campaign this year, Latre Ramming. A pleasant good evening. So what's the mood of the PLP in the campaign right now?
I think from the start, the PLP had run a very confident campaign. Obviously, we made our case to the Bahamian people, and it's ultimately in their hands now. And so, just like Bahamians across this country, we're sitting down, we're looking the polls come in, and then hopefully at the end of the night, that will be on Clifton Park.
Now, I've had the fortunate pleasure of working with the Progressive Liberal Party's campaign for several weeks. Choose progress, the major theme. How's that theme resonated with voters?
Well, we'll find out soon. The argument that the case the PLP made to voters was that the country was trapped in a cycle of changing governments every 5 years. And so ultimately we'll see whether or not the voters agree with the PLP and whether or not they want to continue on the track that we're on. But our argument we made is that progress is better than resetting the country every 5 years.
Now, I must also talk about the ground roots campaign that the PLP has launched. Let's talk about the expansion of that grassroots efforts and the impact of it.
I think that, the campaign must have two things, a very strong air game and a very strong ground game. That's the formula for winning a general election.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Latre Ramming, communications lead here at the Progressive Liberal Party and the entire campaign.
Electoral banter.
Okay, thank you, Desmond. We have new numbers coming in, this time from Long Island, where Renika Knowles, the PLP's candidate there, has gained 100 votes. Shura Pratt from the COI, 3 votes. Andre Rollins, 160 votes. And Natasha Turnquist, an independent, 0 votes. So at this point, Andre Rollins is leading by 60 votes. And that's in the case of 3 of 9 polling divisions in Long Island. You have the PLP, Renika Knowles with 100, again the COI with 3, and an independent with 0. Loretta, Long Island, you once represented that island. How hard is it to I think to begin with, actually campaign that island. I'm quite familiar with Long Island. Campaigning must be quite a chore. It's a Long Island, just as its name.
It is.
And even the houses are few and far between.
We've got some more. We've got some
so
more.
we're going to stick a pin there.
Absolutely.
We have Mike.
Fresh numbers, yeah, from Mike Cal. We see Renell and Brista back on top now with 176 votes. That's 52% of the votes cast. Ferguson there with 149, and Williamson, the independent candidate, there with 4% of the votes. That's 12 votes there for her. So this Mike Cal seat is going back and forth between Brista and Ferguson. A lot of chatter over here between Reese and Chipman. Let us in. I mean, Reese and Devard, let us in on the conversation you're having.
Well, I think what myself and Mr. Chipman, what we were speaking about was that we didn't expect Mike Cal to be, he didn't expect Mike Cal to be as much of a nail biter as it was. Leo Ferguson was the officer in charge, was the former officer in charge of Mike Cal. He has Mike Cal genetics in his blood. He is the son of John Lee Ferguson, and so we expected, I think Mr. Chipman expected him to be more overwhelmingly in the lead, but God is a good God, and I see Mr. Brista is giving him a run for his money.
Yeah, well, at the end of the count, we do expect Mr. Ferguson to be the next representative. I mean, I'm not, Ms. Brista, is that the incumbent?
No, Basil McIntosh.
All right.
Basil McIntosh.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that at the end of it all, you would see that Mr. Ferguson will be the...
You know, all of them have Auckland's DNA, because even Kate is from Auckland.
Williamson,
yeah,
yes,
Williamson.
yes.
So they have, I mean, Auckland has always been represented by someone from their own clan.
Yes.
And it's a very interesting constituency because, you know, I have close ties to Auckland. But it is very interesting to see that this young lady is pulling out in the lead.
Well, right now they've got 6 of the 12 polling divisions in.
Yeah.
And Brista is actually leading slightly.
Yeah.
And so we do have 6 more polling divisions to go, but she's doing a remarkable job there. And so we must wait.
I think in terms of doing a remarkable job, the same could be said about Reniko Knowles. New numbers coming out of Long Island shows that she pulled in 159 votes, 41.19%. Andre Rollins' 218. Shura Pratt from the COI, 8. And Natasha Turnquest, an independent, 1. So she is doing quite well for the PLP in Long Island, free national movement stronghold, if nothing else.
Absolutely. It is definitely a free national movement stronghold, and she is doing well. I think that, you know, you started to talk about campaigning in Long Island. There are a lot of challenges there because it is a very long island, and each settlement is very peculiar. So it'll be interesting to see how this pans out tonight, because only back in the 80s, when they would have had Long Island that was split, you had Northern Long Island. Okay, you have more results coming in.
Yeah, we have new results here.
And they're coming in very fast.
Very quickly. Yes. Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros there we just saw. Well, a new constituency just popping up here. Bimini and the Berry Islands, where we see the PLP's Randy Roll. Well, let's go back to Mangrove Key. We're going to stick to Bimini right now. So Bimini, Randy Roll there for the PLP, 119 votes. Carlton Bolag, 104 votes for the FNM, and the COI's Hiram Roll, I think that is, with 22 votes. The COI, honestly, like you said, Ms. Butler-Turner, not doing so badly, and they are impacting these numbers.
They're definitely making the difference, because when you look at the closeness of what we have already, they have impacted the Free National Movement and the PLP.
Right.
Yes. Numbers also, we missed them, but numbers also came in from Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros, with Julian Gibson from the FNM with 280 votes. To the PLP's Leo Lundy, that's the incumbent, with 220 votes. The COI's Claire with 29 votes, and there's no independent there.
And that is 5 out of the 12 polling divisions.
So there's a tight race in Andros as well. And it goes back to, it goes all the way back to what you said earlier in the broadcast.
I told you it would be quite a nail biter.
It's going to be a nail biter.
It's going to be a nail biter.
At least based on these constituencies that have come in very early. And point actually goes back to what the comment you made about the system is working efficiently.
It's
and
working
I think that
very
cannot
efficiently.
be stressed enough based on what we've been up against in recent days.
And the accusations, you know, being thrown back and forth. We can see how efficient it is now. Thank goodness as well that we're able to have in studio rapid tabulation. So, you know, we don't have to actually sit down and do this, and it's coming in. Here we have St. Anne's coming in
and
now.
we've had new numbers here. This is Central and South Abaco. We see the PLP's Bradley Fox there with 24 votes. That's 30% of the votes thus far. The FNM's Jeremy Sweeting, 47. And for the COI, we have Crystal Williams with 9 votes. Of course, that's just one of the 14 polling divisions reporting here so far tonight. Back to your point about the tabulation and us being able to see this in real time.
We're actually able to see this in real time, and we were thinking maybe 10 o'clock tonight.
Yeah.
If things are progressing as rapidly as they are, we may very well have a declared winner well before 10 p.m. tonight. But I must say that as we look at this, you realize that what I had said at the top of this is going to go down to the wire, I feel, because these are some very closely contested seats.
Yes,
So
definitely.
I think we could all call Cat Island. So the PLP get 1 seat. So I'll be bold enough.
Let's go. Let's do it.
I'll call Cat Island the Progressive
Give us
Liberal
in
Party.
Daryl's voice.
No, we're not calling Cat Island.
I'm calling Cat Island.
No.
We're not calling Cat Island. We have 9 more polling divisions to go. We have 9 more polling divisions to go. Now, I just wanted to comment, though, on what Loretta mentioned about the, you know, how the process was today. And it was much better than, of course, the advanced polls. However, there were still some challenges. There were some circumstances where, for example, I voted in H.O. Nash. My wife had to go to Gambia. There were people we got to Gambia, they were not even on the list, right? 3, 4 people had to vote on yellow ballots because their name's not on a list, right? So they registered, but they just weren't on the list. And so there are still some challenges, I think. I mean, of course, it's not perfect, but I must say that it was a huge difference from advanced polls.
And that's definitely a challenge that the Coalition of Independents have brought up over and over again. And so we're now going to toss it to the COI's headquarters where our Lloyd Allen stands by.
Well, of course, Anthea and Makushla, we're right now at the Coalition of Independents headquarters. This is just south of the fish fry. We've been here for the past hour, and right now there's not much activity happening. And I imagine this is due because we did speak with a party official earlier that indicated that many of their representatives are currently at many of the polling stations around the island, ensuring that protocol is followed and that transparency remains the order of the day as those ballots are being counted. Now, party officials have also indicated that they intend to arrive here once that process is done to address their supporters. We expect that will happen over the course of the next few hours. Now, additionally, if you can think back, part of the Coalition of Independents narrative over the past several months has been accountability, and this event right now with them being engaged with those ballots being counted continues just along those lines of their issue of trust. But again, they've had a strong support across the country today, putting forth about 40 candidates in the various constituencies. And again, we hope in short order to speak with party leader Lincoln Bain about how today went and what those numbers that have begun to come in are indicating to him. We'll have more on this as we continue on tonight. Reporting here from the Coalition of Independents headquarters for the Bahamas Tonight, Lloyd Allen. Back to you guys in studio.
Well, thanks, Lloyd. Cassius, you are the only panelist here who've launched a third party, the BDM, and in recent history, we've had the CDR, we've had the DNA, and I think a few more that I can't really recall. But I'll ask you this question. Do you think, based on what's shaping up so far tonight, that the COI seems to be the more organized group?
I think COI issue is messaging, and I think you know, because I've been a part of the third party dynamics, I don't discredit third parties, but I think it's always the messaging and resources. So in political parties, it's trying to get someone to buy in on what you're selling. And a lot of people didn't buy in on what
Cassie is so sorry to stick a pin in you, but you know we're here for the numbers tonight. We got some numbers from Seabreeze, one of those constituencies that were closely watched. We have Leslie and Miller Bryce for the Progressive Liberal Party, the incumbent there with 188 votes. We have the FNM's Travania Clark Hall with 76 votes, and the COI's William Knowles with 51 votes. That's one of the 12 polling divisions reporting there thus far.
We also have results in for Killarney. Killarney, one of those closely watched constituencies, with Dr. Minnis, the former leader of the Free National Movement, actually the only male.
The only male.
Only male in the race. We have Robin Lyons coming in with 115 votes. Dr. MacGyver from the COI with 26. Michaela Barnett with 150. And at this point, Dr. Hubert Minnis, the only independent, with 19 votes. So at this point, with just this poll, the race is between Michaela Barnett and Robin Lyons, but still, it still comes back to that COI vote, edging in, not to be forgotten, not to be counted out. And Cassius, you were making the point about how hard it is, I think, for third parties. I know you said to one of our reporters, it's a slow growth.
Yeah, it is a slow growth, and I think the dynamics is changing now. Social media now allows them to get their message out. But in constituencies like Killarney, I think the COI got a substantial amount of votes last election, and you see that she's now beating the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister, the incumbent.
Yes,
and so it shows that there is some progressive thinkers out there in areas like Killarney, and it's now spreading. And so don't discredit third parties because it's a slow growth, but there are people who feel like they don't fit in either of the major political parties and they want something different. It's just that what somebody is selling, people ain't buying at this time.
And the sound means we've got new numbers in. We see here Sylvanus Petty for the PLP racking up now 293 votes. But the FNM's Mackey here with 437 and the COI's Mitchell with 29 votes there in the North Eleuthera constituency. And that's 4 of the 12 polling divisions coming in so far. I'm also seeing popping up on my screen, Central and South Eleuthera now reporting 1 of 15 divisions so far. We see the PLP's Clay Sweden with 46 votes, Philippa Kelly for the FNM with 60 votes, and Bakira Grant Taylor for the COI with just 1 vote thus far. That's 1 polling division of 15 reporting here for Central and South Eleuthera constituency.
So I see there, in addition to a Killarney, in addition to a Fox Hill, in addition to a Bamboo Town, we have and many more over in the Family Islands. We should toss in Central and South Eleuthera and North Eleuthera in the mix of those we have to closely watch, in addition to Michael.
Yes, yes. So it's like
every one of these constituencies are very close.
That's what it's boiled
down to. And I think I want to retrack. I think we were referring to the young lady in Michael as a COI. Just to be correct, she's an independent. And somebody messaged to tell me that. So let me just correct that. But you know, when you look at the third parties, we're still generally a two-party system. And, you know, the third parties do offer the option for voters that are disenfranchised or feel discouraged with the 2 major parties. But this is exactly what I felt we were going to see in these closely contested races. You look at Killarney, and you look at the results for Lyons, and even though it's just 1 polling division, and you look at the leader, Ms. Barnett Ellis, and you see if how close that is. And of course, you have another spoiler in the mix, the incumbent. As an independent. So that's 19 votes there.
And we have updated numbers now from Bimini and the Berry Islands. We see the PLP's Randy Roll now taking that lead, 246 votes there for him. Carlton Boleg, representing the Free National Movement, has 209 votes, and Hiram Roll for the COI showing up now with 33 votes in that constituency. We have an independent, Paul Roll there, capturing 1 vote from that constituency thus far. Ms. Edge, come back to you. We've heard it here over and over.
We also have Central and South Eleuthera.
They're rolling in.
They're rolling in faster than we can count them. Central and South Eleuthera, we have Clay Sweeting, the PLP's incumbent, with 312 votes. And this is 3 of 15 polling divisions in Central and South Eleuthera. Philippa Kelly from the FNM, 210 votes. Bakira Grant Taylor, COI, with 26 votes. So again, we have a Killarney coming in again. Robin Lyons, the PLP's candidate, with 191. Dr. Veronica MacGyver from the COI with 58. Michaela Barnett with 189. And Dr. Hubert Minnis, the independent, and again the incumbent in that constituency, with 57 votes. And that is 2 of 16 polling divisions in the Killarney constituency.
Nail biters all around.
Yep.
You called it, Mrs. Butler-Turner. You called it that this would be a nail biter. Devard, Reese, Theola, your reactions here to the numbers so far?
Well, I'm of the opinion, and I was about to say that I believe that the females in this election are very important.
Yes.
I expect Leslia, we didn't get to speak about her. I expect her to do very well in Seabreeze. I expect her to win resoundingly, but I am also very shocked at how well Renika Knowles is doing on Long Island, because I know Miss Butler-Turner could correct me. I don't ever think, and I could be wrong, I don't know if the PLP has ever in the past.
Only when Long Island was split into 2 constituencies,
yes,
and you would have had Philip Smith,
yes,
as the MP for North Long Island.
Yes.
And of course the borderline there was Thompson Bay.
Absolutely.
Okay? But ever since they've been one island, it's always been traditionally UVP FNM.
FNM, yes.
And so to see a strong showing from Ms. Knowles at this point, it goes to show that, you know, there is a shift even there.
Well, I would want to say that too. Cassie spoke about the political capital. The PLP has built a new airport there, has paved miles and miles of road in Long Island, and has delivered, as said, for Long Island.
And new numbers now from Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. We see Julian Gibson for the FNM holding steady on this lead so far with 300 votes. Right behind him is the incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, 279 votes there for Leon Lundy. And the COI's numbers jumped again. Now Lundy is in the lead. You see how quickly things are changing here. So the incumbent now capturing 408 votes. That's Leon Lundy for the Progressive Liberal Party. Julian Gibson now with 364. And Claire there for the COI with 49 votes. So the numbers are coming in quickly. They're coming in swiftly. Reese, your reaction
things
tonight?
are shifting.
You know,
yes, they're shifting as well.
Yeah, it is shifting, and we see, you know, it is, the numbers seem to be, you know, one way, one minute, and then another
Call it, Reese, call it.
the next.
Call it.
Now, what I am very happy about, and I'm very pleased that our supporters, the FNM supporters, have actually gone out to vote. And so, having said that, I do expect that the Free National Movement will still be the winners in those.
We're back. Before you speak, Devard, we're back in New Providence in the Golden Gates constituency, where Pierre Glover Rowe, the PLP's incumbent, has 159 votes. Michael Folks from the FNM, 38 votes. Anthony Ramming, the independent there, 1 vote. And the COI's Charmaine Adderley, I'm sorry, with 65 votes.
We also have new numbers in, or first numbers in, for the St. Barnabas constituency. We have the Progressive Liberal Party's Michael Halkitis, the incumbent, capturing 149 votes. We have Jamal Moss for the Free National Movement with 33 votes, and the COI's Karen Butler, 37 votes. That's 1 of 11
I just want to correct you. There is no incumbent in St. Barnabas. Remember, the incumbent left St. Barnabas.
Right. Yes.
And so this is an open race, and I think Mike Halkitis has, as you can see, has put in a lot of work there. So there is no incumbent in St. Barnabas.
Well, I'm ready to call it. I'm ready to call a couple of these now. Let me know.
Not even halfway through. What's your prediction now? Has your prediction shifted, Cassie?
No, I always knew that. Like I said, the Progressive Liberal Party has been gaining political capital. He voices their reputational debt. The trouble is the Free National Movement under the leadership of Michael Pintard over the 4 years did not gain enough capital to take them over the top. because his messaging was on. People didn't have anything to grab onto, so we didn't have anything to believe in, and so he didn't gain the political capital. So what you're seeing is that he has inherited a lot of Minnis reputational debt from the previous administration.
We're going to stick a pin right there. That's a good point to elaborate on. But for now, we're going to go to our LaDawn Davis, who's down at the Free National Movement's headquarters here in the Capitol on Mackey Street. LaDawn?
Are they partying already?
Hi, Anthea Amakushla. I'm here at the Free National Movement headquarters here on Mackey Street. A relatively quiet scene here at the F&M headquarters. I just went inside a few moments ago and I saw a few other media personnel inside. They're actually watching to see how the numbers play out here on Election Day and to see how Bahamians voted here on Election Day. Now, I was told by F&M supporters and officials of the Free National Movement that most of the constituents and or candidates vying for a spot to represent the country over the next 5 years are now at their various constituencies, also having similar watch parties to see how the numbers play out and how the night plays out. They would also converge at the old carnival site once those numbers start to trickle in, I guess to give the concession or to celebrate a victory. But for now, that's what's happening here at the F&M headquarters. Back to you guys in studio.
Calling now fresh numbers for Central and South Abaco. We see here the F&M's Jeremy Sweeting with 332 votes. The PLP's Bradley Fox, 340 votes. Crystal Williams representing the Coalition of Independents with 97 votes. These are the updated numbers coming from Central and South Abaco, 5 of the 14 polling divisions there.
And that's quite a show from the COI and the Central and South Abaco constituency. But I'm going to go back to a point you were making, Cassius, about Michael Pintard. Inheriting Dr. Minnis's
debt.
Elaborate on that for us.
You see, if you put Michael Pintard versus Brave Davis, Michael Pintard doesn't have as much reputational debt as Brave Davis or capital because he's neutral. But when you bring over Dr. Minnis's debt from the last election, people still remember that. So Minnis is suffering from that reputational debt right now in Kalani because people remember that. Pintard did not gain any political capital the last 4 years enough to take them over the top. And this is what you're saying, because you come to the bank to cash in, and there's nothing to cash in.
North Eleuthera now reporting new numbers here. We have Ricky Mackey for the Free National Movement still holding on to this lead with 618 votes. Sylvanus Petty for the Progressive Liberal Party, 448 votes. And Natasha Mitchell with the COI, 46 votes there. That's 6 of the 12 polling divisions for the North Eleuthera constituency.
Before we turn it over to Devard, because I'm sure he wants to answer you on Pintard, or I assume he wants to, and the other panelists wants to answer you on that. Don't you think, based on these numbers, though, that Pintard is giving a good show in terms of having shaken off what he inherited from Minnis?
Well, you remember now, the F&M last election, they had, the PLP had 65,000, the F&M had 45,000 votes. 68,000 did not vote. And so both of them were looking at political apathy, the 68,000. I think Pintard had an opportunity to galvanize a generation, a lot of young voters, but that did not happen because the young voters went with the Progressive Liberal Party. The messaging was right, the marketing was right, even the capital was building. And so the magnetic pull towards the PLP was stronger than that of the F&M. And so what you're seeing now is that while he still has some pull, Hubert Ingram was pulling, and of course, some people were still apathetic with the PLP because what they were doing now is creating this new messaging. Sovereignty, sovereignty, sovereignty. Did it stick? Did people buy it? I don't think they bought it. And so this is what you're seeing now.
And that's our numbers sound. I see now South Beach reporting its first numbers here tonight. We have the PLP's incumbent Bacchus Roll, 58 votes. Darren Henfield for the Free National Movement, 11 votes. And Karen Farrington for the COI, 47 votes. That's South Beach with Bacchus Roll for the PLP, 58 votes. Darren Henfield, 11 votes. And Karen Farrington for the COI, 47 votes in the South Beach constituency.
We also have North Eleuthera in with 418 for the PLP. Savannah's Petty. Natasha Mitchell from the COI, 46. Ricky Mackey from the FNM with 618 votes. So there's quite a race in North Eleuthera. And I think I may be wrong. Anyone can correct me. It seems that Ricky Mackey has the edge over Savannah's Petty.
Yes. And he's the incumbent.
Have we called Golden Gates as yet? I have Golden Gates here. We have the incumbent Pia Glover Roll for the Progressive Labour Party, 159 votes. Michael Fotes for the FNM, 65 votes. An independent, Anthony Ramming with 1 vote. And Charmaine Adderley for the COI with 38 votes there for the Golden Gates.
Actually, I'm seeing that Adderley has 65 votes. Oh, okay, they've just shifted it. Okay.
Well, I'm not shocked because, like I said, the female politician,
the females are really pulling their weight.
They are really pulling their weight. Pia Glover Roll has worked arduously in Golden Gates. She is in one of my top 5 members of parliament nationwide. And so I expect her to win by a landslide. And comparing the political capital to reputational debt of Pia between Michael Fotes, there's no competition.
She has more capital.
She has a lot more capital.
And you know, it's interesting. I think we should look at the female factor in Killarney. Every female in Killarney is beating the incumbent. And, you know, I have to say that.
I give you permission to speak freely. You can speak freely. You can speak. Get it off your chest. Get it off your chest. Come on, speak. Get it off your chest, man.
But I also wanted to say,
I just want to call now, while you catch yourself, let me call Central Grand Bahamas. We have 2 of the polling divisions there reporting. Park O'Deal for the Progressive Labour Party, 122 votes. We have the COI's Iram Lewis with 42 votes. And of course, we know how he, swapped sides there. And Frazette Gibson for the Free National Movement, 157 votes. That is Central Grand Bahama now reporting its first numbers here tonight. Back to your point.
Well, I wanted to just expound on the female factor, because you're looking now at Michaela Barnett Ellis and you're looking at Robin Lyons, a very late comer into the game, but yet a very, very powerful young woman, and they're almost head and head together. So, you know, I think that is a race I really want to continue to watch closely.
We also have
the COI doing well too.
Absolutely.
We also have we had to let her get that out. We also have results in from St. Anne's, one of 16 polling divisions in that constituency, with Keno Wong from the PLP with 62 votes, Graham Weatherford from the COI with 21 votes, Adrian White, the incumbent there, with 94 votes, and Otis Forbes, the independent, with 0 votes. So the COI is giving these candidates, the 2 political giants, a run for their money.
As I predicted from the very start.
I think a good point is in Golden Gates, where Pia Glover Roll is the incumbent, the FNM's Michael Fotes, Mr. Reese Chipman. Michael Fotes, he gained in the last numbers we call 65 votes to the COI's Adderley 38 votes.
Yes.
So that's just a little over a man who has political acumen, who has ran before. So it says much about the ground the COI has been able to gain in such a short space of time.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot about the socio-political factors that are happening in the southern part of the of Nassau. I just wanted to touch on the Michael Pintard capital aspect of it, and I think Mr. Pintard, I disagree that he doesn't have or didn't have the political capital. He has been able to galvanize the party. He has been able to get the 40 and 50-year-olds to get more involved. Now, there may be a point about younger people, but I see, and what we see in the Free National Movement is a cadre of young people coming back within the organization. And so I do believe that he has the political capital that will be sufficient to take us forward.
I want to bring Ms. Edgecombe back into the conversation, but just want to update the Central Grand Bahama numbers first. Park O'Deal now racking up 416 votes for the PLP, Iram Lewis for the COI 148, and Frazette Gibson for the Free National Movement 494 votes. And we now see East Grand Bahama also now starting to come in. We have the PLP's Monique Pratt 123 votes, Kwesi Thompson for the Free National Movement 108, and Edwards there for the COI 37 votes. That's one of 16 polling divisions coming in now from East Grand Bahama. And Ms. Edgecombe, you've been quite quiet. You have new numbers? We have more numbers. We'll get back to you.
We have this time from Mangrove Key South and Central Andros, where Julian Gibson has gained 439 votes. For the FNM, Leon Lundy 550. Well, the numbers just changed. I think this is another polling division, so we'll go with the one on our screen. Leon Lundy, well, Mangrove Key in South Central Andros coming in faster than we can call it. Leon Lundy with 676, Gibson with 487 for the FNM, and Claire with 70 in the Mangrove Key South and Central Andros. So
that's 9 of the 12?
Bakashla,
I want to say this again. If the elections today was disastrous as the advance poll, we would have been completely dismantling Harrison Thompson and his team. I want to tell them once again, congratulations. They've done an excellent job with these numbers and getting us the results and even the voting process.
I'm loving these results in Killarney.
Killarney is now reporting. We're now reporting new numbers. We have Robin Lyons there, 285 votes. Michaela Barnett Ellis, 304. Dr. MacGyver, Veronica MacGyver there for the COI, 89. And Dr. Minnis, the incumbent, 91 votes, who's now running as an independent. But Ms. Edgecombe, we've been saying the COI, the COI, the COI. Is this the upset? Is this the confusion? Is this the stick it to them that you thought was going to happen, that you wanted to happen?
Truthfully, I expected us to do better in these results, but hey, I mean, the people have their choice and we have to live with it.
I mean, but they've all been saying that the COI is doing an impressive job here.
We have results now coming in from Centerville. I think this is the first set of results for Centerville. Jomo Campbell there for the PLP with 326 votes. Jamal Woodside for the COI with 51. And the FNM's Darvin Russell with 72 votes. So at this point and in this poll, the PLP's incumbent Jomo Campbell.
How much the PLP get now?
And that's just 2 of the 11 polling divisions there. But Mr. Stewart is ready to call it.
No, we're not calling that. We have 9 more polling divisions to go.
This is a man who ran in Centerville.
Yes.
Centerville is the
Who beat the former Prime Minister.
Yes.
So he knows much about how this constituency shapes up.
About that constituency that happens.
Jomo has been.
So we have 9 more polling divisions.
Jomo has been.
I don't know which ones are 1 and 2. The first 2, because you're not showing the polling division.
Right, which ones?
Right, you're just showing it as a total of 1, 2, or 3. So, but let's wait and see.
Well, I want to say this. I think Jomo was a very good representative for Centerville.
If you do say so yourself.
Yeah, no. I think he was very visible. I think he was very hands-on with all of his.
And the community center he's building, I think
the community center is impressive.
Quite impressive. Building, and I don't see that around any other.
First numbers reporting here tonight from Marathon. We have incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, Lisa Ramming, with 140 votes thus far. The COI's Tyrone Green with 42 votes, and the Free National Movement, Dr. Jacqueline Penn Knowles with 56 votes from one of 13 polling divisions in the Marathon constituency. So this is Marathon's first report back here tonight.
We also missed coming out, well, Killarney, another Killarney coming in with Robin Lyons, 285 votes. Michaela Ellis, Killarney is moving very quickly as well. Lyons, 362. Barnett, 398 for the FNM. MacGyver, 130. And Dr. Minnis, the incumbent, 184. Dr. Minnis running as an independent this time around. Over in Golden Gates, we have the PLP with 316. Michael Folks with 106. Anthony Ramming, the independent, there with 3. Charmaine Adderley with 77. I think we also
Marco City now. Marco City with its first numbers tonight. We have the PLP's Eddie Wan, 140 votes. Michael Pintard, for National Movement leader here with 56 votes. And Jillian Bartlett.
Wow. You sure? You sure?
For COI with 42 votes. So the numbers are rolling in quickly.
What?
This is one of 15 polling divisions there in Marco City. We see the Progressive Liberal Party's Eddie Wan leading now with 140 votes, and Michael Pintard there with 56 votes.
Then we have Bimini and the Berry Islands with Randy Rowe with 374. The FNM's Carlton Bullock with 323. And H. Rowe from the COI with 44. P-Roll with 2 as an independent. So the race is tight between Randy Roll and Carlton Bullock in that particular polling division. Back here in the capital in St. Barnabas, we go to Michael Alkidas with 236, to the FNM's Jamal Moss with 58, the COI 64, with bringing in that in for the party is Butler. Loretta, you mentioned about Robin Lyons back in Killarney entering the race late, and that is true. What's the
Michael?
Before we go there, Michael. We have Michael, the PLP, and Bristol with 471.
Wow. This is a tight race.
Leo Ferguson with 496. The COI, no votes there. Well, COI did not run a candidate there, to be honest.
And the independent, Williamson.
31 votes.
Williamson with 31 votes. Bimini and the Berry Islands, Randy Rowe with 716 votes. To the FNM's Carlton.
And only one more poll.
I think we could call that one. We can call that
one. To the COI's 87 from H. Roll. And I know our viewers could hear all our panelists saying that we can call.
Let's call it.
We could actually call the Bimini and the Berry Islands.
We actually have one more polling division.
One more polling division. And Bimini and the Berry Islands, one of 2 new constituencies we added going into this election. Marathon there, 265 for Lisa Ramming, Penn Knowles with 132, Green with 84, and based on the numbers coming out of Marathon so far, Lisa Ramming is leading.
Holding that, yes. And now we have fresh numbers now from St. Barnabas. Michael Halkitis for the Progressive Liberal Party, 320 votes. The Free National Movement's Jamal Moss, 80 votes, and Karen Butler there for the COI, 81 votes. So that one's tight between them two.
It's no coincidence that the PLP chose whip, whap, whip, whap.
I wish we had you on camera just now.
The thing about it is, St. Barnabas was won by the FNM last time.
Yes.
The candidate there, they took
to St. James. Yes.
But Michael, it begs the question of if they had left the candidate for St. James there,
but he knew why he left.
He
knew why he left.
Knew why he left.
He knew why he left.
Barnabas.
Because he was not visible.
He was a smart candidate who decided who saw the writing on the wall.
And also, you have to realize that Mike Halkitas actually grew up in St. Barnabas.
In St. Barnabas.
And he's been consistent in there over the last 4 or 5 years.
Yes.
Really working it as if he was the MP. That's right.
Yeah.
And it helps to have endorsements of people like the Governor General and things of that, and persons of that sort.
And he barely lost that last election.
Yeah, exactly. He lost that last election, and so he came back to reclaim it, I guess. But I wanted
Fresh numbers from Long Island here. We see, this one is tight. Here we see the Free National Movement's Andre Rawlings here holding this lead for a little bit longer now, 426 votes, or 367 as you can see on your screen. Renika Knowles from the Progressive Liberal Party, 225 votes, and Pratt for the COI, 17, and our independent candidate Turnquest there capturing 2 of those votes.
Now, I understand that, with campaigning isn't as easy as we think they are. The numbers are changing again. We have Andre Rollins, still Long Island numbers. Andre Rollins with 555 votes. Renika Knowles with 398 votes for the PLP. Shura Pratt, COI, 37 votes. And Natasha Turnquest with 5. So just in case you missed it, those numbers just came in as well for Long Island. And I was talking about campaigning. Campaigning we see on the surface level in terms of handing out the paraphernalia, the slick slogans, the flashy rallies and all that. But I understand that campaigning actually comes down to a science.
Yes, absolutely.
Tell us about that.
Well, I mean, for me, it's unique because when you knock on doors and for third parties, everyone voting for you. Everyone voting for you. And on the day of elections, nobody votes for you.
Wow.
But I mean, but when you're in a major political party, then you will be able to know who's legitimate. But the Bahamian people, like Loretta said earlier, are more smarter than the politicians because they know how to trick the politicians into believing that they can vote for them and don't vote for them.
Yeah. Despite the politicians thinking otherwise.
Precisely.
Absolutely. We have results coming in.
Let's call that
from
one.
St. Barnabas. 622 for Alquitas, for the PLP. The F&M's Jamal Moss with 150 and 138 for the COI with Miss Butler there. We also have results coming in from Bimini and the Berry Islands with Randy Roll from the PLP with 716 votes there. Carlton Bullock with 567. Iron Roll from the COI with 87. And P-Roll from an independent there with 4 votes.
Marco City. We ain't touched that.
Oh, Marco City with those numbers.
Marco City. That's a oh Jesus kind of thing. Like, because when I saw
Marco
that,
City is one of...
Oh, so Angliston now reporting its first numbers here tonight. We see the incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, Glennis Hannah Martin with 209 votes. The F&M's Heather McDonald, 39 votes. And Presenti with the COI, 45 votes. This is one of 10 polling divisions here coming out of our first reports from Angliston here tonight.
the female again.
What does it say
factor.
when an incumbent, what message does it send when an incumbent
say
is
this.
actually beaten?
Well,
Oh, Marco City here. We were just going to talk about that with the opposition's leader, Michael Pintard, now taking hold of that lead. 224 votes to the Progressive Liberal Party's Eddie Wan's 216, but that's very tight. And Bartlett for the COI there with 84 votes, 16% of the votes cast there. So this is 2 of 15 polling divisions coming in from Marco City. Pretty tight.
Yeah.
Opposition leader.
What is interesting as well is if you were to look at the COI and the Progressive Liberal Party, you would see here that Pintard really is going to have a huge fight on his hands to retain the seat. Because what you're looking at really is 57% right now against him. So basically, I think we need to watch this seat very closely. This is going to be a difficult one.
And I think...
Well, we have a projected winner coming in for Bimini and the Berry Islands, and that's Randy Rowe with 716 votes.
That was almost 4 or 5.
Projected winner being for Bimini and Berry Islands, one of 2 new constituencies in this 2026 general election is Randy Rowe.
And I told you,
Congratulations, Randy.
I also said to you at the top that these 2 new seats, along with Grand Bahama, is going to perhaps set the tone for where we're going. And I think that now your see Bimini has gone to, or projected to go to Randy Rowe. I want to keep our eyes on Grand Bahama.
And speaking of Grand Bahama, we're going to toss it now to our northern service on the desk for us, Shoshana Rowe-Farquharson. Shoshana?
Bye. Thank you, Makushla and Diane Thea. And the ballots are being counted, and it won't be long before Bahamians find out who will govern the country over the next 5 years. Tonight, we have the pleasure in the North of sharing this platform with my special guest for the PLP, Kirk Russell, former Member of Parliament for West End and Bimini, David Wallace, and COI Representative Harold Roberts. We have some results coming in now from Bimini, so we want to get right into it. For Bimini and the Berry Islands, Randy Roll, 716, Carlton Bolag, 567, and Hiram Roll. Let's talk a little bit about what we are seeing in Bimini and the Berry Islands, this new constituency that has been created. I'll start with you, Kirk.
Well, there's no question in my mind that Randy would have been able to capture
the momentum that was built just 2 years prior by the former Member of Parliament, Kingsley Smith. And so based on that and the fact that you had the Progress, Choose Progress campaign that was based on the track record of the Progressive Liberal Party overall in the country, I think we could call that particular constituency for Randy Roll. And again, those things are based on the fact that we did our work during the by-election and then put that together with the message that the PLP had throughout the campaign to choose progress and based on the track record of the Progressive Liberal Party.
David, I want to get you in here. You were the former Member of Parliament for West End and Bimini. Randy Roll leading at this point just one outstanding polling division. That's polling division 5, 716, leading the F&M Carlton Boleg 567 and Hiram Roll COI 87. What are your thoughts?
Well, you know, this is not the first time Bimini and the Berry Island has come together as a constituency. It would have started back in 1987 when Frank Roll, who would have served as the Member of Parliament for Bimini and Berry Islands, was the first F&M representative. Then Berry Island went on to North Andros in the 1992 election when Bimini went by itself, and we would have seen the defeat where Mr. George Reish, former Member of Parliament, defeated Frank Roll in 1992. And then in 1997, Mr. Ingram put West Grand Bahama back with Bimini. Bimini has 4 polling stations. I think it's the first 4 now in the redistribution of the polling divisions. And we knew that Carlton would have had to win in Bimini, and we believe he could have won in the Berry Islands because back then the strength of the constituency was the Berry Islands back in the 80s. But I think from all of the numbers, it seems as if he might have lost in all 5 of the polling stations that have come in so far.
Right, and like we said, 5 of the 6 polling divisions, Randy Roll is leading, and we have our Shalia Roll live from Bimini at this point. Shalia, what can you tell us is happening on the ground?
Excitement is definitely building here at the PLP headquarters in Bimini. I am standing by with candidate Randy Roll. 4 to 5 polling divisions are in for Bimini and the Berry Islands. Tell us, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good, thankful to God and to the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands for sticking with me, standing with me, and sticking with the PLP, you know. We're choosing progress, and they've spoken loud and clear. Voice of people is the voice of God.
How do you feel about your support right now? It's obviously great, and as you can see behind me, the people are here supporting you.
Thanks, and it feels good. Like I said, the only bittersweet moment for me is, you know, my mom is not here to celebrate with me, but this one is for her, for my family, and all the people of Bimini and the Berry Islands that are family. I'm one of them and they're one of me. And so I'm going to do my best to continue to push and represent all Biminites and all Berry Islanders when I take the next step in this career.
Thank you so much. Well, as you guys can see, excitement is definitely building here in Bimini as 4 of the 5 polling divisions are in. And I'll be here all night bringing you updates on our social media pages. I'm Shalia Roll. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Shalia. As we can see there, Bimini is already celebrating a win, still waiting on one outstanding result from the final polling division. But results are now in from Marco City. For Marco City, Michael Pintard, who is the leader of the opposition, he is now leading that race, 1,587 points. Edward Wan Jr., 942. Jillian Bartlett from the COI polling 281 votes. That is, of course, 11 of the 17 divisions. We'll start with you, David. Michael Pintard, 1587. A lot on the line here. We still have about 6 more polling divisions. Well, what are your thoughts on how Marco City is polling?
Michael Pintard has been a role model of a member of parliament. I think Michael is one who transcends politics at the end of an election. And so you will see where persons in the Marco City constituency have the greatest respect and the greatest love and admiration for Michael Pintard. While he did not spend much time on the ground during the election, because he would have had to be, no doubt, campaigning throughout the country. But I think his team, and he has a very strong team in Marco City, I think they've been able to, no doubt, come together and hold Marco City together. I expect to see Marco City at the end of the race in the win column for the Free National Movement.
Well, there's no question in my mind that Eddie Wan has fought an excellent fight. He has been a role model citizen. He is a philanthropist who is known for assisting persons. And on the ground, during his campaign, a lot of persons appreciated him simply because of the way he and his family has contributed to many of the young persons throughout, and older persons throughout the constituency. And so there's no doubt that Eddie is giving the leader of His Majesty opposition a run for his money.
COI polling, Jillian Bartlett, 281 votes at this point. What do you say about how she's doing?
Votes, I think it's excellent. Saying that the leader has 500 plus. She's right at the door. There is no counting her out.
I just want to stick a pin in there. Randy Roll has been declared the winner for Bimini and the Berry Islands. This is the first constituency to officially come in. There you have it. We can see Biminites are already celebrating. This, of course, is coming from the PLP. Kingsley Smith now on to Randy Roll, who will represent Bimini and the Berry Islands over the next 5 years, Kirk.
Let me just say this about Randy Roll. We must also remember, Randy Roll was an effective senator. He was also the chairperson of the Consumer Affairs Division, and he did a yeoman's work with transitioning that department and creating new policies and programs that positively impacted the consumer of this country. And so as far as being able to deliver, the people in Bimini would have had an opportunity to watch Randy Roll over the last 4.5 years. And so the confidence in him was shown today in the polling results.
Thank you very much, Kirk. We have to send it back to Nassau. Some more results are coming in over there. We will be back with more from the north in just a few minutes.
Well, thanks, Shashina. We have more numbers coming in, and this is from the Seabreeze constituency, well, Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros, where we have Leon Lundy, the incumbent, with 775, the Julian Gibson from the F&M, 561, the COI's 87. We also have Killarney coming in. Those numbers are about 87. Appear on your screen any moment with Robin Lyons with 543. Michael Barnes from the Barnett Ellis from the F&M at 644. MacGyver with 165. And Dr. Hubert Minnis, the incumbent there, the only man in the race, we'll repeat, with 226 there. So Dr. Minnis is lagging behind the two political giants, and that's the PLP and the F&M in that race.
Yes, Central and South Abaco now coming in. We have the F&M's Jeremy Sweeting capturing 471 votes, the PLP's Bradley Fox 587, and the COI's Crystal Williams 142 votes. We're also going to now call Exuma, where the PLP's deputy leader, Chester Cooper, now has 701 votes. We have the F&M, Deborah Moxie Roll 333 votes, and the COI's Smith there with 87 votes. This is 7 of 16 polling divisions there in Exuma and Ragged Island.
Taylor has one.
And we have an independent there, with Taylor with 1 vote.
That's very important.
Question for our panelists. Do you feel that we're now moving away from voting in governments to voting for people?
I think people are being looked at a lot more closely, and I think that, constituents are generally making their decisions based on those individuals. I'm sure at the end of tonight there will be persons that would have won that some persons may not have expected, and some who would have lost that others would not have expected that to happen. So, ultimately we still vote for the parties, but people are giving a closer examination to the individuals those parties are sending to them.
Yeah, and that shows maturity.
It shows maturity.
It shows maturity on the part of the people, the electorate, who is saying that, listen, I know what your party is saying, but let me look at you. Let me see what you're bringing to the table. What kind of
what value proposition you're adding, and how can you add value to my life? And I think that is a very, very good thing based upon what we're seeing now. And it's also impressive to see that the independents and third party, particularly CEO, is gaining significant votes in key constituencies. So
it says
that's
the
quite
viability
impressive.
of
It's shifting.
It's
shifting. The electorate is shifting. Yes. And over the next election, you never know what's going to happen.
Devard, I see you during campaigning, the big, posters with, you know, the candidates in front and
the leader right at the side.
Well, I believe the machinery, and I believe this is the difference between the two major political parties and the third political party, is that when the two major political parties, when their machinery begin to get in full gear, I believe this is what separates them. But I would be remiss. The COI is making a tremendous impact. Yes. I would be remiss if I say that. I'm looking at Central and South Abaco now, 216 votes. For the COI in Central and South Abaco. And I believe that it says that persons are becoming more autonomous, they're becoming detached and extricated from the FNM and the PLP, and they are beginning now to become independent thinkers. And I believe that the COI, Ms. Etch, I believe that they are doing a wonderful job. And I believe that, I don't know what is the purpose or what is their mantra or message, but they are having an exponential impact on this election.
I also think that one of the challenges we have is that many persons express the sentiment that they feel the FNM and the PLP have been in power for so long and they haven't seen the changes that were promised. Now, I must also add that the COI has made some huge promises, which a lot of people have bought into.
Gargantuous.
Absolutely. But, you know, I will not be distracted here. But I must say that those are things that are attracting, you know, attention as well from the electorate. But people are generally saying, you know, listen, I want an alternative.
Yes.
And so the COI and the independents are that alternative. More results.
And we have more numbers coming in now from the Mount Moriah constituency. We see Barnaby for the Progressive Party there with 108 votes. The FNM's Dames 40 votes, and the COI's Stubbs with 29 votes. This is one of the 12 polling divisions now reporting from the Mount Moriah constituency. We also have fresh numbers now from the St. Anne's constituency, where we see the Free National Movement.
Insurance? Oh, I would JSJ too, but I don't wait in line. I just pay online. Stop it. How you do that? Just email info@jsjohnson.com and say, sign me up for an online service center. They'll reach out and hook you up. You ain't never have to stand in line again. Amen to that. Save time. Pay online. Sign up for J.S. Johnson's online service center today.
Insurance, peace of mind. Come and visit us at Shop Smart, 'cause everything is here.
Yes, we have it all for you. Toys, clothing, office supplies, appliances, custom cut blinds, bedding, drapes, and rugs. Come and visit us on Mackey Street, 2 blocks down from Wolf Road. Call us at 698-1052.
Shop Smart. Oh, everything is here.
You spend all that money on your watch. It's all about the 4th of July. No lie. Tyrus Riley live. The place name, Grace Beer Marketplace, Turks and Caicos. Oh gosh! Niceness increase. I hear singer Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. 4th of July. The truth, I tell you, no lie. Simple things and the blessing. The place name, Grace Beer Marketplace, Tyrus Riley and the Black Style Band. July 4th, come to give you some more.
Take your business to the next level by joining the Tourism Development Corporation's Tourism Business and Products Registry. This registry will act as a hub for all Bahamian tourism-related ventures across the blue, green, and orange economies, ensuring that our entrepreneurs get the support, access, and connections they need to help develop a stronger business and ultimately a stronger industry.
Welcome back to our continued coverage. We want to apologize for a technical difficulty that happened in the nation's capital, but our team at headquarters will be up shortly. But in the meantime, we'll go over what is happening here in the northern Bahamas. Again, I want to bring in my panelists. Bimini, we talked about Bimini earlier. Bimini, once again, first official winner, Randy Roll. Hi, Harold, we didn't get to talk about how the COI is polling overall. What are your thoughts and how are you feeling?
In Bimini?
In Bimini.
In Bimini, it appears to be a little light, I'll give you that. But there's force. There's a reminder from both of these two good gentlemen that there's somebody they're watching. And there's forwardly, there will be that little easy road that they are accustomed to. We're going to take a hammer and we're going to break that down.
No official...
This is where we start.
This is where you start. No official declarations yet for Grand Bahama. Kirk, let's talk about the areas to watch and your predictions for the Progressive Liberal Party.
Well, I'm going to use Bahamian vernacular. I am hoping for the whole hog. Let me put it like that. But we know that there are going to be some hills and valley. But I am very pleased. One, let me start with our incumbents, both Smith in the west and Moxie in Pine Ridge. They not only have run a successful campaign, they were very effective in their duties, and I believe that the residents of both constituencies will return them as members of parliament. I am also happy in my area that I live, with Central Grand Bahama, with the campaign that Paco Deal and his team has run in Central. We must remember that Central Grand Bahama, I like to say from 77, from Pindus Point to East Grand Bahama has basically been dominated by the Free National Movement. And so, you know, last election, I was the candidate there, and I thought that I ran a good campaign, however, unsuccessful. But I've seen the work that Paco and his team has been doing, and I believe that he stands a very good chance to win. Looking at the screen there, especially when you consider the impact that Hiram Lewis will make, I believe, from the coalition.
David, I want to bring you in here, and that's a good point, Kirk. Is there any impact from Hiram Lewis as it relates to Central Grand Bahama? As Kirk indicated, Central Grand Bahama has always voted for the Free National Movement. Hiram Lewis has now moved on as the incumbent to the Coalition of Independents. Any impact at all you foresee?
Before I answer you on Hiram Lewis, I just want to go back to Bimini and the Berry Islands. Because I believe, I do not know what the final numbers are for the results of the election, but based on the 5 polling stations I think that have come in, it would have shown where Senator Randy Roll would have had 716 votes, Carlton Boleg 567, Hiram Roll 87, and another gentleman some 4 votes. When you add that up, that's going to take you around about 1,374 votes. Bimini and Berry Islands had 2,534 registered voters, which meant, from a percentage standpoint, that's just a little bit more than 50% of the voters would have voted in this general election. Again, we are seeing voter apathy in this country, and we always believed in the FNM that the greater the amount of persons who voted, the greater the chances were of the FNM returning as the government. And so, if that is the case in Bimini, I guess we'll see if that is the case throughout all of the constituencies. As it relates to Central Grand Bahama, Central Grand Bahama has had a history of supporting the Free National Movement.
Before we get into Central Grand Bahama, I do believe headquarters is back up with more numbers. At this point, of course, we want to catch up, and we want to send it over to our team, who will give us the latest for all of the polling and constituencies. Back to you guys in the Capitol.
Well, back in here in the Capitol, we have numbers coming in from St. Barnabas with Michael Halkeep. Actually, we'll go to Engliston first with the numbers coming in for Glenys Hannah Martin, the incumbent there for the PLP with 724 votes, to the FNM's McDonald with 128 votes, the COI's Presenti with 151 votes. There's still 6 more polling divisions to go there. St. Barnabas, we have Michael Alquidas with 887 votes, Jamal Moss with 214, COI 241. We also have Freetown coming in at this point with Wayne Munro, the incumbent, with 122 votes. Lincoln Deal, the FNM, with 131. The COI's Griffin with 26, and independent Andrew Blue Johnson with 12 votes. So I think that's our first set of numbers coming in for Freetown, and as we see, Lincoln Deal is leading there. We go back to Engliston with Glenys Hannah Martin with 915 votes. And the McDonald from the Free National Movement with 157, Presenti with 196, and the independent there with no votes.
Well, I think we could call Engliston and for Glenys Hannah Martin, and I think that St. Barnabas also. I think that we can call that for Michael Alquidas.
We have new numbers coming in for Freetown as well. Wayne Munro with 199, Lincoln Deal with 231, the COI's Griffin with 48, and Andrew Blue Johnson, the independent, there with 29.
29 votes. Yes, Ms. Edgecombe, I was trying to get, well, one second again, we have new numbers rolling in. We have Tall Pines constituency here. We see the PLP's Dr. Michael Darville with 77 votes. Safront Roll for the Free National Movement, 79 votes, and Trevor Green there for the COI with 36 votes. That's one of the 13 polling divisions reporting here thus far this evening. Ms. Edgecombe, has your mind changed about how your party is performing so far?
Like I said, I expected, well, I expect better in Nassau and Freeport. I am seeing some disappointment in Grand Bahama, particularly Central Grand Bahama. I expected Mr. Lewis to do much better. But the Family Islands, I kind of expect that.
Speaking of Family Islands, we're going to toss it now to fresh numbers coming in from Long Island. We have here Renika Knowles for the Progressive Liberal Party, 534 votes. The FNM's Andre Rawlings, 646 votes. The COI's Pratt, 66, and the independent candidate Turnquest there with 8 votes. So we have the Free National Movement here leading the pack with 8 of 9 polling divisions, and I know we've been calling it all night for several of these constituencies. I think this is one that we can call as well, but we'll wait for the final votes. I will follow Mr. Chipman's lead here and wait till the hammer is in the casket to call it finally, but we have the Andre Rawlings for the Free National Movement here leading for the Long Island constituency.
I think one of the things we might want to look at is we were thinking we had very high voter turnout. In all of these polls tonight, we have not seen the percentage of voter participation.
Right.
And I'm looking at Engliston and St. Barnabas in particular, even with the amount of polling divisions that have come in, it seems like we are not having a high voter turnout.
Right.
I don't know, but obviously we're going to have to tally those at the end. But that's just what my instincts are saying right now.
South Beach was really disappointing too. Very low, like a couple of people are there. But you know, it's talking about the independent and the third parties in '77.
Well, 1 second for you there. We have Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros here. We see incumbent Leon Lundy here still holding on to this lead with just 11 of the 12 polling divisions here reporting 775 to the Free National Movement's Gibson's 653 and the COI's Claire 95. So we're going to go now to Marco City with updated numbers there, where we see Free National Movement leader Michael Pintard with 2,000 votes to the Progressive Liberal Party's Eddie Wan's 1,180, and Bartlett for the COI 344 votes. This is 12 of the 15 polling divisions reporting here for the Marco City.
That can possibly get her deposit back. She's doing a pretty good show.
Excellent job.
Excellent job.
Bartlett,
Triple digits.
But as I was saying, you know, she's quite seasoned because before joining COI.
And now,
she was a DNA.
Yes. Now we have new numbers for Central Grand Bahama. We see Parco Deal here for the Progressive Liberal Party with 487 votes. We have Frazette Gibson for the Free National Movement, 566 votes. And the COI's Iram Lewis, 172 votes.
And Iram Lewis, they're the incumbent for that constituency. So it begs the question if switching sides
made a difference.
Well, I would say this, Iram Lewis, Hubert Minnis, they're not faring the best. Both left the Free National Movement. Both of them were incumbents. Both of them were former members of Parliament. And so I don't know, Kiasis may be able to make it lucidly clear, but from what I see, persons are still voting party over personality.
Let me lucidly deal with this because, you know, Iram Lewis was not given a nomination.
We're going to stick a pin there, Cassius. We have Leon Lundy as the projected winner for Mangrove Key South and Central Andros constituency with 873 votes there. We also have numbers coming in from Pinewood at this moment. So that's now two projected winners for the Progressive Liberal Party. Randy Roll over in Bimini and Berry Islands. And then you have Leon Lundy over in Pinewood.
Wow.
Votes still rolling in with Miles Larota, the incumbent, with 413 votes, to Denari Roll from the FNM, 398, to Lincoln Bean, 485 votes. Wow.
This was a seat to watch.
The COI is definitely
spoiler.
Yeah. Well, look at that.
Ms. Edgecombe, your leader, let's speak to what he's doing here in Pinewood.
Well, I have all 10 fingers and all 10 toes crossed. He did a remarkable campaign in Pinewood, and I think because he's been out there in the public so much, he is the forerunner of the whole ideology and vision and, you know, the plans of the COI. So I think the people in Pinewood, at least they should get it.
Reese,
we have
updated
more numbers coming in from Pinewood.
Updated there again, yes.
Florida with 519. Roll from the FNM with 446 for the FNM, and Bain again winning this polling division with 593 votes. So
this is a very closely contested.
Yes,
these are all. This is a very close
and more
margin.
so between COI and the incumbent.
And we have fresh numbers also now coming in from the Seabreeze constituency, where we see the Progressive Liberal Party's incumbent, Leslia Miller-Bryce here. 384 votes to Trevania Clark from the FNM's 151. That's going to be updated, yes. 613 votes now for Leslie Miller-Bryce, 210 for Trevania Clark Hall, and the COI's William Knowles with 147. We also have fresh numbers coming in from the Killarney constituency, another closely watched one there that's going to be popping up on your screen right now. We see Michaela Barnett Ellis still holding on to this lead, 768 votes to the Progressive Liberal Party's Robin Lang, 699. The COI's Dr. Veronica McGyver, 228. And the independent here in this race, Dr. Hubert Minnis, 287 votes. That's 7 of the 12 polling. And now our first numbers here tonight from the Yamacraw constituency, the Free National Movement's Ellsworth Johnson, 217. That's definitely going to be updated there, but we have 217 for Johnson, Prince for the COI at 53, and we're still working on the tally for Zane Lightbourne for the Progressive Liberal Party. But the numbers are rolling in. Central Grand Bahama now popping up on your screen. We see here Parco Deal 579. Frazette Gibson still holding on to this lead. Well, that just jumped for Parco Deal, 640. Tightening in now on Frazette Gibson for the Free National Movement, 676, and Iram Lewis there for the COI, 210 votes. We also have fresh numbers from Centerville, where we see Jomo Campbell, the incumbent for the Progressive Liberal Party, 762. The FNM's Russell, 166. The COI's Woodside, 137. That's 5 of 11 polling divisions. And we're going to go back to Central Grand Bahama now. New numbers there again. Gibson holding on and holding steady, 769. The PLP's deal, 640. Iram Lewis for the COI, 233. So as our viewers can tell, the numbers are coming in fast. They're coming in steadily. We're trying to keep up as best as we can with the graphics and the updates. So bear with us as we get the accurate numbers here for you on Decision 2026.
I think an important point when you look at the numbers is that the fresh faces are giving the incumbents quite a run for their money. And in some cases, in a good many cases, actually beating them.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But I think we must now really draw a line and look at Pinewood.
Yeah.
Pinewood right now is a very, very interesting race where you have the leader of the COI actually leading in the numbers in Pinewood and the incumbent trailing. I think that that is very interesting to see how that is going to pan out. Now, granted, we don't have all of the polling divisions in, but he has certainly resonated in Pinewood.
He did substantially well last election in Pinewood. But remember now, in 1977, we had the BDP, we had 5 seats, the FNM had 3 seats. And so it seems as if history is revisiting itself now, where we may possibly have another party in the House of Assembly. And so this is from 1977, but it's good to see that, you know, there are, the third party is gaining ground in this election, because you don't want both parties to become so comfortable, and people are saying, listen, we need a change, we need something different, which is pretty good.
And new numbers here coming in from the Carmichael constituency. We see here Keith Bell, 119 votes. Arinthia Komalafe, 75. The COI is green with 0 votes. And an independent candidate there, Knowles, with just 1 vote. And we have updated numbers now coming in from the St. Anne's constituency. And I think we can see here Adrian White holding steady onto that lead with 439 votes. To the PLP's 282 votes, and the COI's Weatherford 78 votes, and the independent candidate Forbes with 4 votes. And we have more numbers now coming in from Marco City. Popping up on your screen here, we see Free National Movement leader Michael Pintard, 2,457 votes to Eddie Wan's 1,405, and the COI's Bartlett 388. That's 14 of 15 polling divisions, and our panelists are saying, call it now. We can call that one now.
Yes.
So no surprises there, and the numbers are projected winner here in the Marco City constituency. The Free National Movement leader, Michael Pintard, with 2,457 votes cast in that constituency.
Yep.
How important is it for Michael Pintard to hold on to the seat? I think we know it at surface level, but stress to us the importance. And before we go there, new numbers coming in from Pinewood as well. We have Miles LaRota with 597 for the PLP, Denari Rowe with 490, and Lincoln Bean again for the COI with 660 votes. So Pinewood seems to, Pinewood is really pushing Lincoln Bean there. We also have numbers coming in, I understand, from Seabreeze.
Yes. So Seabreeze constituency here, we have Leslie Miller Bryce, 923 to the FNM's Stravania Clark Hall, 326, and COI's William Knowles, 225.
And we have St. Anne's as well coming in with Keno Wong with 356, Graham Weatherford with 89 from the COI, and the FNM's Adrian White with 571. So Adrian White is trying to hold on there in St. Anne's. We also have Mount Moriah in with Mikhail Bonnaby, the incumbent, with 787 votes. Marvin Daines from the FNM with 419 votes and 212 votes for the COI in that constituency. And that's 6 of 12 polls there. Also coming in, we have Centerville And
call
Jomo
that.
Campbell, 1,053.
Yeah.
If you can hear in the back, you'd hear DeVard saying we can also call.
Hold that one.
You could also call the Centerville constituency. The numbers just changed. Jomo again with 1,233 votes. The FNM's Russell with 260, and the COI's Woodside with 263. And just as DeVard called it, we have a projected winner in Centerville in the person of Jomo Campbell. So I think, I don't know if any of us is keeping score. We have 3 for the PLP so far and 1 for the FNM based on our projected winners. And of course, these are unofficially.
I understand Rollins won Long Island. I mean, we haven't seen the numbers yet.
We go back to St. Anne's with new numbers there. Coming up on your screen for St. Anne's, we have Adrian White with 694, Keno Wong for the PLP with 457, Graham Weatherford, the COI with 108, and Forbes for 6 as an independent. Southern Shore is also rolling in, and that's where we will find O.B. Roberts representing the PLP, who's coming in with 76, Denali Penn with 71, a close race there, and COI with 31 in the person of Farrington, and 14 for Leroy Major, the man who just a couple months ago held down that constituency. He's the incumbent there. Yamacraw, again, we cross over to Yamacraw, where Zane Lightbourne, the incumbent, is coming in with 157. Ellsworth Johnson, who once held down that constituency with 317. The COI Prince with 90 there, and the independent there with 0. So our numbers are coming in fast and furious at this point. Our numbers just changing for Yamacraw again, 246 for Lightbourne, and Johnson 326 there. Mount Moriah, we have Barnaby with 1,127. The FNM's Marvin Dames at 590. The COI's Linda Stubbs at 319, and the independent there with 0 votes. So I'm surprised that DeVard hasn't seen
No, well, we don't want to call that.
Let's call that man respond.
No.
You still have 4 more polls.
We got 4 more polls to go.
Updates in Yamacraw now. We're hearing numbers in Yamacraw here. We see Ellsworth Johnson still holding on to this lead with 500 points. The PLP is Lightbourne, 384, and the COI's Prince with 157. Fresh numbers also coming in from the Southern Shores constituency. We have Penn Mackey now taking the lead for the Free National Movement with 186. The PLP's Roberts with 76. The COI's Farrington 72, and Major there with 24, the independent in this race. We're going to go now to Carmichael, where we see Keith Bell for the PLP 206. The FNM's Komalafe 124. Green for the COI 36, and 2 for Knowles, who's independent in that race. We're going to now toss it to Pine Ridge to see how the numbers are stacking up in that constituency. So we have Moxie, Ginger Moxie, the incumbent there for the PLP, 228 now. Reed for the FNM 75, Mitchell for the COI 34, and McAlpine 19, who's running as an independent there. We're going to come back here to the capital in Yamacraw, where we have updated numbers. We see now Lightbourne taking this lead with 601 points to Johnson's 500 and Prince's 157. We're going to go now to marathon numbers. New numbers coming in from the marathon constituency, where we see the PLP is Lisa Ramming with 585 votes to the FNM's Penn Knowles 367, and the COI's Greens 185. Let's go back to Grand Bahama to the Pine Ridge constituency, where we have updated numbers there. Moxie again taking the lead with 307 to Reed's 127 for the FNM, 52 for the COI's Mitchell, and 29 for independent candidate McAlpine. Let's go now back to Mount Moriah, where we have 8 of the 12 polling divisions reporting. We see now Barnaby with 1,242 votes, Dames 694, and 364 for the COI's Stubbs. And another closely watched race, we're going to go back to the Pinewood constituency. Let's see how the numbers are stacking up there once again. we see La Rota now with 597, but Lincoln Bain, the COI candidate and leader, 747 votes. To Denari Rolls with FNM, 547 votes, and lots of wows at the table as we look at these numbers and how they're stacking up in this very hotly contested race in the Pinewood constituency.
Wow.
Reese.
You want to call that divide?
Yeah, that's
Reese says don't call anything.
I ain't calling nothing.
Now
We're gonna,
Okay, but
we can now
sorry.
go to Southern Shores. Numbers coming in for Denali Penn with 257 over her opponent from the PLP, 163 for Obie Roberts, 114 for the COI, and 41 for Leroy Major for an independent. We also have numbers coming in for Yamacraw, Marathon and Yamacraw rather. We'll first take it to a Marathon where Lisa Ramming has gained another 694 votes to the FNM's Penn Knowles, 452, the COI's 243, and Zilch for the independent candidate in that constituency. Our numbers also rolling in for Yamacraw. Well, I see Seabree, Yamacraw. Zane Langhorne, 745. Ellsworth Johnson, 667. COI, 101. And you see the zero there for the 191, I'm sorry. And you see a zero there for the independent who ran in that constituency. Up next is Seabreeze. Again, Leslie Miller. 1,242 votes. Well, she just changed 1,377 to the FNM's 418 to the COI, who's doing a pretty good job, in the Seabreeze constituency with 291. Up next is Pine Ridge constituency over there in Grand Bahama. With Ginger Moxie, the incumbent, with 390, the FNM's Reed with 303, the COI's 123. A shift there. We see Ginger Moxie again with 529 votes, Reed with 346, the COI 143. Tall Pines and there, McAlpine, we have 70 votes. Tall Pines, I think this is only the second polling division coming in for Tall Pines, with Darville with 228, Serpent Roll from the FNM at 166, the COI 95, and 0 for the independent.
Are you guys having a party in the back there?
So that's how our numbers are looking for now. The numbers coming in faster than we can call them in some cases. I want to speak to the detriment of having a landslide victory. It's shaping up. It's
balanced.
New numbers again.
As soon as we talk, we have to go to new numbers.
New numbers again coming in for the Southern Shores constituency, where we've been seeing Denali Penn Mackey for the Free National Movement hold this lead steady all night, and she is continuing with 368 votes to Roberts' 245, Farrington's 157, and Major's, the independent, 52 votes there. That's 4 of the 11 polling divisions. And now we have, so we're going to go to Pine Ridge once again to see how the numbers are stacking up there.
But you notice those persons that have left their parties and gone as independents,
we have Pine Ridge now,
have been totally punished.
Yes, 1 second. We have Pine Ridge now, 620, Ginger Moxie holding on to this lead. The FNM's Reed 473, Mitchell's for the COI 184, and the independent in this race, McAlpine, 102 votes there. Devard?
I am watching Freeport very, very closely. I think Loretta made the point that Freeport is very important to the fiber of this election, and I expect Ginger Moxie to win Pine Ridge, but I am extremely nervous to see Central, and also I'm very nervous to see
East Grand Bahama.
East Grand Bahama. And so I'm watching Freeport very, very closely, and we'll see what happens there.
Well, we have numbers coming in now from Seabreeze. Well, the projected winner of Seabreeze is Leslie Miller Bryce with 2,012 points, and she went in as the incumbent of the Progressive Liberal
She's been a very hard worker.
Yeah, she works.
She's very consistent. But I started to say earlier that I think that those persons that would have left the two major parties are just being pummeled, you know, in this election.
And the person of Dr. Menace,
Ira Lewis, and Mr. Major. Absolutely.
Leroy Major.
Well, those people, remember now, Leroy Major was having challenge getting nominated. They didn't want to nominate him, so he decided to go with the COI. The people didn't want to
Independent. Leroy Major, he decided to go independent.
Right, right. But Aram Lewis, I'm sorry, think about Aram Lewis.
Okay.
And so he was not going to get nominated. So he decided that he want to run with somebody else. And this is why, because he didn't do the work he needed to do. Same thing with Leroy. Leroy was not getting renominated. He decided to go independent. Because they weren't renominating, it's because the people on the ground say, don't bring them. And they still brought them. You still want to come. So you get punished because you didn't do your work. He didn't do what he needed to do to gain political capital.
Yeah, but what I'd like to say is that I'm very impressed with Michael Pintard. However, I was looking at the inner city numbers, and there's such a big gap in terms of the numbers, in terms of the PLP and FNM.
When you say inner city, you mean inner
Well, I'm talking about Centerville, Angliston, St. Barnabas. And I think there's something, you know, I'm still interested in trying to figure out exactly what happened there, because even when I look at the votes at Centerville, Jomo got this time 1,331 versus 2,000 last time. So that's 700 less votes.
Yeah, voter turnout is low. Voter turnout is low.
Yeah, so voter turnout must have been low.
Yeah.
I mean, when I did, I scored 1,990, and he's only scoring 1,300.
I said earlier, tonight,
some work to be done.
We need to actually look at the percentage of voter turnout.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, I think that's going to be important.
But we now have new numbers coming in from the Pinewood constituency with Miles Larota with 824 votes, to the FNM's 547, to the COI's 747.
So Miles has actually overtaken, this is interesting.
That's impressive.
According to these 9 polling divisions, Miles has now taken the lead in Pinewood Gardens. Now, up to this point, the COI was actually really leading. So this is an interesting, and this is again along that southern corridor that we said, you know, we must pay close attention to.
The southern corridor is where elections, I understand, are won or lost.
Well, I believe, I believe Miles will win, but Lincoln Bain has done an exceptional job in Pinewood. Obviously, his campaign mechanisms are working, and I salute him. He has done a wonderful job. My law partner from Larota Francis & Co., Miles Larota, way to go, bro.
He ain't win yet, though. He ain't win yet.
I think he will win.
I think credit should also be given to the FNM's Denari role.
Yeah.
Why he is the youngest in that race. He is the newcomer in that race. And to have pulled in that many votes from 2 men who have already been in election says a lot.
That's more, I think that's also
more
credit to the party. Because when you look at Pinewood, you know, you have to look at the party dynamics.
And as an addendum as to what Loretta said, Pinewood has been PLP 2002, FNM 2017, PLP 2012, FNM 2017, PLP 2021, and by the grace of God, PLP 2026.
Amen.
So I see, wow.
Well, the projected winners, we have Randy Roll. Just to update our viewers, Randy Roll for Bimini and the Berry Islands. Michael Pintard for Marcos City, Leon Lundy for South and Central Andros and Mangrove Key, Jomo Campbell for Centerville, Leslie Miller-Bryce for Seabreeze. That gives the PLP 4 MPs so far, and the FNM 1.
I think we have updated numbers now from the Southern Shores constituency, where we said Denali Penn Mackey again holding firm on this lead, 489 votes to the PLP's 373. The COI's Farrington 212, and the independent major with 57 votes. That's 5 of the 11 polling divisions coming in so far. St. Anne's now, we have Adrian White, the incumbent there for the Free National Movement, 1,100 38 votes. We have Wong for the PLP 700 votes, and the COI's Weatherford 188, and the Independent Forbes with 8 votes. We also have fresh numbers now coming in from one of our family islands. That's North Eleuthera. We see Mackey, who has pretty much held this lead all night with 728 to PLP's Petty's 599 and the COI's Mitchell 88 votes. This is 8 of the 12 polling divisions. We're going to go back now to Southern Shores, where the numbers have just been updated. Of course, Denali, Penn, Mackey again in the lead here with 587. Roberts 373, Farrington COI 270, the Independent Major 69 votes. Central and South Abaco now. Numbers here, we see Bradley Fox for the PLP 942 to the FNM's 801, the COI's 275. Back here in the capital, numbers in from the Marathon constituency. We have Lisa Ramming for the PLP with 868, Penn Knowles with 608 for the FNM, and the COI's Green with 302. We're going to go now to numbers coming in for the North Eleuthera constituency. We have a very tight race here. That jumps substantially from what we've seen all night. Mackey with 884 for the FNM. The PLP Petty with 880, and the COI's Mitchell with 105. First numbers now coming in for the Fort Charlotte constituency. Very tightly watched this election season. We have the PLP's Bastian with 162, the FNM's Robinson with 76, and the COI's Johnson with 18 votes. This is one of the 13 polling divisions thus far. And I think Fort Charlotte is one of those bigger constituencies. We have Tall Pines now with updated numbers. Darville PLP with 340. Roll for the FNM with 231, and Green for the COI with 146 votes. Back to Southern Shores now. The numbers are rolling in, 6 of 11 polling divisions. Penn Mackey now still holding on with that 587, but we see Roberts now for the PLP bumped up to 503. Farrington 270 for the COI, and Major the Independent 69 votes. We're going to go now to Central Grand Bahama, where we have numbers coming in for that constituency. We see Frazette Gibson for the FNM 1,203, Parco Deal, the PLP 840, Lewis 370 for the COI.
And we have coming in next, we have Pine Ridge over in Grand Bahama with Ginger Moxie holding firm with 716. The FNM's Reed with 608. The COI Mitchell with 2019, and McAlpine with 143. We go next to Yamacraw here back in the capital with Zane Lightbourne with 837. For the FNM's Elsewhere Johnson with 786. The number is just changing just now with Zane Lightbourne with 992 to Zane Lightbourne's 881, the COI 247, and the Independent there with 0. Pinewood we cross on over to with the Miles Monroe with 800. Miles LaRoda. I'm going to tell you the numbers are coming in very quickly for me. So Miles LaRoda with 941 votes to Denari, 628 to Bain, Lincoln Bain from the COI, 829 there. Southern Shores is up next with 600 for Obie Roberts for the PLP, Denali Penn for the FNM at 587, the COI with 270, and Leroy Major with 69. Central and Southern Abaco is the PLP's Fox with 1,059 to the FNM Sweeting with 1,049, just a 10 vote difference.
Nail biters, nail biters.
COI's 288 in the person of Williams. Pinewood, we go back to Pinewood, where we have Miles LaRoda with 941 there. The FNM Scenario roll, and it just changed on me with LaRoda with 1,211, with the FNM 832, and Bain 944. And I think this may be one of the few polling divisions that Lincoln Bain actually trailed in. North Eleuthera, we have up next with the PLP Savannah's Patty with 1,098. and Mackey with 1,036. There with the COI 132. Fort Charlotte is up next with the PLP's Sebastian with 309, to Travis Robinson 189, to the COI's 25 votes. And so our numbers are really coming in now, really coming in fast and furious.
Well, I think in Naughty Lucha, I think Maki may have exhausted all of his votes out of Spanish Wells.
Spanish Wells.
So now what you're saying is Harbor Island. And all of the other constituencies were at PLP Stronghold, and that's why he's taking the lead.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's something to watch.
That's going to be a tight race there as well. And it all goes back to what we said earlier. It's not going to be a landslide. It's going to come down to the wire.
But I'm happy.
Some of these constituencies.
You know where I'm happy? We're not Barbados, where you have a one-party
30
system.
zilch.
Yeah, and I think that is really good. The Bahamian people are exercising their democratic right, but it's not one-sided. People are not one-sided, and I think, this demonstrates that, our election, our process works. And people are thinking in the Bahamas, even in Pinewood, people are thinking that, listen, I don't want you, but I want him.
Yeah, let me hear something different from the PLP and the FNM. Despite the arguments made on both sides, people still see them as the different sides to the same coin.
Precisely, and that is perhaps breaking the glass ceiling right there, and I think that's a good step in the right direction. We talked about it earlier.
I think another point is how we're seeing low voter turnout, as indicated earlier. What would you say, any of you, to this prevailing voter apathy that has really been the case through much of the Caribbean? It was the case in Barbados as well.
And Jamaica
as well.
I mean, people are disattached from political parties and the policy because the message has been the same. And when I did my survey,
1 second there, we have numbers coming in from Golden Isles with the PLP's Darren Pickstock with 93 votes. Brian Brown, and these two were added and by election last November with 61. The COI with Brian Rowe with 31 and Karen Butler with 2 as an independent. Actually, the same dynamics, the same four going head-to-head in the by-election. It changed again with Darren Pickstock with 93, Brian Brown with 155, and the COI with 68, and Karen Butler with 2. So this is another constituency to watch, having just come out of a by-election, and the fact that there was a very little, Darren Pickstock told us during the PLP launch, a win is a win.
A win is a win.
But by a small margin, he won that.
Yes.
We must watch this, however, because 2 of his strongest polling divisions was taken out and was transferred to the new constituency of St. James. So we're going to have to see whether he's been able to get the voters out. Because right now we're not sure what's going to happen there.
Well, Makishla, people are saying, a lot of people said that, both parties ain't making no sense. Now, I don't know what that means, right? And so to quantify
fresh numbers, we got fresh numbers. I think this is being updated now for the Golden Isles constituency. As we said, they're coming in fast and heavy, hot and heavy. And so we're just trying to make sure that we give you accurate numbers here tonight. But we can just repeat that. Brian Brown for the FNM 155, Pickstock for the PLP 93, Roll for the COI 68, and the independent in this race, Butler, with 4 votes. So we are at 2 of 9 polling divisions in the Golden Isles constituency. But, the panelists to my left making a very valid point about 2 of those polling divisions being transferred or taken and put in the new constituency of St. James. How do you see that affecting what your party can do in this constituency? Let's start with Reeds. 1 second, because those Golden Isles number.
Pop it up.
I think they're working on just start your answer. But I'm going to have to interrupt you, though, to get to those numbers. But how do you think it's going to affect what your party does there?
Golden Isles are in right now. So we're going to stick up in there with Pickstock picking up 185 votes to Brian Brown, 155 to the COI 68, and Karen Butler 4 as an independent. We also have Angleston in And Angleston has just 3 polling divisions to go. Glennis Hannah Martin with 1,232 votes to Heather McDonald, 260 as the FNM, and the COI with 285. So our projected winner in the Angleston constituency, and I think there's no surprise there. Devon, you said no surprise there?
No surprise there, Angleston.
With 1,397 votes.
We called that about 2 hours ago.
And I dare say we don't have a crystal ball on this.
And I think she has made history. I think she is the first female who has won 2002, 2007, 2012, 2017, 2021, 6 consecutive
times. Yes.
6 consecutive terms. And so, yes, so I know that there is a lot of festive activities at the headquarters.
Yes, this is
at my headquarters, and I know if anyone is going to be there, it's going to be Minky Isaacs and other persons who are there. And so we are waiting for the rest of the results to come in.
Yes.
And Barnabas.
We have new numbers now coming in for the St. Anne's constituency. For the FNM's, Adrian White, an incumbent, has been holding the lead all night, as he still does right now, with 1,268 votes to Wong's 739 and Weatherford's 196. And we see there the independent candidate Forbes with 8 votes there.
Yeah, that's
so 57% of the votes cast in the St. Anne's constituency. It seems as though Adrian White is going to hold on to that seat. And can we say no surprises there?
No surprise. I don't ever think the PLP has ever won. One of the greatest tragedies for living in Vinton was that I had to vote in St. Anne's and the former Montague, and I don't think we've ever won that seat.
No, you ain't gonna ever win it either.
No, exactly.
And you being a former MP for Montague, what are the dynamics of that constituency
that's like,
you know?
I think when you look at the demographics of St. Anne's right now, it actually has taken in quite a bit of the what would have been Montague, as I understand it. And so I don't think there's any surprise there that Adrian would have won that. You have Blair, which is predominantly FNM, Big Blair and Little Blair. So he's got quite a boost there. I must say that the young man, Keno Wong, I think he lives in the Johnson Estate area. He's made a very good showing, you know, and very brave because, I'm not, no pun on words there, but, you know, very, very brave to go into St. Anne's because it is, you know, historically an FNM seat.
But to add to that, though, Adrian White has been a very dynamic candidate. And he's been a dynamic MP. And so everybody knows him for being dragged out of those with that flag, and he would not. And he stands up, he speaks, and he shows that he's working for it. It isn't even though, you know, people say he inherited that seat, he's working to hold it and keep it. And so, you know, hats off to Adrian White. We can give you that one.
And the dancing doesn't help. He seems to be having such a fun time during this election cycle.
He's eating some pea soup. He always eat pea soup, too.
What do you mean, y'all? What is that?
We have numbers coming in now for the Carmichael constituency. That's going to show up on your screen real soon. We have here Bell still holding on to the lead with 381 votes. Kamalafi 260. The COI's Green with 116 and the independent Knowles with 2 votes. We have new numbers also in from the Yamacraw constituency here, where we saw it flip. It started out with Ellsworth being in the lead, and then we saw Lightbourne, who still continues to hold on to that lead with 1,077 votes to Johnson's 1,010. The COI's Prince's 299 votes in the Yamacraw constituency, and this is 10 of the 13 polling divisions called so far here tonight. This one is very tight. Yeah. Very tight race
Two
here.
great MPs, 2 great guys.
And two incumbents.
Yeah, and they're 2 great guys, and so it can go either way with them too, because Zane is a great guy and Ellsworth is a wonderful guy.
You speak of Adrian White being a dynamic MP. What is a good MP? We hear some people saying, my MP gives me this, my MP didn't give me this. what actually is a good MP?
Well, that depends on what constituency you live in.
Or what should be a good MP?
If you're in Galani, you send me a text, you're a good MP. But if you're in Baintown, you got to give me some food,
little more.
give me a coupon. And so, because I remember listening to Dr. Minnis, he said he hadn't been to a funeral in like 4 years. And I said, buddy, I've been to 3 funerals yesterday.
Well, no.
So it depends on the constituency.
I must tell you, Adrian is the type of MP that shows up for everything. Whether it's a funeral, whether it's a parliamentary meeting or something, it doesn't matter. He's always there.
And he's humble.
And
he's humble.
You know, truly, you want to know what else he does. He started a whole garbage collection on the beaches of St. Anne's.
Right.
You know, you see him in the community every week with people from the area. He's seen, sometimes he's driving around with his white truck with his Bahamian flag on the back. You can't miss him. So he is present. And I think people appreciate that.
But should we, as voters, be expecting more from our MPs? Should we be expecting more than the pave your road, build the constituency?
No, but that's all for the good of the constituency. When you say expecting more, you know,
attend my loved one's funeral.
No, there are some people that want you to buy a fridge, a stove, a car, a house, a roof.
That's right.
That is absolutely ridiculous. You know what? And these constituencies are not small. He's got to do, or she has got to do, what is for the greater good of that constituency. You know, if we had more people, I ask people all the time, how could you expect to see your MP every day?
And
They've got lots of work to do.
We've distorted the role of MP. We think that the MP is supposed to pay our bills and provide for you. That's not the role of an MP.
And come to my wedding.
And come to your wedding. And that's not the role of... I mean, I hate funerals. Oh, Jesus, I'd never make it in that case. But... But you know, for me though, it's making sure that you can add value to the country as a whole via your constituency and deliver on the things to making sure the constituencies run, keep crime low, making sure lights are on and so on. Not pay your light bills.
Pretty much managing the resources.
That's it.
Managing the resources that you have.
Yes.
To take care of your community.
Precisely.
So it's about bringing a community together with a vision and purpose and getting something done.
Yes.
Right? So when we step into that framework where we're looking for someone to give you something or you determine that they're a good MP based on that, then that's when we start to get into the social politics that really impacts decisions like this.
But I think also we have to look at the promises that people make.
That's a part.
You know, because they create unreasonable expectations.
Yes, we have new numbers coming in.
You go, take it away.
New numbers coming in from Southern Shores, just popping up on our screen, with Roberts with 804, Denali Penn with 744, Farrington from the COI with 354, and Leroy Major as an independent with 93. So Obi Roberts and Denali Penn going practically neck for neck there. I think it's still too early to call Southern Shores in terms of who is a clear winner.
Yeah, but something is important that I would like to recognize is that the COI is doing very well in the southern corridor.
Very well.
And they're really having an impact there, and so that's something really to look at. Maybe it was a part of their strategy. It's the southern corridor.
Well, let's ask Ms. Edgecombe, was it a part of your strategy to really go into
you won't
the
win all.
I know she wants all.
Thank you, Mr. We didn't enter the race to be a spoiler at all.
Were you banking on that southern corridor that we know is crucial to
We
the
were
election?
banking on all the corridors, north, south, east, west. No, seriously, we went in it to win it. We didn't come in this to be a spoiler. You understand? So
that's the mindset to have.
I think she makes a great point, because we've always spoken about the COI and the independents as, oh, they're stealing votes from us to take away the spoilers. But you're saying that you're in it to win it. We want a seat at the table. We want to get in the House of Parliament.
Definitely.
Remember now, every vote that a third party gets, they have to earn those votes.
That's
the PLP inherit votes. Those are legacy votes.
Right.
F&M inherit votes. They're legacy votes. What they call is, I vote this way because my mommy voted this way, my Grammy vote. So they don't earn those votes. Every one vote that a third party receives, they have to work hard for that. So you see 200 votes and you laugh at that. They have to work hard for that.
Yes.
You say F&M name, they don't work. They just say, I am F&M, and people vote for them.
But you know what is also interesting? We talk about this corridor. this corridor is the bedrock of many of our uniformed branches, many of our civil servants, many of our teachers, nurses, all public servants. That is so. That's a real powerful corridor, because that's where the new developments, the new neighborhoods were built, and a lot of people in the public service reside in those areas. So it's also very important to see how they're voting and watch that voting process over the next few voting cycles, because they are shifting.
You made a point about legacy voters. Do you think we're making the shift from being a generational voter to voting on our own? We have with the rallies, we see a lot of people pouring out. You admit, we've accepted that there were more young people on our screens, that is, for the PLP. Do you think there is a shift, that not just because my grandmother, my great-grandmother voted PLP, I'm going to do the same? Are we making that shift from that?
We are saying that gradually, and like I said, when you put on a PLP or an F&M uniform, you inherit a lot of votes. You don't have to do anything for it. You don't have to say nothing, you don't have to dance. But if you put on a third party or uniform, you have to work for every single vote. So you may laugh at 100 votes and people laugh at that, but you have to earn that. The F&M don't have to earn their votes. And so those legacy votes comes with the political party. And this is where you're seeing a growth now, that people are now waking up.
I think
I think the social media has been a critical...
And we're going to talk about that.
Yes, I think we have a map now that we want to share with our viewers showing the projected winners thus far for tonight. In New Providence here, we have Centerville, we have Englerston, and we have Seabreeze that we have projected to have been won by the Progressive Liberal Party. And of course, that map is going to be filled out throughout the night as we get more numbers coming in this evening.
You made a point, Cassius, about social media, and social media has played a very big part in this year's campaigning. Leslie Miller has said on one of our shows, though, despite social media, MPs still need to be on the ground. They still need to be knocking on those doors, touching those their prospective voters, and so there still needs to be that connect, and we're going to talk more about that when we get those numbers. Ianthea?
Numbers in Fox Hill now. I'm watching our live stream, and the people are saying, where's Fox Hill, where's this one? So now we have numbers coming in for the Fox Hill constituency. We see the incumbent, Fred Mitchell, there with 119 votes. Fox for the F&M, 59 votes. Brown for the COI, 25 votes. This is one of 12 polling divisions. We're now going to go back to Killarney to see how things are shaping up, or probably wrapping up there with the voting. We have Michaela Barnett Ellis for the F&M still strongly holding on to this lead with 1,046 votes. Robin Lines for the PLP, 949 votes. Dr. Veronica McIver, COI, 313 votes. And independent former Prime Minister Dr. Hubert Minnis with 362 votes. We have now new numbers again coming in for the Fox Hill constituency. We see a jump there for Fred Mitchell, 302 votes, 182 for Fox and 71 for Brown. And I think our first set of numbers tonight for the Baines and Grantstown, we're going to, so the numbers are going to change again. We're inputting them for you guys to see them as accurately and as timely as possible. So we're going to see now what Fred Mitchell has. 388 to Fox's 251 to the COI's Brown's 98 votes. Now we're going to look at numbers coming in from the Baines and Grantstown constituency for the first time tonight, where we have Wade Watson for the PLP going up against the F&M's J. Philippe. We have 62 for Philippe, and Wade Watson's number is being currently updated. We'll go now to Bain for the COI, 54 votes, and our independent candidate there, Harris Pinder, with 0 votes. We're going to go now back to Golden Isles while we populate the numbers there for Baines and Grantstown. Pickstock, 297, but Brown for the F&M is right behind him with 288. The COI's Roll, 93, and independent candidate Butler, 6 votes there. there, and this is 3 of the 9 polling divisions coming in so far. We're going to go back now to Fox Hill, where the numbers are rolling in. Mitchell has been leading thus far, and he still does now, 471 votes to Fox's 317 votes and Brown's 113 votes. Back to Baines and Grantstown now, the numbers being updated there. Wade Watson, 136. Jay Philippe, 115 for the FNM and the COI's Bain with 90 votes. Our independent candidate there, Harris Pinder, with 0 votes so far. This is 1 out of 9 polling divisions for the Baines and Grantstown constituency.
So it's still a long night for Bain and Grantstown.
Back to Fox Hill again with fresh numbers being updated once again. We see Fred Mitchell now taking a sizable lead with 553 votes. Fox for the FNM, 380 votes. COI Brown with 131 votes. And we're going to go now to Garden Hills.
Oh, yes.
Golden Isles, apologies. We're going to go now to Golden Isles for updated numbers there, where I think the incumbent Pickstock, who still holds on to this lead, 452. Wow. But again, Brown right on his heels with 444 votes. Roll for the COI, 144, and the independent Butler with 6 votes. Back to Baines and Grantstown, we have Wade Watson, 335 to Jay Philippe, who has fallen a little bit behind with 264. Bain for the COI with 120. Harris Pinder with 0 votes. She's the independent candidate there in this race. So 2 of 9 polling divisions, the numbers seem to be rolling in, and we will of course be populating them, updating them as soon as we get them in for you.
We're going to go over now to Bamboo Town, and those numbers coming in just a second. Stay with us in Bamboo Town. I think this is just the 3rd polling division, with the PLP with 190, Sands for the FNM with 105. Jackson from the COI with 112, so she's not getting left behind. She's not getting left behind in Bamboo Town. The COI.
The COI is pulling in a lot of votes, you know.
Whether they're not.
I mean, the COI, believe it or not, in this southern corridor, I mean, right now they're leading the FNM.
They're beating the FNM.
We're going to go to Golden Isles. We're going to return to Golden Isles. And the numbers coming up for us with the PLP, Darren Pickstock with 642. Brian Brown holding steady with 630. The roll from COI with 185. And Karen Butler for the independent with 8. So it's neck and neck for Pickstock and Brown.
This is really tough.
You know, one of the things for both of them, I feel, I lament for both of them, because they, in 3 months ago, they had to spend and go through a whole by-election and to do the same.
And to do it all again. Fox Hill has new numbers as well. Fred Mitchell with 984 for the PLP. Nicholas Fox for 631 and 209 for the COI West. Grand Bahama is only the 2nd polling division there. Kingsley Smith, the 336 to the FNM's 195 to the COI's 25. And Kingsley Smith, fresh out of a by-election himself. So he has a lot to prove standing on his own.
Yes. And West End has always been a strong PLP hold, PLP stronghold on Freeport.
We go next to Bamboo Town, where the numbers are a bit distorted, but we're going to work that out for you right now with Bamboo Town.
I think I can call it from here. I see Patricia DeVoe for the PLP with 411. Dr. Dwayne Sands for the FNM 254, and Maria Daxon for the COI 189 votes there in the Bamboo Town constituency. So she's pulling some numbers
between her and Lincoln Deal. They have really pulled.
And new numbers here in the St. Anne's constituency. We see the FNM's incumbent Adrian White, who's pretty much held on to this lead all night. 1,395 votes to Wong's 787, Weatherford's 205. And Forbes's 9 votes in this constituency. And I think this is actually 11 of the 16 polling divisions there. So
0 as
we're closing in on final numbers there for the St. Anne's constituency.
We call that.
Yeah, we could call that.
We could call that.
We could call that.
For 18.
I think the disparity is too wide.
Yeah, the flag man went that.
We were first talking about the impact of social media and how we still need to maintain that good old-fashioned campaigning during elections.
We have a generation that don't read the newspaper, that don't watch the news. The only thing they do is scroll all day. So you have to show up on their For You page for them to know what's going on. That's where Lincoln has been able to win in that area. Because if he shows up on every For You page when he goes live or whatever, that's how he's getting his message out. The FNM and the PLP have neglected the social media. You look at their number of followers on the FNM and the PLP, very, very low. And they have not used social media the way they should have used social media, even the boat leaders. And so they have not reached a whole generation because, like my kids, they never watch newspaper, but every day they could tell you what's going on because of what's coming on social media, TikTok. And that's where the new medium is for winning elections.
Yeah, Lincoln Bain was able to pull in more viewers during lives than
FNM and the PLP combined.
FNM and PLP during rallies being streamed.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And
yeah,
so
but
that
when you look at the amount of money that was spent on influencers with the PLP, you would have expected that they would have been able to galvanize some of those young people that you speak of that was more prominent at their events than ours. I mean, that was no, little change that they spent on social media. So we would have expected that from them.
And you were talking about the $250,000.
Yes, exactly. Right?
I see your mouth is wide open, Devard, so you're just waiting for me to put a full stop on that sentence and jump in.
No.
It is what it is.
No. I believe, like I said, election strategy is extremely important. As Cassie has said, I believe the strategy that the PLP is showing very forcefully. I believe that both strategies worked for both parties, but I believe as it appears to be now, I think that we can all start to head out to Clifford Park.
Devard, we are 4-1. 4-1. So you
got 5-1.
We're still counting.
I thought you guys were going to address the issue that McCushla actually asked about, about the door-to-door. And I can tell you that even with social media, the whole purpose of the door-to-door is not just to greet and meet.
Correct.
It's really to start to compile all of the information that is needed. And, that is why people say, elections can't be stolen, because if you're out there and you're able to know who's in this house and the makeup of your constituency, that's where you're able to win the election, because you're going to know that this person doesn't live in my constituency.
Right.
So they can't sort of fluff the register, if you will. So, no, I think all of those components are very important.
Yeah, it's a combination. You need to know, Bahamians are a touchy-feely kind of electorate. We need you to come to our house.
Right.
But then there's a new generation, Generation Z, or whatever you call them, Y. The only thing they do is change their dictionary and come up with creative names. They don't care, but you come into their home. They want to see you on their phone. This is their life.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so that's where you meet them. But there's a generation like me and Loretta. We want you to come and sit down and talk to us and so on. And so but you have to be able to get balance.
Be able to bridge the gap.
Yeah.
Balance.
We have numbers coming in from Carmichael. And there we have Keith Bell for the PLP with 381, the FNM's Komalafe with 260, COI with 116, and the independent there, Knowles, with 2.
Oh, no.
From the town, we have Patricia DeVoe with 709, FNM with 503, Maria Daxon with 320 for the COI. We're going to cross on over now to Fox Hill as well. Numbers coming in there. And Mitchell with 1,094 votes to Fox's from the FNM, 687 to the COI, 242. So that may be a projected winner
I think
there
Mitchell,
as well.
Mitchell is a projected winner.
So we can call that one. So we call Fox Hill. Fox Hill is the PLP.
Mind you, you still have 5 polling divisions.
yes.
Don't matter. He
that don't matter.
can't make that.
5 polling divisions.
Unless Fred gets
0 votes.
only 20 in each of them.
Yeah, he can't make that up.
Yeah,
he can't make it. No matter hot dog, no matter Angus beef hot dog, because I live in that constituency.
I want to bring in Ms. Edgecombe again because we talked about social media and how the COI has been able to use social media to galvanize such support. But what do you think about, do you think it was just the social media factor, or do you think the messaging, the mantra of your party was attractive?
Going to the boss.
Let's stick a pin, because the numbers are rolling in again. So sorry about that. We have Golden Gates now coming in with fresh numbers. Here we see incumbent Pia Glover-Roll for the PLP. 588 votes. We have folks for the FNM 188, the COI's Adderley 158, and the independent candidate in this race ramming with 3 votes. We have now numbers, and I think this may be wrapping up for Killarney here, 9 of 12 polling divisions. Michaela Barnett Ellis still holding on to this sizable lead, 1,046 votes to Robin Lyons 944, Dr. McIver's 313, and Dr. Minnis's 362 votes. And if you want to just marathon now, we're going to give you updated numbers on that, where we saw Lisa Ramming has been holding on to the lead practically all night. That's going to now show up on your screen. She has now 1,083 votes. We have Penn Nold for the FNM with 792, the COI's Green with 381, and the independent there with 0 votes in the marathon.
I think we could call that one. I think we can call that one also.
And Mount Moriah as well, we have updated numbers for that constituency, where we have seen Mikael Bonneby tonight still holding on to this lead, 1,242 votes to Dames's 694, COI's Stubbs 364. And now we're going to toss it over to Pinewood Gardens with fresh numbers. Miles LaRota there, 941. Lincoln Bain, 829. And Roll there with 628 votes. Ms. Edgecombe, do you want to just jump in real quick before the numbers come in to talk about the factor of social media versus your party's messaging, which had the greatest impact?
All of those had their impact on our
we do apologize. There are new numbers. Good numbers coming in for Pinewood again. With LaRota with 1,211. Roll from the FNM with 832, and Bain with 944. And at this point, Lincoln Bain has secured 32% of the votes, with LaRota still leading with 41%.
Way to go, Bob, now.
So Bain is doing very well in Pinewood, and this
impressed by Lincoln Bain. I'm so impressed.
And numbers, fresh numbers also coming in from the Southern Shores constituency. We see Roberts here for the Progressive Liberal Party, 804 votes. Penn Mackey, the FNM, 744. Farrington, the COI, 354. And Major, the independent here, he had votes earlier on, so I think we have to populate that and update that for his numbers there. But we see these updated stats, and the numbers are rolling in. They are coming in hot and heavy, and there we see the update there. Major has 93 votes in the Southern Shores race. So Robert's still holding on to that lead. 7 of 11 polling divisions there. Now we go back to St. Anne's, where Adrian Gibson ups the ante, Adrian White, sorry, up the ante once again, 1,530 votes to Wong's 897, Weatherford's 241, and Forbes's 9 votes in the St. Anne's constituency.
And I see a message coming in from our team in Cat Island that the Prime Minister is deplaning in Nassau. So he's left Cat Island to return here to New Providence as was planned earlier today.
Well, Mokushla, like they say, cut up ain't coming, cut up is here. Aye.
We also have Tall Pines coming in. Tall Pines coming in with Michael Darville, the incumbent, with 599 votes. Serpent Roll for the FNM, 449. And COI with 260. From Tall Pines, we go to Yamacraw with Zane Lightbourne, pulling in 1,177 votes to Ellsworth Johnson from the FNM, 915. The COI's 200 299. St. Barnabas up next with Michael Halkitis having secured 1,044 votes. To the Free National Movement's 214, to Karen Butler from the COI's 241. And I think that one is another one is another easy call.
Yeah, we agree with me? Yeah, we can call St. Barnabas.
But do you agree with me? Time to head up to Clifford Park?
Well, I think it's I think it's time. We have to check to make sure.
41, and I think we're only.
I think it's Pampas time. Follow the Pampas
Central Grand Bahama and Central Grand Bahama is actually nearing the end of its voters.
Oh wow!
The FNM, the PLP with 1,340, to the FNM's 1,537, to the COI's 431, and I think this one you may have lost, Avad.
Yes.
In Grand Bahama. Next up is East Grand Bahama with Kwesi Thompson from the FNM with 108, to the PLP's 123, to the COI's 37.
I think I want to say something. We talked about social media, and so I'm keeping locked into what's happening online. And a lot of people are saying, you know, where's my constituency? Haven't seen it yet. We have about 15 constituencies with more than 6,000 voters in them. And so I think it's worth noting that, you know, you want to get the numbers right. And so as soon as we get them in, we'll share them. But 15 constituencies, the largest voter count: Bamboo Town, Carmichael, Elizabeth, Fort Charlotte, Fox Hill, Golden Isles, Killarney, Tall Pines, and James. So we've heard some of them already. And so I think we just have to patiently wait to get the numbers to get it accurately. Mrs. Edgecombe, do you want to jump in now with the answer to that question? Well, there we go.
There we go.
St. Barnabas. There we have the projected winner of St. Barnabas in the person of Michael Halkitis, who has made a return to the House of Assembly with 1,044 votes. They're winning over his opponent, Jamal Moss, in the St. Barnabas constituency.
Jamal was not a strong candidate. He had no political capital to really cash in, and Michael has just destroyed it. And, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
Yes, yes,
I think we can also call Cat Island. I think we're just playing around with that. We can call Cat Island, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
We can call that.
Yeah, and it's Tavad, do you have any pump?
Yeah, I know.
We can call.
I believe that we can call.
I know you want to get this out.
No. I believe that St. Barnabas we can call like as they did. I believe that Marathon we can call. I believe we will win Bamboo Town.
Yes.
I believe in Nassau. I think the only seats we will have some issues with maybe St. Anne's and
Killarney.
Killarney, yeah. And it's a pair, St. Anne's, Killarney, and maybe Freetown. But from what I see, it appears as if that this may be a sweep of Nassau for the Progressive Liberal Party. There may be only 3 seats that the Progressive Liberal Party loses in Freetown. And
in New Providence.
Beyond that, if it is true that Bradley Fox won Central and South Abaco, they definitely in trouble in North Abaco.
Yeah.
Because our strongest candidate was Kirk Cornish in North Abaco. And so if it is that Bradley Fox did win Central and South Abaco, the FNM is in plenty problems, and they are going to have to go to Lowest Pharmacy for a lot of Pampas.
Mr. Chipman, your response there to how your party is performing so far?
You know, I think they have been and they have done a very good job at getting, you know, at organizing themselves to compete. However, I feel that the electorate might have had somewhat of a disconnect, if we may say, in terms of what they expect and what we were able to deliver. But I'm not calling it as yet. So I'll just
if I may add,
we're going to go to some results from Exuma and Ragged Island, where you have the Deputy Prime Minister with 932. Exuma and Ragged Island, where you have the Deputy Prime Minister with 932 votes, Moxie Rowe from the FNM at 448, and the COI with 114. And Exuma and Ragged Island has been held down now by the
we could call that one too. We could call that one. Just to get that.
We go back to Cat Island, there's 382 with the Prime Minister, the F&M with 104, and the COI with 9. I understand that from here we'll move to Long Island with Renico Knowles with 534, Andre Rollins for the F&M at 646, the COI with 66, and the Independent there with 8.
Yeah, we can call that.
The multi-island constituency of Michael pulling up with the PLP with 471 to the F&M's 496. To the Independents 31. So it's a close race there in Michael as well. Carmichael, we go to Keith Bell 381 to the F&M's 260. COI 116 to 2 for the Independent there. Foxhill, we're going to cross on over to the east with Mitchell with 1,094. To Nicholas Fox from the F&M 687, COI 242 votes in the Foxhill constituency. Golden Isles, Darren Pickstock 642 to the F&M's Brian Brown 630, COI 185 to Karen Butler as the Independent with 8. And Karen Butler is actually doing better than she did in the by-election.
With 8?
She's doing better than she did in the by-election.
That's an improvement.
I think we have numbers from Central Grand Bahama as well. Frazette Gibson with this lead all night, 1,537 votes. Two Deals, 1,340, and Lewis's 431. We're going to come back here to the capital where we'll go to the Bain and Grantstown constituency for fresh numbers. Watson holding on to his lead with 495. Philippe, well, there we see that jump there. Watson 605 now. Philippe 506, Bain 195, Harris Pinder 1 vote. We have fresh numbers also from Bamboo Town, where we see DeVoe with 1,117 votes, Sands 818, Daxon 459 votes. That's 10 of the 14 polling divisions reporting there from the Bamboo Town constituency. We're going to go now to North Andros, a constituency we started to watch earlier. Oh, no, fresh numbers and new numbers now for North Andros. We see there Lightbourne for the PLP with, let me get those numbers to make sure we are okay, with 854. Yes, and Oliver for the F&M 573. And we see here the COIs lying with 43 votes. So the first numbers we've seen coming out of the North Andros constituency for the night. We're going to go back now to the Pine Ridge constituency for updated numbers there. We see Moxie, Ginger Moxie, the incumbent for the PLP, 1,341 votes. Reed, 740. We see McAlpine there with 186. He's an independent candidate in this race. And Mitchell, I believe that is 443, if I'm not mistaken. We will definitely update that and correct that once we get fresh numbers in for that. 243 that was for Mitchell there for the COI. The people on Facebook say, stop calling it.
Okay.
We're still counting. The counts are still coming in. The numbers are still coming in.
But I'd like for us to take a look at that Central Grand Bahama. Because when you look at those numbers, Central Grand Bahama, that's a seat, if I'm not mistaken, that would have been held by Nico Grant.
Yes, it was.
That's a very stronghold Free National Movement seat.
And we have a projected winner now for the Pine Ridge constituency there, the incumbent Ginger Moxie. Wow. 1,341 votes in that constituency.
They're all returning.
Yes.
So she there now, as you said, returning.
They telling me don't call it, but everything I say and we win, we win. They telling me, but everything I say and we win, we win. So I don't Facebook.
Golden Gates.
Golden Gates we have now.
Ooh, we could call
numbers
that.
From there.
We call that long time.
With 1,077 votes.
Gotta look at COI.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to announce her here tonight as the projected winner for that constituency. Glover Roll with 1,727 votes to take that seat once again.
Go, Pia.
And Pine Ridge.
You called Pine Ridge.
Yeah, we called that already with Ginger Moxie, but I guess we have fresh numbers to keep you updated. 1,568, Reed's 861, Mitchell's 295, and Michael Pine's 215 for those who are keeping, you know, actual
when you
scores.
look at this historically, you look at Pine Ridge, you look at Golden Gates, you see that both of those women, and we were talking about women, they have actually, if you want to talk about their
political capital,
those two in particular have increased tremendously over their previous,
over the last
absolutely.
2021.
So Ginger Moxie and Pia Glover-Roll have really made, obviously, I guess that is what translates to a good MP. They've both done very well.
And both of them were very visible in their constituency. You saw them, I remember.
And Leslie, I have to leave her out of there.
And Leslie, and Pat, DeVoe.
Well, we haven't declared her yet.
Well, but no, I'm just saying she was very visible.
I see. Okay.
In her constituency, I would pass Golden Gates because I have to pass to get home all the time, and you would see Pia doing loads of stuff on Golden Gates.
Killarney is very, very close.
Oh wow.
I think we just saw there Robin Lyons sort of kind of closing in on that lead that Michaela Barnett Ellis has held all night. We're seeing here now Barnett Ellis with 1495 to Robin Lyons 1454.
One more poll to go.
McIver with 419 and Minnis with 491. So she is definitely, jumped up there over the last several minutes, and we are at 11 out of 12 polling divisions called. We're going to go back now to Southern Shores with updated numbers there. Obie Roberts, 1,002 votes for the PLP. Penn Mackey, 952 for the FNM. Farrington, 449 for the COI. And Major, the independent candidate, 114 votes. 9 of the 11 polling divisions reporting here so far tonight.
So you see the Southern Corridor is doing well for the PLP.
What I noticed, Makushla, is that I think when you look at the FNM support or their results in the New Providence, is that the leader didn't have a strong presence in New Providence. He had a strong presence in his constituency, but in New Providence, his presence wasn't strong enough to pull people to vote for the Free National Movement. And the challenge many of the candidates were saying they were having was that they wasn't connecting with the leader. The leader is critical in every election in the Bahamas, and people said they weren't connecting with the leader. They don't know the leader like that. And so I think if he's still the leader after tomorrow, you know, you have to be visible in the capital because this is the main battleground.
That actually brings up another question, particularly for Reese Chipman. Dame Janet Boswick said early on that it'll be an uphill battle for the FNM to win. But she also said, but the FNM will win. Did you think it would be this much of a battle?
Well, I mean, yeah, of course we thought it would be this much of a battle because the incumbents or the PLP had the purse as well as they had money. That's my personal.
Ain't gonna do no place.
Yeah, well, they had some.
Ain't gonna do no place.
They had enough to work with.
Don't blame money on this.
They had enough to work with. It's my opinion. Now, yes, we knew it was a challenge. Yes, it was an uphill battle. However, of course, once again, I think it's more of the going back to the electorate and just trying to connect with exactly what it is that their needs are.
If we zoom in on Pinewood as an aggregate and as a micro example, right, then you can see really his message. Lincoln had that kind of money. He had the money to compare with the FNM and the PLP, but his message was out there. He was able to resonate with the people. The same thing when you juxtapose that against the whole constituency, Michael has not resonated with the people in the Nassau. Now, like I said, in his constituency, he did very well. His votes increased. But in the capital, the battleground,
where it really counts.
Agreed.
There's no resignation. He did not resonate with the people.
And I think it goes far beyond your purse or financial.
Beyond that.
What's your financial threshold? I think it has more to do with visibility, your work within the community, your work within the constituency. And I think that is what those from the Progressive Liberal Party has maximized their political capital on.
Yes. Yeah, that could have been some challenges.
Has the results, as we're seeing it then, been more about not that the government has been an effective government, but that the opposition has been an ineffective opposition?
He didn't gain the political capital to cash in today.
Cassius, I don't know if I agree with that fully. I do believe that we've had some outstanding members of parliament.
No, I was talking about the opposition.
Okay, with the opposition,
You all cash in. You all cash in.
Thank you.
The results show that you all cash in.
Yeah, because when we look at persons like a Pia, like a Leslie, like a Chester Cooper, like even
Glenys Hannah Martin.
PM, Glenys Hannah Martin, they have been exceptional members of parliament, and they've done a yeoman's job within their various constituencies. I remember even when the chairman for ZNS, Picewell, he may have had the financial purse, but he never lost his seat at one point because he was always visible.
I'm going to give you a chance to answer when we return from the numbers, Reese. But in Marathon, we have Lisa Raming there with 1,241 votes. The F&M Penn Knowles with 923 to the Green, to the COI's Green with 379. So those votes just coming in from the Marathon constituency. Reese Chipman, how do you respond to ineffective versus an ineffective opposition?
Well, I think we could have been more effective, right? I don't think we were ineffective. I think we could have been more effective. I do think that the PLP, the way they were able to galvanize communities was something that was impactful and should be recognized. However, I still believe that there are so many shortcomings that particular administration had that I believe we should have gotten our message more across, especially the message on accountability and transparency. And of course, because there's so many laws that weren't followed in terms of audited financial statements that should be presented to the Parliament before we borrow money or before we do things that they just did without following the law. So there are things like that that really I think we ought to have put some more pressure on them to be more accountable. And so that's a position that I think where we fell short.
The PLP had significant liabilities in the last 4 years. They had a lot of reputational debt that y'all didn't capitalize on. Y'all didn't maximize on, y'all didn't magnify. And it's because you didn't magnify it, then the people didn't really have a chance to connect. And so, because y'all are losing now, that's your fault, because you didn't do what you need to do to gain those political capital, magnify those reputational debts so that people say, listen, I can't vote for the PLP because X, Y, Z.
But I also want to put in it, Brave Davis was an excellent prime minister. He has done an excellent job. I believe that it starts with good leadership, and I believe that Philip Brave, Edward Davis, and Chester Cooper had done a great job, not only in their constituencies, they have done a great job for the country. I believe that, and if we be fully transparent, exactly, the results are saying it, but
no. Those results do not say they have done a good job with the country.
What does the results say then?
Well, it says that the people might have seen things a certain way. No. They were unaccountable in many cases. They were non-transparent. So that is what we're talking about. So I'm talking, maybe we're talking about two different things.
No. You can't say it, because the thing is about it is, then why did Minnis lose? Why did Minnis lose? He was not a good, the greatest thing that Minnis did for us was he make us turn left on the red light. Other than that, he done nothing in his administration.
No, I disagree with that because exactly. That's why I'm saying it's my opinion.
Yeah, but I'm saying that Minnis lost because in it that persons did not like his leadership.
Speaking about Minnis, do you think also we should also factor in, and this was said earlier, we should also factor in for the FNM that it did not do as a good a job as it could in terms of, even if it was only perception, that it was a unified party. Yes. Coming out of the rift, severing ties with Minnis and several other people.
Yeah, I do agree that the perception of that did not go over or help very much. But, I wouldn't allow my colleague here to say that the only thing Minnis did was make us turn left. No. I mean, that is a good thing. But there was also the increase in exemptions. And guess what? The Free National Movement is the most democratic party in this country. And I'll tell you why. Because in the House of Parliament, we all could speak. I have not heard anything from any of these members for 4 years until now.
We're going to go now to Mount Moriah, where Michael Barnaby, the PLP's candidate there, pulled in just 1 second, we're going to see those numbers. But Mount Moriah pulled in 1,750 votes for the PLP to 1,085 for the FNM, 499 for the COI in Mount Moriah.
I think it's important to note here, too, again, I am the social media correspondent tonight, keeping everybody updated, right? And I think the dynamics of the conversation that's happening, that they don't realize that you, a PLP member of that party, FNM and COI. So as we hear the conversations, it's great to put that into context so people understand that, we're actually here for the party. And we have a projected winner tonight in the Mount Moriah constituency. 2,095 votes there for Michael Barnaby, who we are now calling as the projected winner for that constituency. So yes, to the viewers, you will vouch for your party. You will defend your party because you're here on their behalf. So Devard Francis for the PLP, Reese Chipman for the FNM, and Miss Theola Edgecombe reintroducing you guys for the COI.
And this is what we call intellectual banter.
Yes, this is the conversation
political banter. And when we come there, me and Reese, we could be right here. We could be the best of friends after.
You started off as such.
Yeah,
that's right. That's what it is.
Right after, and in fact, he could join us on Clifford Park.
Now that won't happen. That won't happen. But that won't happen. But I still go back to my point that I had raised about democracy and the way we were able to speak in the House of Parliament, and how it appears that the Progressive Liberal Party is controlled speakers. And what I mean by that, it looks as if, no one dissented. No one had any other thing to say besides what one person said. In the Free National Movement, however, we were able to speak. We were able to say what we wanted to say. We could go to the speaker, go on the list. This crew, I haven't heard anything from them until now that they're on the campaign trail. I'm just giving you an illustration of democracy in our country and democracy in our parliament.
And we are now going to call it for St. Anne's, where we have projected winner there, Adrian White, with 1,698 votes there for the FNM. And as we said all night, that he has really held on strongly to that lead there.
Constituency, Free National Movement stronghold here in the capital.
I mean, if I could add to Reese's conversation about, I think he's confusing unity with democracy. If the PLP is unified in their message and they're integrated with what they're doing, then they don't need to be dissent. They don't need to have confusion. And so you
it's not confusion.
But you saying that you haven't heard from them. I've heard them speak, but I don't hear no disunity. And so what you're looking for is that I'm challenging you. I don't need to challenge you if I agree with everything you're doing. If we all agree with this, what we're doing together.
Yeah, but
so
there were many issues. There were many issues that we could have heard a slight
What I'm saying is, if they're unified in their message, and if they all know what they're doing together, then don't need to be no dissent.
Very non-democratic, if you ask.
I don't. But
It's just my opinion.
That's not fair.
But it's my opinion. I don't feel
not fair to them.
It's a well. However you look at it.
The F&M figures, they got a row with everybody, you fight all the time, and then you break up your party.
We were democratic, we were able to speak. We could go on the list and nobody told us you can't speak.
Grand Bahama, we have numbers coming in for Grand Bahama. Kwesi Thompson out of East Grand Bahama. We're waiting for those numbers to appear. And there you have the PLP with 547, Kwesi Thompson with 703, and he's the incumbent in that constituency to the COI 191. We go now to Fort Charlotte, back here in the capital. Sebastian pulling in 622 votes to Travis Robinson from the F&M, 246. And the COI, 52 votes there in the person of Miss Johnson. We now go to Golden Isles. Golden Isles, where we have Darren Pickstock. This race is the tightest. I think it's the tightest one tonight.
This was just like the
Brian Brown, 817. The COI, 222 to Karen Butler's 9. And there are still 3 polling divisions to go there. South Beach, we're hearing from, I think maybe only for the second time tonight. Yes. With Bacchus Roll for the PLP with 58, Darren Henfield with 11. So it seems to be a terribly low voter turnout there. And the COI of 47 in the person of the... We also have an update, Bacchus Roll at 177. Darren Henfield from the F&M at 76, and the COI with 78. Killarney now. We go back to Robin Lyons with 1,458, to Michael Barnett Ellis's 1,495. MacGyver pulling in COI 419 to the independent candidate, Dr. Minnis, 491. So I think from far back we said this is a race really between the PLP and the F&M. And it seems, if my memory is correct, that the F&M is edging out the PLP in this particular constituency.
With one more.
But like Reese says, we still have one more polling division. So this is one of those nail-biter
only by 37
constituencies. East Grand Bahama, we go back to with the PLP's Pratt with 1,042 to Kwesi Thompson's 1,657 to the COI 313. It changes now to the PLP pulling in another 1,210 votes to the F&M pulling in 1,864 to the COI 358 in East Grand Bahama. And still 6 more polling divisions to go there, so that's still anybody's guess. Numbers keep rolling in. PLP 1,272, the F&M 1,900 for Kwesi Thompson, and the COI 362.
Give that to the F&M.
Golden Isles, we go to back here in the capital for Pickstock. I think these are the same numbers we had before. And again, 816 to 817 to 222. We're just waiting for an update, and that polling division 7, 1,074 for Pickstock, 1,013 for Brown, 265 for the COI, and 10 for the independent. The only woman in the race in that constituency, Karen Butler.
Yeah, she did better.
She did well.
Yes. Where? Just like I told...
Where? That is so facetious.
That was...
But I think we talk about women in the race.
Election, she's doing better now than in the by-election.
Yes.
But, you know, that is...
So... Let's just...
That is me.
Reese, we're going to keep it with you. What would you say then? You talk about accountability. We could have been more effective with the accountability. We talk about the unifying the party. I think, would you agree that more work needs to be done in that vein?
Oh, absolutely. I think we, like Cassie's would have said earlier, we could have highlighted some of the deficiencies a little bit more, especially the deficiencies in accountability and transparency. In terms of unification, I think, you know, we came out of a huge loss in 2021, and therefore our leadership again, was challenged to recreate or reorganize ourselves in a unified way. I mean, when a leader has lost that way, it was very difficult to come back and recognize and put it back there again. So we had to make the adjustments. And I think we did, we have some work to do in that area, but I think we did well with what we had.
Fresh numbers coming in now for East Grand Bahama. We see Kwesi Thompson there with 2,127 votes, to Pratt's 1,446, and Edwards 428 votes there. That's 13 of the 16 polling divisions in the East Grand Bahama constituency.
I didn't know that.
She seems to be well liked in East Grand Bahama.
Talking bad with me.
The PLP's candidate.
Oh, wow. There we see a sizable jump for Barnett Ellis there.
Divisions there.
Yes, that's 12 out of 12 polling divisions. We see Barnett here with 1,621 votes to Lyons 1,584, MacGyver's 457, and Minnes's 521.
This was indeed an interesting race.
And we're going to call it
four ways. A lot of people were saying it would be F&M because the F&M won it last time. A lot of people would say Minnes would keep it.
Yes.
And then Robin had a stronghold in it as well. And then you had the COI coming in. So this one was a pretty interesting race that had to come down to all the polling divisions coming in.
Without question.
Yes. I think if they had used Robin more in their rallies
and earlier,
I think, and Robin came in late. Robin came in late.
She came in late, but not just, she cost a lot of the other candidates to pull votes, because a lot of people in different constituencies who heard her said they're going to vote for the PLP, but they used her, and I told them they should use her.
Yeah, she was
because she was their strongest. She was their strongest link.
Yes,
she was their strongest link on the rally stage.
On the rally stage.
But she was able to help a lot of the other candidates. But she has gained significant votes in this constituency, which has basically been an F&M stronghold for a long time. So she was, if she had another week, she probably would have pulled it off.
And that was said about her a lot on the campaign trail.
Well,
new numbers. Oh, so we're projecting now a winner here for East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson, with 2,127 votes there for the FNM. Kwesi Thompson there for East Grand Bahama as our projected winner tonight.
So we have both Kwesi Thompson and his leader having won. St. Barnabas we go to now.
Where's the Hulk?
Numbers coming in. We haven't gotten numbers for Garden Hills, and people are wondering about those numbers.
Yes.
But we go now to East Grand Bahama with 1,446 for the PLP's Pratt. 2,000, well, that was
St. Barnabas.
We go now to St. Barnabas. My apologies for that, where Halkitas has 1,390 votes to the FNM's 235. And we have projected a winner for St. Barnabas.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes.
Moss votes almost accounts to one polling division.
Yeah. But Moss is in third place.
Go now to South Beach, where we're going to see how Bacchus rolled there with 671 votes to Henfield's 454 and Farrington's 242 votes there. That's 5 of the 12 polling divisions in the South Beach constituency. So the numbers continuing to roll in here. For that, we're going to go now to Marathon for updated numbers from that constituency. Here we see Lisa Ramming with 1,458 votes to Penn Knowles' 1,097. Green there for the COI with 410 votes. And that is 11 of the 13 polling divisions in the Marathon constituency. So the numbers are still continuing to roll in as we are tabulating and getting these numbers from the PRD. Updated numbers now again for Fort Charlotte, where we have seen Bastien leading the pack all night. We're going to see now what those numbers look like in that constituency. And a lot of people, thought this was going to be a David Goliath the type story. And so the numbers show, though, that Bastien leads the way with 793, Robinson with 271, Johnson there for the COI with a 67 votes. That's 4 of the 13 polling divisions coming in. So we haven't even made it to halfway yet, but Bastien has been holding on
we could call that one
to this lead all night. We're not going to call it just yet.
Interestingly, there are some constituencies we haven't gotten any numbers from.
Yes, Elizabeth is one of them. Garden Hills is one of them.
We're looking for the Hulk.
Yes. So we are still waiting on numbers from St. James.
Not heard.
Garden Hills.
Garden Hills,
Nassau
Elizabeth, Nassau Village. We're still waiting on numbers from those. We had earlier numbers from Freetown. Haven't seen an update from there in a while.
What's happening with Freetown?
Freetown, the last we had numbers from Freetown, we had Deal in the lead with 231. Wayne Monroe had 199, and Olivia Griffin from the COI 48. Blue Johnson there with 29, and another independent candidate, Patrice Hannah-Carey, with 5 votes. So the numbers haven't been updated since our last check.
And nothing from North Abaco.
North Abaco as well.
I think North Abaco, anyway. I'd rather say what I think.
When we think of what's happening in Sebas, it brings to mind that a run in politics is not for the weak, it's not for those without money.
The broke.
Do you think that the money played an important role in what's happening, how things are shaping up in Fort Charlotte?
Yeah, because you talk about the purse.
But you see, Sebas is also more visible as well, too. And he has the resources to be visible. See, in politics, it's about perception. It's not a reality.
Perception.
And so you got to let people believe that you are bigger than you really are. And so his opponent did not do that. What his opponent did was he just focused on attacking Sebas. This is not about the money. This is not about... You have to show yourself to be better than Sebas if you wanted to win.
Your political capital, show your political capital.
Precisely, and he didn't do that. And so that's why he fell down in this race. And Sebas had a message.
Not only that. Let's look at the...
We go now, one second, Loretta. We go now to South Beach, where the numbers coming in show that Barker's Row has gained 746 votes to Darren Henfield's 554 to the COI's 239. You were making...
I wanted to look at the historical background of Travis Robinson. He won as a very young man in Grantstown. He got a position, pretty high-profile position.
Tourism, yeah.
And then just sort of fell right off from his responsibilities while he was still a sitting MP. That is one constituency.
He was fired, you know.
But he could not be fired from being the representative for his constituents.
Correct.
And, you know, he pretty much abandoned everything. So he left his constituency and goes next door.
That's why he had to leave that.
People are also looking at his record. You know, what did you do? Why did you leave us? And now you've come to another constituency. I think that, you know, there had to be a lot of amends made there before he made that run again.
So is that never a good move to move from one constituency to the next? So how should that be done in order to ensure that it doesn't come back to bite you?
We can find out this in James in a minute.
No, I actually moved from one to another.
From Montague?
I mean, not that I wanted to. I was sent, you know, and I won. So no, I think that, you know, once again, you talk about this currency. And did you make a name for yourself? Because, you know, that transcends boundaries. When people see that you're productive, they're going to translate that you're going to be as productive when you come to my constituency.
Absolutely. Yes, and he had no currency.
But let's bear in mind, the same thing happened in St. Barnabas with Michael Halkidas. So he took a spanking, he stuck in there, and then he came back victorious. So maybe Travis just needs to take his licking now and try again.
I think that it may be a bit of a difference because if you remember, we needed to make space for, God rest his soul, Vaughn Miller because he crossed the floor. Because he crossed the floor, in Golden Isles, then that's what I believe the reason for Alcides being transposed to another constituency.
And there we see now our map of projected winners for the for New Providence here. And we see PLP, we have Mikkel Bonnaby from Mount Moriah. We have Pia Glover-Roll, Golden Gates, Jomo Campbell, Cernaville, Leslie Amila Bryce, Seabreeze, Glennis Hannah Martin, Anglerston, Michael Halkida Singh Barnabas, Ginger Moxie Pine Ridge, Randy Roll, Bimini and Berry Islands, Leod Lundy, South and Central Andros and Mangrove Key. And for the F&M, Kwesi Thompson with East Grand Bahama, Michaela Barnett, Ellis Killarney, Adrian White St. Anne's, Michael Pintard, Marco City. So we have the numbers there, a PLP 9 projected seats, the F&M 4 thus far tonight.
We still have many more seats.
A sizable number to go, yeah.
But now we go to Yamacraw, whose numbers are in. And Yamacraw is showing Zane Lightbourne from the PLP with 1,494.
Wow, so close.
With the F&M with 1,243, the COI with 335. And like you said, Devad, it's still close with 2 more polling divisions.
There are 2 awesome candidates. I am looking for Zane to bring it home, but Ellsworth Johnson is also a real gentleman, a really, really good guy, and a good friend, and a colleague, and so I'm looking to see, and I'm excited to see what those results will be. I don't think we could call that one.
You think that's still close, even with 2 polling divisions?
I think it's still rather close.
Still close, yeah.
Does it make any difference if the candidate, any substantive difference, I'll put it like that, if a candidate were to live in the constituency he or she is running with? We see Darren Pickstock wasn't living in Southern Shores, but he won Southern Shores in
Golden
Isles in the by-election. But yet we see quite a number of candidates this time around say, I live in this community, I have a business in this community, and are doing well in the person of, let's say, Golden Isles again, Brian Brown.
Well, I think, for instance, probably the most incessant candidate that we have, who is Glennis Hannah Martin. She doesn't live in Angliston.
Right.
And she's won 6 consecutive.
If she lived in Angliston, she wouldn't be running.
Exactly.
She wouldn't sleep.
So I think it still depends on your visibility, whether or not you live there. I've seen some persons who lived in some constituencies and were still horrible.
Still.
And so it depends on your visibility, what you do.
One of the things, too, is that because we are, our electorate is tingsy or touchy and feely. If you live in the constituency, they will bombard you consistently. And so politicians try not to run in the constituency where they live so they can get some sleep.
Well, Mother Prod did it. Right?
Well, Mother Prod is unique.
No, well, but she did it.
I was in my constituency.
Yeah, I do think it's
and I'm going to tell you, nobody bombarded me.
What constituency do you live in?
Montague.
Nobody can bombard you anyway.
I'm now in Freetown, so whatever they named it, but at Montague, I was in my constituency. I live in the city. And, you know, I cannot say that at all. I cannot agree with you. And as they've said, you know, Mother Pratt lived in her constituency. She absolutely loved it.
You were 2 out of 10,000?
No, I mean, you don't have to, even if you don't live there, and you can have some heritage, and it still works. Because I can tell you, Centerville never bombarded me. I can go in there, I understood them, I knew them, I knew the people.
You were just
coming and going. I'm just saying that.
You were just coming and going.
But I'm saying that.
I'm just saying that most politicians.
I'm saying that if you have heritage, right? My grandparents still live there. My cousins still live there.
But you just come and go.
Well, you say come and go, but when you represent a people, it's not come and go.
I mean, but
right?
I mean, if you
basically, what I'm saying is that it's important. I think that's an important aspect of getting some value in the community. Yeah.
Well, I think there was a lot of value because I mean, a lot of the people that I represented when I had that constituency, I literally grew up with them.
Right.
You know,
well,
I literally grew up with them. I've known them for generations.
The same here.
And so that was important.
I grew up in the inner city. I grew up in Camp Road. And I know.
You grew up down the road from me.
Absolutely.
You know, but I still live in that area.
I still live there when my mother lived there. But I still go there every day.
I'm gonna ask this question, but I'm gonna start on this side. we discussed some of the downfalls of the FNM. What do you think is the biggest downfall of the PLP? In recent weeks, there's been headlines after headlines in terms of overspending. There have been claims of not being transparent. $141 million in case of beaches and parks, $250,000 a month for consultants, and the list goes on and on.
Austerity measures. The PLP in this next administration must tighten up and make sure they need to implement austerity measures and greater accountability and management across the board. This win for the PLP is not a win to say, oh, we like you because we're going to give you, we want you to be able to manage the affairs of the people. And I think what's happening is that if they don't, if they continue down that path, the people will be, I guess, they'll punish them in the next election. Because you see the cracks is now happening with the third party. But I think the PLP now, moving forward from day one, they got to implement austerity measures. You have to tighten up all of his ministers and make sure that everybody walks the straight and narrow. And I think once he do that, the next administration or the next election, they'll probably win.
So it's not going to be
I might want to add to this, you know, because we talk about what resonated with the electorate. And one of the things that I think absolutely resonated was, you know, this whole concept of progress. Now, we can debate whether we felt there was a lot of progress or not. But when you look around and you look at the fiscal reports by the international agencies, you know, the IMF and all those, they've made significant strides. When you look at the construction industry here in New Providence in particular, it is booming. There's a lot of development going on. And so the PLP made the argument, let us not reset.
I just want to stick a pin right there to announce this projected winner for the Pinewood constituency. Miles LaRota there for the PLP, 1,446 votes. So we are projecting tonight that LaRota will take home that Pinewood seat once again.
So that was a tight one over there in Pinewood Gardens.
Yes,
I think the numbers are rolling in for a good while in favor of Lincoln Bain. We have Fort Charlotte on the screen now with Bastion with 1,548 votes to Travis Robinson's 472 to the COI's 185. And still a number of polling divisions to go in that constituency, but I dare say that Sebas has been winning those. Well, we have a projected winner in Bastion, who will be heading to the House of Assembly as a new face come the 20th of May. So that's good. 1,548 votes for Bastion. You were making...
No, as I was saying, I think the PLP made a very good argument about not allowing the progress they have made to be reset. Remember now, the FNM used a word, reset. The PLP used the word of progress. When people looked at that, they determined, you know, there has been some progress going on here. We don't want to go back to this whole thing where it's
started over
review and cancel.
We have our Desmond Saunders standing by with Bastion. Desmond?
A celebratory mood here in Fort Charlotte. I'm joined by the Progressive Liberal Party Fort Charlotte candidate, Mr. Bastion, the projected winner for the Fort Charlotte constituency. What's the victory feel like now?
It's a very humbling experience. Like I said, I want to first thank God for, you know, just giving me the strength to just keep going, even when it was extraordinarily hard, and just giving me the vision, the work ethic to keep going. Thank my family for the sacrifice I put them, you know, they didn't choose this, you know, I choose this for them. So the sacrifice they had to make and everything that comes along with frontline politics. And thank you to my team, man, my team. You know, I came into Fort Charlotte and I was able to just be blessed with so many different individuals from so many parts of the community, and they bought into the vision from day one. I'm so grateful for that. And I thank my critics. I mean, it's that energy, that mindset that just makes me want to try harder, work harder, push harder, you know, and that's important as well.
What would you say, what are some of the other contributing factors that led to your victory?
Well, we put in the work. We put in the work from day one. We hit the ground, not just canvassing, but we were solving problems. We listened to the community. We found out what it is that mattered to them. We incorporated that into our plan. We didn't come out with a plan from the first day of canvassing. We took the first 90 days to canvass, gather the information, the concerns, and then we incorporated all that into a plan, and we launched our plan. I got ratified in October. I launched our plan in January, which basically incorporated the needs of the community. So we were quite confident that, our plan, once executed, would be the things that the community wanted to see.
And as a new candidate coming in for Fort Charlotte, what is your vision and plan?
Well, to continue on progress, I want to thank the Prime Minister for putting his trust in me, congratulate all my colleagues that are in the win column tonight. And my plan is just, to help our administration continue to build on progress. Our plan for the community is outlined clearly on fortcharlotte.com, and it includes expanding our Technology, Arts and Culture Center to bring a Culinary Arts Academy, more technology rooms, a community fitness center, and more technology rooms to address the flooding and the flood-prone areas of Fort Charlotte. To work with the Ministry of Housing to bring the Premier One Estates subdivision in Fort Charlotte. Will be home to 150 homes. We're going to be doing a buyback of abandoned homes from the government perspective, knock them down. They've been a nuisance to the community, and turn those into affordable homes. Keep the community clean, keep the community safe, and just keep the community together. Just tons of programs for every demographic, every age group. Fort Charlotte's going higher for sure.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. And Lyndon could get a visual representation of what's happening here. A flurry of activity, scores coming here to celebrate the victory of Sebastian, projected winner, the Progressive Liberal Party's projected winner for the Fort Charlotte constituency.
Well, that was our Desmond Saunders there with the projected winner of the Fort Charlotte constituency, Sebastian, outlining his plans for that constituency now going forward. We now go to numbers coming out of Bain and Grantstown with Wade Watson with 1,137 votes to Jay Philippe 666 to the COI's 257 to the Independents 11. So 3 more polling divisions to go before all votes are in the Bain and Grantstown constituency. Updated numbers show Watson with 1,198, Jay Philippe with 722, the COI with 273, and the Independent with 11.
And I know we started to talk a little bit about, some of the issues that, voters may have taken to the polls. We talked about the beaches and parks, we talked about the contracts. Mr. Chipman, do you think voters went to the polls with these specific things in mind? Healthcare, crime, cost of living, immigration. What do you think played into the electorate's mindset today?
Yeah, that's one of the that's one of the reasons why I don't when Loretta spoke about progress, she spoke of it in a different way that I would look at it. Like, I did not see progress in healthcare. I did not see progress in education. These are the things that I look at. I did not see progress in accountability or transparency, or even following the law as far as our parliamentary obligations are concerned. And so that, again, I'm only part of the electorate. But if we widen that space and speak to the numbers that even went to the poll, right? And you look at the maybe we could break down those demographics too and see that people probably just just went on the fact that they sold a message. They sold something that people resonated with, I suppose.
To add to what he's saying, I think because remember now the voters are short-term memory. And so because the opposition did not hammer it in,
we now have a projected winner in Exuma and Ragged Island, and the person, the Deputy Prime Minister, Chester Cooper. And we now go to Cleopatra Murphy, who's down there with the Deputy Prime Minister in Exuma. Cleo?
A celebratory mood here at the Progressive Labour Party headquarters on Exuma as Deputy Prime Minister, the Honourable Chester Cooper has been re-elected for a third consecutive term as a Member of Parliament for Exuma and Ragged Island. Now, Mr. Cooper, can you tell us, how do you feel at this moment?
I am humbled. I am grateful to God, the people of Exuma, and the people of Ragged Island for having elected me for the third consecutive term. I am even more humbled that we have succeeded in winning every single polling division here in Exuma and in Ragged Island. This is because of the hard work of my team, the hard work of all of the coordinators here, the support of my family, and the support of the great people of Exuma and Ragged Island. I am humbled to serve them, and I commit to them tonight to continue to serve them with diligence.
You talk about sweeping all the polling divisions. Why is it that you believe that residents have entrusted you with that?
I think Exuma and Ragged Island have seen my work. We have never stopped working. We have adopted a mantra that we will always be fighting for you when we speak to the people of Exuma. They see my fight, they see my work, not only in Exuma, but on the national stage. As a boy coming from Forbes Hill, Little Exuma, I carry that flag around the world wherever I go, and the people of Exuma stand with me, and I am really proud to have the opportunity to be able to represent them now for the third consecutive term. They've given me an opportunity not just to serve Exuma, but to serve at a national level, having served as Deputy Prime Minister and a Minister of the government, sitting at the big table, if you will, from Forbes Hill to the cabinet table. I am proud of the people of Exuma and Ragged Island for electing me, and I am humbled to have the opportunity to serve them.
Now, you've been granted another 5 years. What's your plan for the constituency?
We have a great plan. We had E-Vision 2030, which we were governed by for the last 10 years. We now have E-Vision for Progress. It lays out our plan. We're going to continue to build on what we've started. We have great opportunities for our young people. We're going to continue the concept and the mandate to cause there to be greater ownership of the economy. We've started great investments with $1.5 billion in the pipeline. We now want to put in place enabling mechanisms to ensure that the young people of Exuma have an opportunity to participate actively. We will work and we will ensure that we have more engagement opportunities for our young people in sports and culture and youth centers, and we are going to ensure that we have an opportunity this term to make a more significant impact in the field of health and wellness. That remains high on my agenda. Importantly, one of the things that concern Exumians is the lack of affordable houses, and we have started already to begin that process with transferring 68 acres of land from the Treasury to the Ministry of Housing to be able to embark upon active strategic development of housing in Exuma. And we're going to continue the infrastructural works, the airport in Georgetown, Stanley Key, in Black Point, in Farmers Key. We're going to complete the roads as we've already started, but all of this is laid out in my E-Vision for Progress. We talk about the infrastructure that we're working on, and I want Exuma and Ragged Island to know, the people of Bahamas to know, that this is more than docks and roads and schools and airports and the hardscapes. This is about dignity. It's about the people of our country, and it's ensuring that Exuma continues to thrive. We have the enabling platform to continue the growth that we have seen, and to ensure that Exuma and Ragged Island continue to be the envy of our country. Let me just say a word about the people of Ragged Island. They are resilient people. They have given me an opportunity to serve them as a non-Ragged Islander. They have embraced me. They've given me love and support. and I am grateful to them. Today we have won Ragged Island by a wider margin than we ever had. It's an indication that they see the work that we're doing, not just for Exuma, but for Ragged Island as well, a small community that's been ravaged by Hurricane Irma and still on its way back. So much of the work that we're going to do in Exuma, we're going to ensure that Ragged Island also takes its place on the stage of this archipelago. I'm grateful to the people of Ragged Island. I thank them for their love and their support and for embracing me as their Member of Parliament. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And there you have it for a third time.
That's right there, but you say you need permission to come up.
The whole country, the whole country on the streets.
Just hearing from Chester Cooper down there in Exuma, his plans for Exuma moving forward, what he has done for Exuma during his tenure. He's just won that constituency for the third straight time.
It's really quite emotional at some parts of that interview there.
Yes,
so
yes,
I think
you could hear it coming in. We're still waiting on numbers coming in for Garden Hills. Quite a number of constituencies: Garden Hills,
St. James,
Nassau Village,
and Elizabeth. So quite a number of constituencies are coming in very slow, while we've already tied the knot on many others. South Eleuthera as well.
Yeah,
and
North Abaco.
North Abaco. So we're waiting for those numbers to come in from the
North Abaco.
No, I haven't.
Not at all. Parliamentary. Nothing from Garden Hills, North Abaco.
The rate we're going in, we can say that the Progressive Liberal Party will form the next government.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. I agree that the Progressive Liberal Party will form the next government, as predicted by myself at 7 o'clock today. But people on Facebook tell me to stop calling it. The FNM has done an excellent job, a well-structured campaign. Their message.
Why do you feel that you're giving the PLP's victory speech right now?
Because I won't go Clifford Park right now.
No, but I think one of the things we can say here, credit to all of what you've already said. Unfortunately, we who sit here in the studios, we're still waiting for results that have already been tabulated at the polling stations.
Yes.
And, you know, we have our phones and we realize that there are many results that have not reached us, but have already been concluded. And so I'm just wondering how much longer, you know, before someone gives a concession speech and, you know, the declaration is done. Because right now, we know that there are other constituencies that have already been finalized.
Have we reached the 20+1? We haven't on either side officially, correct?
From what I have, Pine Ridge, from what I have, unofficial, Pine Ridge,
yes,
Angliston,
yes.
Exuma, South Andros, North Andros, Mount Moriah, Bimini and Berry Islands, South Abaco, Seabreeze, Golden Gates, Cat Island, Marathon, Fort Charlotte, Carmichael, Centerville, St. James, Pinewood, St. Barnabas, Garden Hills.
Did you say Angliston?
Yes, I did say
I counted
Angliston.
19.
Okay. Yeah, so that's so far.
And of course, these are unofficial results.
This unofficial. I haven't said anything about Nassau Village yet. We haven't heard from North Abaco
Well,
yet.
all results remain unofficial until the recount. So even tonight, you know, while people are celebrating, the reality is there is the official recount tomorrow.
But my count would have, I don't think the FNM will win 10 seats. I have that. So far, I have Adrian White, I have Michael Barnett Ellis, I have the leader, Mr. Michael Pintard, I have Leo Ferguson from Michael, I have Lincoln Deal, and I have Kwesi. And
what about Long Island?
There's Frazette in Central Grand Bahama.
Frazette in Central.
I think Long Island was one.
And Long Island.
Long Island, yeah.
Yes. So far, I have them at 8.
Mr. Chipman, the FNM ran quite a few of cabinet ministers in the Minnis administration. the person of Darren Henfield, Marvin Dames, and so forth. Do you think, Ellsworth Johnson, do you think this hurt their campaign to know that there was still this menace attachment?
Dwayne Sands, their chairman.
This menace attachment.
He lost.
Whether it be for Menace or against Menace, how Menace was handled, how Menace left the party, do you think this played any factor at all in terms of how these numbers are coming in?
Well, I think one of the panelists had said that the electorate has short memory, and that happens. And I don't think Menace's attachment to those cabinet ministers made a difference. I don't think so. I think that we need to, as an organization, we need to look at the pros and cons from that perspective. I wouldn't take it from an individual perspective, because I didn't see that. I didn't see it as an individual issue, why they didn't get in. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. I mean, it's not an individual. It had to be organizational, from my perspective. And so I think when we look at it, we got to see it for what it is.
Well, when you say organizational, let's look at that. Let's look at that closely, because some of the commentary that we're truly hearing is that the organization is so fractured. The Free National Movement, people did not feel that they were a cohesive, unified grouping. Now, I heard the arguments when you were talking about whether the PLP was effective or not effective. The reality is, no matter what you said, Brave Davis, as a leader, kept his team together. He actually, I mean, you said that nobody spoke. And Cassius said, because they were all under the same umbrella, they were unified. So whether you thought that was a lack of democracy or whether it was unity, the reality is they came out as a cohesive unit. People do not want to be a part of a fractured organization. I've been a part of the FNM. The FNM is in fragments. I think that is their biggest challenge today. Tomorrow, let's say it very clearly, they're going to be looking for a new leader.
Wow. But one of the things...
They're going to be looking for a new leader. If these numbers continue to pan out the way they are tonight,
yes,
the FNM is going to have to really examine itself. I understand, unofficially, their deputy leader may not have won his seat. That is going to be a huge problem. So you're going to have to start looking at those persons that are actually going to be in that House of Assembly come the 20th of May that is going to form this new FNM.
But I think that's something we know.
But I don't understand this whole thing about non-democratic in the PLP. Vaughn Miller wasn't allowed to speak. Travis Robinson.
No, I'm not echoing that. I'm just saying that is the argument that Reese.
Yeah, well, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree with your perspective about the perception of disunity, right? And in the organization, from my perspective and from what I see, I didn't see disunity, and I didn't even feel it. Right? So if it was perceived that way and the PLP was able to highlight that and make it something, then more power to them. However, what I'm saying is that we understand where we are. We can see it. It's evident. And we will approach that in the way that we need to.
We're going to come back to that thought. We have numbers coming in, I think I'm told, in Elizabeth. Our first number is from Elizabeth. JoBeth Colby Davis with 348, Heather Hunt with 149 for the FNM and the COIs. Donna Major with 52 votes there. And it took a while for Elizabeth's numbers to actually get in. And Elizabeth,
but again, Elizabeth has
of those big constituency with 6,174 voters. But then again, these big constituencies, we still don't have big voter turnout.
What Reese was saying to talk about the disunity in the FNM, do you remember how many?
Sorry, we have another set of numbers coming in for Elizabeth. 466 for JoBeth Colby for the PLP, 231 for Heather Hunt, and 92 for Donna Major of the COI.
Yeah. But
To continue that conversation, if I can, there was the Marathon constituency. There were several constituencies where the branch itself wanted a candidate, but the party leadership wanted another candidate, and the branch almost resigned. That happened in Garden Hills. It happened in Central and Sally Lucha. The branch sent a letter in for their candidate, but the party said no. And so you had disunity all around. You cannot...
But that happens in both organizations.
We go now to Southern Shores, where Obi Roberts has 1,250 votes to Denley Penn, Mackey's 1,107 to the COI's 495, and the independent Leroy Major there with 130 votes. And that's 10 of 11 polling divisions, so just
So we can give that to him. We can give you such a choice.
So
21? You got 21 now?
No, it's
may
81.
just have a projected winner in that constituency as well. We go back to Elizabeth for 787 for the PLP, 322 for the F&M. And those numbers just changed on me. 787 for the PLP, 415 for the F&M, and the COI, 182 there. And that's in Elizabeth.
Jobette was one of those females who also did exceptional work in her constituency. She was also very visible. I believe her political capital, as Cassia said, has outweighed her reputational debt, and I expect that Jobette will win Elizabeth.
Reese Chipman has, we said up front in our introduction to this broadcast that, you know, everyone goes into a race, into a war, expecting to win. Why enter the race? But has there been the talk, even if only a little, if the F&M were to lose, what will happen to its leadership?
No, I mean, of course, you know, you deal with the matter at hand is what I would think. I mean, I do not think we would go past the fact that we have a race to run, and we have to see where we are at that point, and then we determine the way forward. So I don't think anyone would sit, none of us would sit there and consider, well, what if we lost, because we went to win. So that's
Jobette. Oh, wow. Colby Davis there. The projected winner of the Elizabeth constituency with 1,841. And Devad, I think the PLP always had Jobette Colby Davis as the incumbent in the women column going into this race.
Yes, definitely. Definitely.
20. So they had 28 so far.
We had 28 seats so far.
28 seats so far. So the PLP is the official government.
So the official government of the Bahamas is the Progressive Liberal Party.
Yeah. You know, for the Free National Movement, I guess they have to do an introspection now to see exactly whether they go from here. But it's always best to correct before you jump off the cliff. And, you know, my thing was that, listen, if you know I can't do the job, don't go all the way to, make adjustments before we go there. And so most political parties, knowing that, you know, from the word, Michael Pintar didn't have what it takes to pull it off, couldn't beat Brave Davis. And the acid test was the 2 by-election. We had 2 by-election that showed that the PLP pulled it off. That was the acid test. But everybody wants to, perhaps, I guess, think something that's not there. In politics, you have to look at reality and see it for what it is. But we want to believe something that's not there. And I talked to many of them saying, oh, well, you know, we can win, but you already lost 2.
No,
and
but in all
hold on, let me finish my argument. And so what you should have done now is that for the F&M now is that you have to look within yourself to find the best possible leader. Look what Cecil Wallace did. Cecil Wallace said, listen, I know what I see in Mommy, and I know we can't do it. We got to go find this man, someone who can do it. And so it may not be within your ranks, but you follow Cecil Wallace.
Well, no, but with all fairness, I think that it goes right back to 2021 when Minnis lost. When Minnis lost the election. Now, remember, when Ingram lost, he stepped down. And a lot of people, and a lot of leaders in first world countries, when they have a huge loss, they step down and allow the party to regroup itself. There was a lot of contention from that point on. Minnis didn't want to step down. There was internal fighting, and it continued right up to this electoral process, this battle between Minnis and Mr. Fintard. Minnis never truly, in my opinion, respected the position of the new leader. And so that is why a lot of people looked at the FNM as not being together. Even on this campaign, when you undermine your previous party by saying, okay, if you don't vote for me, vote for someone else, you know, so there was a lot of reasons why people may have said, listen, I'm not voting for the FNM.
And I think I want to ask Mr. Chipman, do you agree with Cassie's point that the writing was on the wall after those two by-elections and maybe some fundamental changes should have happened within the party after, I guess, the Golden Isles one?
Well, maybe he's looking at it from more of a political or political science perspective. I mean, for me, I personally I don't look at those things as a let's go for it or remove, right? Character is built over time and sometimes a person just has to be placed where they need to be placed in order to show that they're capable of doing something. So I personally don't feel that would not be an indication that he was not prepared, not to me.
We just want to, before we continue, we just want to go back on something that was said in terms of our Devard Francis saying that the PLP had already won 28 votes. So we just want to make it clear. 20 seats. 28 seats, I'm sorry. 28 seats. And we just want to say that according to our count, the tally is 13-4 for the PLP. That's Joe Beth, Colby Davis, and Elizabeth. The winners, of course, Chester Cooper in Exuma, Sebastian in Fort Charlotte, Miles LaRota in Pinewood, Mikhail Barnaby in Mount Moriah, Pia Glover Roll in Golden Gate, Jomo Campbell in Centerville, Leslie Miller Bryce in Seabreeze, Glennis Hannah Martin in Engliston, Michael Alcides in St. Barnabas, Ginger Moxie over there in Grand Bahama in Pine Ridge, Randy Roll in Bimini and the Berry Islands, Leo Lundy in South and Central Andros and Minegrove Key. And for the FNM, those winning for the FNM, Kwesi Thompson in East Grand Bahama, Michael Barnett Ellis in Killarney, Adrian White in St. Anne's, and Michael Pintard in Marco City. So again, according to our count, according to the numbers that have rolled into our hub, the PLP is 13, the FNM 4, and of course we need 20 plus 1 to form the next government. Well, to form, yes, to declare a winner.
Loretta raised a great point that in Western society and some other countries, when a loss like this happens, the leader steps down. Loretta, you see what color we is? We ain't stepping, we ain't stepping down. And so we've never seen...
No, didn't Hubert Ingram step down during that loss?
Hubert Ingram did step down.
Pintard is giving his concession speech.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Pintard is giving a concession?
He's giving us a concession speech?
We're
okay.
getting word from the ground, but we're going to wait to confirm that that is what's happening.
You were making
the point I was trying to make is that what the Westminster conventions demands or dictates that you step down. The Michael Pintard steps down, but it'll be yet to be seen because the minister didn't want to step down. He wanted to hold on to it. And it's only fair for him to step down to allow somebody else to emerge.
You're talking about Michael Pintard,
to lead the Free National Movement. And hopefully that new person will be able to, I guess, do a better job at gravitating and bringing more young people in and massaging the electorate. And so he's someone more charismatic, someone more dynamic and so on. Not that Michael is not dynamic and charismatic, but what he is, he does not have what it takes to attract the people. People is not resignating. It's about attracting people, and he doesn't have it.
Reese, you want to...
Yeah, I mean, I disagree with that. I think he does have it. And I do think he can attract people. Yes, I think he has it. It might be a little bit his leadership charisma or his style might be, the electorate might not be ready for it, because I tell you, I resonate with everything he says. When he speaks, I think I can understand. Now, maybe it's because we're in the same generation. Maybe it's the same, we're in that same space. But I do understand his leadership ability, and I think I think he is fine. I think he's charismatic enough to lead the country. That's my belief.
Well, my focus is this. I don't believe that Michael Pintard lost. I believe that Brave Davis won. And I believe that because of his work, because he was a man of his word, he kept true to his manifesto. He told you that he's going to build airports. He did it. He told you that he was going to pave roads. He did it. He told you that he was going to put attention on healthcare. He did it. And so I don't really think that it's a Michael Pintard loss. I believe that if Philip Brave Davis won. But in comparison, and in the same sense, in that same context, I believe Hubert Minnis lost rather than in 2021. I believe that persons came out and they voted Hubert Minnis out. So in this election, I believe Brave Davis won and Michael Pintard
And Brave
lost.
was creative enough to, you know, when you look at a figure like Ingram, you either love him or hate him. Then you look at Minnis. Minnis had a lot of people didn't like him. Christie is the same way. But Brave was able to walk that tightrope where nobody really hates Brave Davis. I mean, I have not met one person who said, I do not like Brave Davis. And so that is a very unique gift that he has. But, you know, for most prime ministers we know Ingram. There's a lot of people who hate him and there's a lot of people who love him. Christie had the same problem. And so when people voted out Christie, it's because there was a lot of people who was angry with him. People weren't angry with Brave Davis, even though you had a lot of scandals, a lot of noise in the market about reputational debt and so on. People weren't angry with him. And so people were willing to forgive whatever transgressions he had and go to the polls and vote for him.
And I think he was the first out of many leaders, even as a part of whatever weakness or perceived weakness. But he was one of the first leaders to say, well, listen, I'm not perfect, I'm penitent, I'm contrite, I make mistakes, and I need you to help us to let us be the persons and let us be a government. When you see us making mistakes, hold us accountable, tell us, talk to us. He was hands-on. And so I believe firmly that Michael Pintard did not lose.
But I agree with you on that. He did lose. I mean, it's
But I think the PLP had a very good campaign machinery, I must say. It was really good. And I think maybe that is where the edge was. But definitely not in our leader. I didn't see that at all.
So may I weigh in here? And I must agree with you, Devard, and also with you. Brave really has not irked the electorate the way the previous two leaders irked the electorate. So people actually voted them out. And we must give him credit. You know, I've never heard the Prime Minister, even in the heat of argument, really get very riled up or lose his cool. He's remained calm. So the man is obviously a strategist.
Are we going to go to the Free National Movement where Michael Pintard, we understand,
I want to take a moment now
is giving his concession speech
to the FNMs in this room and those watching at home tonight. Because I know what you're feeling, and I want you to know that all of us, we feel the same way. To the young person who voted FNM for the first time, I want to say to you that your commitment today should not leave you wondering tonight whether your vote mattered. I want you to hear us. It mattered. You stood in line and cast a ballot for the Bahamas you believed in. That is something significant. That's everything. Do not let anyone tell you otherwise. To the Bahamians who have been with the FNM since the days of Cecil, those who voted in every election since 1972, who've watched victories and watched losses, and who is sitting tonight wondering if the long road was worth it, I say to you that it was, and it is. The Bahamas is freer, more accountable, more honest, because of every voter who spoke tonight and in other elections. And we want you to hold up your head tonight. You did not lose. The work simply continues. To the candidate who went to bed believing that he or she would wake up as a member of Parliament and have to face different results, we want you to know that we see you. And I know the weight of what you are carrying. I've been there. The country needed your name on the ballot and your efforts. The country still needs you. Do not put down, what you've been called to deliver. My fellow Bahamians, our calling did not begin tonight, and it does not end tonight. Amen. When Hubert Ingram stood at this very crossroad in 2012, he reminded us that what this party has done for our country is significant. He reminded us that the Free National Movement introduced the era of government in the sunshine, the government committed to accountability and transparency. That calling did not retire with him. That calling did not retire tonight. Every generation of F&Ms is given the same task: to keep the books open, to keep the public trust at the center of public life. Tonight, that task passed to a new generation of F&Ms, and I hope that you, as we have, will accept it. We were not building a government. We were building a country. The country endures. Tomorrow morning, the Free National Movement takes up the role the Bahamian people have given us, the role of His Majesty loyal opposition. And we will guard your trust, and we will honor it by our efforts. We will oppose when we must. We will agree when the government's plans does serve the Bahamian people's interests, and we will oppose when it doesn't. We will never, ever forget who sent us to that house, nor the friends who stood by us, the donors who contributed to this party. Not the powerful, but the people of these family of islands who deserve a government that works for them. And so, whether that government is ours or someone else's own, tonight, the result was not what we had hoped for. But the country we love did not disappear when the polls closed. The Bahamas we love is still there. It's still ours, and it's still home. To the people of Marco City, who have honored me with the privilege of representing you again, I want to say thank you. I will continue to serve you with everything that I have. And to all of you that are in this room tonight, every day I recognize that I stand on your shoulders, that you've given me the rarest of opportunities to serve our community, and I will do so vigilantly. To every Bahamian on every island, in every constituency, on every party, to all of you, even those who have no party at all, may God bless the work that we have done. May God bless the work yet to come. May God bless this beautiful country, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. At this time, we'll take a couple of questions, and then we want to spend time with the F&M family here tonight. Well, it was clear that not only COI, but independents. We made the point during the election that a vote for the COI or a vote for an independent is to really, it's a vote for the PLP. So we understand that clearly.
Will you continue on as leader of the F&M, or will you?
I believe in conventions. I've honored it. Over the time that I've served as leader of the party, in 4.5 years, we have held 3 conventions, 2 that involved the leadership. So I'm absolutely committed to that convention. But more importantly, I'm committed to having a discussion with the team, and over the course of the next few days, we will make a decision, and we'll let you know.
And what's next for the party and you?
Oh, the work continues. No retreat, no surrender.
No surrender.
We should expect a leadership convention. I mean,
I've addressed convention matters. That one over. Yeah. Any other questions? No, we'll pass on the statements tonight. Thank you very much for coming, ladies and gentlemen of the press, and again, good night, Bahamas.
Well, there you have it at 10:28. The leader of the opposition there delivering his concession speech at the Free National Movement's headquarters on Mackey Street. And his concession speech, a clear signal. Well,
he was in Grand Bahama.
The leader of the opposition in Grand Bahama, I'm sorry, at the Free National Movement headquarters in Grand Bahama. His concession speech, a clear signal that the Progressive Liberal Party has broken a nearly 30-year cycle and has secured a second consecutive term in office, which hasn't been done again in nearly 30 years. Now, we heard a bit from Michael Pintard in terms of him pressing on every generation of F&Ms to keep the books open, keep trust at the center, and he says he now passes it to a new generation. He takes up his role as the official opposition, His Majesty's official opposition. And as you can see, we saw a bit, lots of emotion in that speech from him, as well as his deputy, as well as the winner of, I think, is that East Grand Bahama? Yes. East Grand Bahama, Kwesi Thompson. A lot of emotions in his face as well. He made his question and answer period very brief. Yeah. He said they won't be an opposition just for opposing's sake, but that they'll never forget who sent them to the House. Now, the official numbers in terms of how the numbers came in, the total numbers came in, we still do not have, but again, you had the concession speech from the leader of the opposition solidifying there that his party had won, and this must not be easy for Michael Pintard.
Yes, and I took some notes here from that speech. You know, he spoke to his candidates, you know, reminding them that, you know, you weren't just trying to win a seat. We weren't just trying to win the government. We were in the fight for this country, and the fight must not let up. We must not let up on that fight. And also reminding them that, like I said, you know, we were building a country here, so we must continue that work. I was looking at the faces around him. I think that was for Zach Gibson, as well as, you know, Kwesi Thompson there. Everyone seems, as we can imagine, you know.
Grand Bahama team there.
Yes, there they are there at the F&M headquarters, I think in Grand Bahama. Handshakes all around, hugs all around. You can see that the emotion is very potent in the room. He won his seat, but lost the government. So it must be a very tough pill to swallow. But like we said, in that concession speech, he's still committed to serving the people of the Bahamas, still committed to serving the people of his constituency, noting that the work will not stop, the work will not end, and the fight for country will definitely continue. Reese, you with a ovation there, not standing, but you were clapping for him at the end of that speech. How do you feel, and what are your thoughts about what he said just now?
Well, you know, I definitely resonate with his message, and I appreciate all that he would have done to get to the point that he has. Because, like, you know, all of these political parties, you know, it's not easy to rise to that occasion and to that position. I mean, to be a leader of a political party in our country is, you know, to get there, you know, I must say congratulations to Philip Davis as well, because, you know, I always challenged him as to why their party always seemed to put him on the side. Like, he always tried to get somewhere, and it was like the PLP was saying no to him. And so I always asked him, like, where did that come from? And then as he made Prime Minister, of course, after I beat Perry Christie, it was easy for him to get the leadership at that point. And then from there to get a second term. So we have to congratulate all leaders. But I want to say congratulations to our leader, the Free National Movement leader. And we are here to build a country. He's a believer in national development. He believes in the people of the Bahamas. And I know that the flames of the F&M will not stop.
Two things came out of that as well, sorry. The talk of, with the reporter asked about a convention. We did not see him step down tonight. We don't know if he will. We don't know what his plans are. But he says that he's open to a convention. So I think it's very interesting to know.
That discussion will happen with his team.
You don't have a choice in the matter right now.
In the coming days.
I think they're going to have to, they're reevaluating their, I guess, their prospects now to see among them who can lead them. 6 months ago, I said to Lincoln Deal, prepare yourself to be possibly the leader. And I think that the lot may fall with him.
When you say even?
Lincoln Deal. So I think he is a charismatic young man. He is a clean cut with no reputational debt, and I think he can push with the right training. He can be a good face of the back.
I don't think that you can skip Kwesi Thompson.
But let's not have that argument tonight. Let's not have that argument, because I think one of the things that, first and foremost, that they're going to have to do, they're not going to do this tonight.
No. That's what we're doing tonight. Right. Not what they're doing. This is what we're doing.
Another projected winner here, even after we've heard the opposition's concession speech, but the numbers are still rolling in. We don't see numbers here for Garden Hills, but projected winner up right now for the Garden Hills constituency, Mario Boleg. So we'll just wait for those numbers to be tabulated so we can get official scores there, but we do have him now as tonight's projected winner.
I want to congratulate Mr. Pindad. What he did, he was a real noble, he was an aristocrat, he was lofty and he was humble in his concession speech, and I want to congratulate him for the
Why I
campaign.
feel like this is sarcastic.
The campaign that he ran, very structured, and you know, he's not in an easy position. All of us have eaten from this bitter cup of loss and losing before, and so it's not a good feeling. And so I'm praying for him, praying for his family, praying for his daughter. I'm praying that he would be comforted tonight, and just want to congratulate him for his campaign, and to all the FNMs out there for the campaign that they ran out there tonight.
Well, I think we should add that the fact that we have had such a peaceful election.
Yes.
And, you know, our country is known to have very peaceful elections, and he has set the tone tonight.
We've already
his followers.
Yes, we've already projected Mario Boleg as the winner for Garden Hills, but there we see numbers now. Mario Boleg capturing 1,771 votes to Rick Fox's 1,248, and Claire's for the COI's, well, the numbers jumping again. 2,022 Boleg, 1,433 Fox, and 404 as the last polling division just came in. That's 12 of 12 polling divisions there tonight.
Congrats, Mario.
Yes, victory has many fathers, but defeat is an orphan.
Yep.
And
Ingram always told us.
We are saying that right now, and Michael Pintard's speech is a default speech when you lose. You know, I mean, I've seen many prime ministers give that, persons who lose give that same speech. But I mean, the reality is that you have to go home tonight and think about what you have done over the last 4 years and all your mistakes, and you have to live with the consequences.
Yes, Loretta, can I ask this? At the last 3 rallies that the FNM had, what do you feel is the effect? Do you feel that Hubert Ingram still has that influence over the populace? Because I see that the FNM has been bringing him for the last...
Ingram effect is within that caucus of the FNM, because they remember the 92 and the 97 effect, and they remember the glory days. But there is a generation that don't know Pharaoh, that is far attached from Ingram. They don't know Hubert Ingram. And so while he'll go on stage and talk, only those within that circle who knows Ingram will shout. So when he walks into the convention room and they sing Simply the Best, they get excited because they remember. That's only them. But outside of that, the young people don't know, Simply the Best what? They don't know anything about that. And so the problem is now they use that last election, but there's a whole new generation of voters. Don't care about Hubert Ingram, don't know Hubert Ingram.
So do you think his showing was...
I can agree with that, you know, and that's probably the best interpretation of why that didn't resonate.
So do you think his showing hurt? Let's just stick a pin. Projected winner here for West Grand Bahama, Kingsley Smith with 1,615 votes there. And we're going to toss it to Grand Bahama now, where we hear Kingsley Smith is having his victory party. We'll check in with our Northern Service.
Only 2 to 3 months. We have to give it up to them. And so Grand Bahama, we want to thank you. We want to thank you. But most of all, God is above. And we have to give it to him. But let's say, we must admit Safe with Brave. That is my leader, that is our leader, and that is the second time Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Good night, Grand Bahama. Good night, Central Grand Bahama. Tonight, I want to congratulate the Honorable Minister Ginger Moxie, my sister, on not just beating Dr. Reid, but devastating her. I told her, Ma, Isaac, when he first came to my door, I said, you don't know better than to come in West End. I say, you will get beat so bad, you will wish you never entered the West Grand Bahama constituency. And tonight, my brother, my cousin, my colleague has defeated him. And to show him, you don't come when West Grand Bahama playing, because we don't play down there. We are PLP. To my Dr. Pratt, who I've known for many years. Congratulations. Congratulations. To my brother Eddie Wan, I don't see him here, but congratulations, Eddie. Now let me speak about me. I want you to know that the results may not have been as I would have wanted it to be. But here's the victory. Here is where I still won. I had less than 4 months to campaign. My opponent was out there from last year, and she was only able to beat me by 68 votes. But you know what? I stand here tonight and I give God thanks. I give God thanks for the opportunity and for the experience. And here's why the loss is not a loss. Because the Progressive Liberal Party has won government for a second time. And we are safe with Brave. Good night. I love you. PLP all the way.
Well, you were just seeing the victory speech and start of a party there over in Grand Bahama. The Progressive Liberal Party having won seats in the person of Pine Ridge. Two seats over in Grand Bahama. We now have the projected winner, showing the projected winner for Yamapaugh, Zane Lightbourne, who got 1,643 votes for the PLP. So he returns to the House of Assembly. And final numbers we're still waiting on, but of course we've heard the concession speech from the leader of the opposition. We're just awaiting the victory speech from Prime Minister-elect.
Yes.
Philip Davis. Yamaquan numbers again. 1,643 for Zane Lightbourne, 1,287 for Elspeth Johnson, and the COI 354 there. So the COI had quite an impact on this election, quite an impact.
Sedgecombe, I want to get her thoughts here because earlier I asked you, we all know the three parties wanted to win all the seats, right? But as the third party represented here this evening, everyone has said over and over again, your party did a fantastic job tonight. Your new thoughts now, if they've changed?
I accept that. I also accept the final results. But, you know, there's always another time, and every mistake gives you room for improvement, and it is a learning experience.
So we have Fox Hill numbers now coming in. Our projected winner tonight, Fred Mitchell with 1,094 points. There you see Fred Mitchell as the projected winner for the Fox Hill constituency. Another tightly watched and closely watched race during this cycle.
This is the first time that Fred Mitchell has ever won consecutively. He's always won and then lost, won and then lost. And so I think Jacinta Higgs was the one who made him the first. Yes, and then I believe Chanel Ferguson was the next person. So this is the first time that Fred has won consecutively, and congratulations. He's our chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party. So congratulations.
Do you think then, considering that this was then just another case of a wave?
I do believe that it was a case of momentum, and I do believe that the momentum had lied within the Progressive Liberal Party. This is the first time in 30 years, almost 30 years, that seats like Fox Hill, Pinewood did not flip-flop. From 2002, Pinewood was PLP in 2002, 07 F&M, PLP in 12, 17 F&M, and so persons like Miles LaRoda should be commended, Barkish Roll should be commended, Pia Roll should be commended, Leslie Bryce, that whole southern corridor should be commended, Obi Roberts should be commended. And so we've never seen it like this, whereas in 30 years that there was consecutive and incessant winning by one political party of those southern borders that would usually flip-flop.
Well, you're now seeing on your screen a graphic of the winner of the 2026 general election. The winner, the Prime Minister-elect, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, who will make it his second consecutive term now as the Prime Minister of the Bahamas. We understand that he's on his way to Clifford Park. Where there will be a victory speech party, after party. You could tell us all about that, Devon, because he's just waiting to take off to go down to Clifford Park. But Mr. Davis makes history, having broken that silent cycle as we spoke of in being elected Prime Minister for a second consecutive term.
Yeah, I think Mr. Davis, like I said, my Prime Minister, he should be commended. He has been a man of his word. It is my view that even this term will be a lot better because he has asked for no reset, but for us to continue the progress that we have begun. I am so happy that Mr. Davis has another chance to continue what we have started. I believe that Mr. Davis will, when he gets out to Clifford Park, I think that the whole substratum of our meeting, I wouldn't call it an after party, would be first to give thanks to God, our Savior, who has helped us to another victory, and then congratulate all of the candidates, congratulate the populace who voted. I think what should be commended is by register, there were 209,000 registrants who were to vote, which is the biggest in history. I think this is also the most amount of candidates that ran. There's 140 candidates that ran, and I think that that should be commended. And last but not least, if the parliamentary department had not done their job, we would have been here maiming and assassinating them tonight. I want to give once again kudos to the Parliamentary Registry Department. They have done an excellent job. When I went in, it took me, Cassie said it took him only under 2 minutes. It took me 90 seconds. And I walked straight in to Anatole Rogers, gave my vote, and so I want to congratulate Harrison Thompson, his staff. They've adjusted, they've pivoted, and congratulations to the Progressive Liberal Party and also our team leaders who are in the persons of Jerome Fitzgerald, our Secretary General, Ms. Barbara Cartwright, Latrey Ramming, and others, and also our leader and deputy leader. I want to say congratulations once again.
Loretta, I may be wrong, but I think you're the only person around this table who sat in cabinet. Why is it important? What makes it so difficult to make things happen just within 5 years? Why is there always a need to at least ask for 5 more? Give us some idea of why that is so difficult. What happens in that first 5 years, or why you need to keep going?
If the government had changed tonight and you had a new administration, you have to realize it takes at least a year for those people to become acclimatized to the whole mechanisms of the public service, of cabinet, of the House of Assembly. And you literally only get 3 years in which to perform. And the final year, as you could see, Brave Davis and the PLP started having what they called, what were those? Like mini rallies. What did you call them?
Yes. In terms of zoning.
Right, the link-up. Right, the link-up.
Yeah.
The link-ups.
Yes.
So they started having that at least a year out. So you're really, really just governing for the 3 years. Now, here it is. This is why I think their argument resonated, because they said, we don't want the reset. Allow us to continue. And so now I think you will see a smoother transition. Now, the last time we had this was with Hubert Ingram after '97.
We're going to send it right now to the Progressive Liberal Parties.
Before welcoming you all here tonight for this magnificent celebration, to say thank you to the people of Fox Hill. A few minutes ago, I promised the people of Fox Hill there'll be a big party to mark the end of the week. I can assure you it ain't gonna be no hot dogs and chips. It'll be more like lobster and lamb. Prime Minister Davis, our Deputy Prime Minister Chester Cooper, all our candidates successful and those who did not or will not join us in Parliament this time, welcome all to this stage. And good night, welcome to all of you. The first thing we want to do is thank Almighty God for delivering the victory.
Fox Hill, stand up!
Yeah. They don't want to play that song I really want to play. Yeah. Secondly, I want to say to the fellow who says he's running against me, cut It's coming.
God, I'm coming. God's coming. God's coming for you.
Too straight. But tonight belongs to our leaders, for them to speak to you about the work which is ahead of us in the next term. We have our deputy leader who was newly elected for the constituency of Exuma and Ragged Island. And of course, our prime minister for Rumkey, Cat Island, San Salvador. It'll be their job going forward to lead us to the next generation of our nation's work and life. I thank all of you. I welcome you here tonight. The blue is magnificent. I congratulate our Prime Minister on leading us to this magnificent victory. And now, as I ask the Deputy Leader and Deputy Prime Minister to come forward, I urge you to listen attentively, and I leave you with this, that saying which cannot be defeated, which H.M. Taylor started way back in 1953, and it is PLP, PLP, PLP.
Soil, who's got his feet on the ground, from the keys to the mainland, every rock and reef, Exuma's all he sees, he's just a Cooper. Fighting for you, fighting for better.
It's good to see you back here at Clifford Park. I got a little concerned about that rain. And then I thought, when it rains, crab crawling. First and foremost, I thank God for His grace, His guidance, and His mercy that has carried us through this journey. I thank my wife, my children, my family, my friends, and my team. You have been my strength when I needed it most. I also must thank the stalwart councillors, the officers and members, and the soldiers of the Progressive Liberal Party. And to Prime Minister Davis, I congratulate you for leading a spectacular campaign over the last few weeks. And I recognize Mrs. Davis. Prime Minister, I thank you for your leadership. I thank you for your confidence and your commitment to the Bahamian people. Together, we have made the case for progress. And tonight, the people have spoken and have elected what I've been calling the Progress Team. And I congratulate my colleagues for bringing it home. And about 45 minutes ago, I thanked in person
the great people of Exuma and Ragged Island, for returning me to the House of Assembly for the 3rd consecutive term. I am humbled. I am grateful. Exuma, I see you down there. Thank you for your trust. Thank you for your belief. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to continue to serve you. And I promise you, I will continue to serve you with diligence. This victory is for every man, woman, and child in our country. I am your representative. I am your servant. Tonight we celebrate, but tomorrow we get back to work. The work of building stronger communities, the work of creating more opportunities, the work of creating more ownership, the work of empowering the Bahamian people to grow and to thrive. I thank you, PLPs. We move forward together as one people with a shared purpose to move forward, upward and onward together. God bless you. Thank you very much. PLP, PLP, PLP.
PLP all the way. PLP all the way. PLP all the way. PLP all the way.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a man you know and love, a second-term prime minister, the first to have done this in decades. I present to you Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Edward Davis.
For your mercy never fails me. All my days I've been held in your hand. From the moment that I wake up till I lay my head, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God. 'Cause all my life you have been faithful.
Come on, PLP, sing for me.
And all my life you have been so good. With every breath that I am able, oh, I will sing of the goodness of God.
Oh, my fellow Bahamians. My fellow Bahamians. Just look at the goodness of God. Look at the goodness of God.
'Cause all my life you have been faithful.
I have some news. I don't know if you all have heard it, but the country has spoken. The Bahamian people have made their choice. Today, the Bahamian people chose progress. Today, the Bahamian people choose to move forward. Forward with our plans. Forward with our team. And forward with my leadership. For all your trust and faith in our vision, we thank you.
We thank you for sharing our confidence that together we can continue to build a better Bahamas. I know that you voted today because you love our country. You voted because you believe that together we can make some of the big changes that will fulfill the ambitions we share for our Bahamas. We all want a country that has more opportunities, a country where safety and prosperity belong to all Bahamians. We want a country in which all of you and your children and your grandchildren will thrive. We have promised you much, and I promise you, with every bone in my body and every beat of my heart, we will do all that we can to deliver.
They say take it easy, he will do the work. You know how to run yourself.
But we cannot do it alone. All that we have achieved so far is because you joined us in partnership. It is because of your efforts, your drive, and your determination that our country has come thus far. I look forward to continuing that partnership and in doing so, exceed all our expectations. It will take time before the final official numbers come in, but it is clear that today, a fair number of Bahamians chose not to exercise their right to vote. In the region and around the world, participation in elections is declining. So this is not good, and this is not good for the democratic fabric of our society. We must do all that we can to ensure that every Bahamian in every election feels that their vote counts. My friends, it takes a village to bring us to this moment. There are so many to thank. First of all, to God be the glory. Let us give thanks to Almighty God for all the great things He has done. I cannot go further without saying that I would not be in politics were it not for the love and support and trust of the wonderful people of Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. They have been with me since the beginning, through all the ups and downs, the highs and the lows. They have stuck with me and I with them. They have put their arms around me in a fierce embrace. Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, I cannot thank you enough for all that you have done for me. So I look forward to lifting you up even more in the coming years. My thanks to everyone in our PLP family, my fellow candidates, our chairman, and to our indomitable Secretary General, Barbara Cartwright. I would like to single her out for the work, the ethics that she's put in to ensure this victory. I also would like to thank our campaign coordinators, their teams, and to the volunteers on every island. Thank you for the very long hours and for your refusal to give in or to give up, and for your belief that our parties can work and move this country forward. So thanks to everyone who worked on the rallies, on the various events. The logistical effort which it took in putting this together throughout our family of islands was immense. To our DJ Pencil, to our MC, Brother Bristol. You know, the high standard of their productions
was hugely helpful in helping us to communicate our message of progress. To all the public servants, the poll workers, the election officials, the police officers, and all who worked to ensure this election was peaceful and orderly, thank you for participating and showing the world how we conduct ourselves. To my wife Anne-Marie, my children, my grandchildren, thank you for your patience, your strength, and your love. I cannot begin to count my blessings. My cup runneth over. My grandchildren have been with me through a lot of this campaign, staying up too late on too many nights, but I love them. I know they'll remember what it feels like to be surrounded by love. I hope they'll also remember what it feels like to see democracy in action. A little while ago, Michael Pinter had called to concede the election. I thanked him for his graciousness in doing so. It takes courage to put your name on the ballot. It is easier to sit on the sidelines and criticize than it is to climb into the arena yourself. So I'd like to say to every candidate of every party, your participation in the process made our democracy stronger. To Bahamians who voted today but did not vote for us, I want you to know I've listened to you, I've heard you, and I want you to know that I will continue to work hard for all Bahamians as I've sought to do these past years. Tonight is a political victory, but truly, this is truly a victory for the whole country. For the first time in almost a generation, we have an historic opportunity. Let us make the most of it. I will begin our second term as I began the first, with a humble spirit and with a heart full of gratitude. Thank you for your trust and faith in me. I will not let you down. I will not let you down. And I want to take this opportunity just to recall the last time we were out here, the then leader and prime minister was Barry Gladstone Christie. I think he might be somewhere in the audience. I haven't seen him, but I know he'll be out here somewhere tonight. And so, fellow Bahamians and PLPs here assembled, as we leave these sacred grounds of Fort Charlotte, where the birth of our nation was expressed, leave knowing that your trust in me will not be misplaced. Leave these grounds going out to ensure that you will join us in working in partnership to continue to lift each other up, and go believing and knowing that God will continue to be faithful to all of us. Good night, all of you. Drive safely. Enjoy the rest of the night. PLPs!
That was Prime Minister-elect
Philip Davis there giving his victory speech on Clifford Park, where he said PLPs would return if they secured a second term. Now, during his victory speech, the Prime Minister-elect said that we have promised much, but we will do all we can to deliver, and that it will take time. He also noted that a fair number of Bahamians chose not to exercise their right to vote, and that all must be done to ensure that people exercise that right. He thanked Michael Pintard for calling in, and to every candidate who made a difference. To those, he said he said he's heard each and every Bahamian. He will listen to them all. He will seek to work hard for all Bahamians. And tonight, he said, is not a political victory, but really one for the whole country. He said he will begin his second term as he did his first, and that's with a humble spirit and a heart full of gratitude. And there you have it from the Prime Minister-elect, Philip Davis, who has secured another term in office, breaking a cycle that hasn't been broken for nearly 30 years. And we understand that the Prime Minister-elect will inform the Governor-General what time he wishes to be sworn in. She will invite him to form his next government. The Prime Minister and the Attorney General will be sworn in possibly as early as tomorrow. The final count we have is 33 in favor of the Progressive Liberal Party, the governing Progressive Liberal Party, to 8 for the Free National Movement. Before we close out now, we have Sherlyn Hall here. The numbers are in. Of course, a recount takes place, but guide us from there in terms of what happens from this point.
Well, let me just say goodnight, Bahamas. Let me give God praise and thanks for the great victory we've accomplished today, peacefully.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to thank the entire Bahamian electorate on behalf of Mr. Harrison Thompson, staff, returning officers, presiding officers, poll clerks, everybody who had something to do with the election. I want to thank them for their participation and their contribution. We all work as a team, and it's really Rodney Mann, like I said, this is powerful. But I want to thank everybody who participated. Now, tomorrow will be the recount by law. All of the returning officers will have selected a place for the recount to take place, and we recount the ballots, and they'll be certified and returned to the Parliamentary Commissioner, who would then prepare the writ to be returned to the Governor General by the 15th of May.
Good. Well, the Progressive Liberal Party has just a small window to work with. From here, we have the opening of Parliament, then they have a new budget to craft, and from there, the work begins for the government. Closing thoughts all around. We start with you, Cassia Stewart.
Well, it's been a wonderful evening. I enjoyed working with each and every one of you all tonight, and we just want to continue to say we got to keep God first in our country, because it is Him who grants us all things. And moving forward, we pray for the government that God gives them wisdom and guide them over the next 5 years so that we can have a prosperous country.
Yeah.
I thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this tonight. I would like to congratulate the Prime Minister of the Bahamas, Philip Davis. I'd like to congratulate the Leader of the Opposition for so graciously conceding. I also want to say I think the Bahamian people have demonstrated to the world how we can transition and how we can have free, fair, and peaceful elections. God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
And we just want to mention now, you know, we said that PLP captured 33 seats here tonight. The FNM captured 8 of them. We just want to mention and name what those seats are. So they have Marco City with Michael Pintard, Grand Bahama with Kwesi Thompson.
East Grand Bahama
with Kwesi Thompson. St. Anne's with Adrian White. We have, and the 3 incumbents, we have, those are the 3 incumbents. Lincoln Deal capturing the Freetown seat that was also closely watched. And Frazette Gibson with Central Grand Bahama. Leo Ferguson and Mike Hall. Michaela Barnett Ellis in Killarney. and Dr. Andre Rollins in Long Island. So those are the 8 seats there won tonight by the Free National Movement. Your final thoughts? We'll start with Devard.
Well, I love what Mr. Davis said. He said that he's still the Prime Minister of all Bahamians. And I believe that we need an amalgamation of all thoughts, of all talent, all resources, in order for us to run an efficient Bahamas. And so I want to congratulate my Prime Minister, Right Honorable Philip Edward Brave Davis. I want to congratulate His Majesty's opposition leader, who was so gracious and so humble in his concession speech, Mr. Michael Pintard. And I want to congratulate all Bahamians, because today was just a bastion of serenity, tranquility, and it was peaceful. And so to God be the glory.
Amen.
Great things He has done.
Amen.
Yeah, thank you very much also for having me as well. Same sentiments here. I'd like to congratulate our Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, and also our Leader of Opposition, the Honorable Michael Pintard. I just want to encourage all Bahamians to be involved, get involved with the politics of your country, because that's really where national development begins. And so all of you young people, don't just leave it alone tomorrow. Wake up tomorrow and start to think about the direction of your country. Think about national development, and also think about how you can help us to get to where we want to be. So congratulations to the Progressive Liberal Party, and of course congratulations to all of the Free National Movement winners as well, and also the candidates that participated. Like Prime Minister Davis would have said, it's not easy to put your name on a ballot. I mean, that was a rough election, especially with the social media content, etc. You know, and I really, really respect all of you for the work that you would have done and for participating, because we have to have people to run the country.
There's one, I just want to congratulate the COI also.
Yes. We just want to bring her in, yes.
They've had an extraordinarily peculiar effect on this election results. And Lincoln Bain and his party, they've done a wonderful job, and he himself in Pinewood has done a wonderful job, obviously, in their campaign. Sorry.
The perfect lead-in to your final thoughts here tonight.
Yes. First of all, I thank you, ZNS, for allowing me this privilege to share in this grand experience. And I want to congratulate, of course, our Prime Minister. He is all of our Prime Minister now, Mr. Davis, and congratulations also to the FNM. And I must congratulate all of my candidates who I worked very closely with over the months. They all worked very hard, and I would say to them, it was worth it. It was worth it. And so I would like to just close by saying, God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Amen. Amen.
Amen.
Well, that does it for our live coverage of Decision 2026. Thank you for watching. I'm Makush Lapinda.
And I'm Thea Ferguson saying good night, Bahamas.
Good night.
Good night.
I get 3 flavors in one pizza.
In here, at Little Caesars.
Ahoy! Then I'll take it for a great price.
It's not madness, it's Little Caesars.
Pizza.
3 flavors, 1 happy you for just $11 VAT inclusive. Now available at all 5 of our locations. Little Caesars Oaksfield, Carmichael Road, East Street Pineapple Plaza, Charles Saunders Highway, and 1 East Plaza. It's not madness, it's Little Caesars.
Pizza.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests.